to transmission." Naaman hooked the Auspex into the long-range comm and punched in the rune sequence to uplink the information the scanner had collated. He waited impatiently until the Auspex chimed 3 times to indicate the upload was completed. Switching connectors, Naaman attached his monocular to the comm piece and spent several minutes sweeping the plant area with the optical device, transmitting the images to his commander. When he was done, he packed away the monocular and Auspex and waited for Balile and his advisors to formulate a plan. The minutes crept past. Naaman retreated from the tip of the stairway and joined the others. The orcs had shown no sign that they were aware of the scouts' presence, and Naaman felt relatively safe. He knew that such sanctuary was only temporary. If the Deathwing launched an attack, it would stir up the orcs, not only around the power station, but also those westwards on the ridge. There would be no way to get back to Koth Ridge, as Naaman had known since setting out. He called the scouts together to make an announcement. "The time is fast approaching, when we will be called upon to make the ultimate sacrifice for the chapter," he said. He was pleased to see that none of the scouts showed any sign of fear or surprise. "We have used stealth as a weapon, and it has served us well. But there comes a time when stealth is no longer enough, and pure force must prevail. We will not live to see the success of our mission today. For the consequences of our actions will not be measurable in moments, but in hours and days." He looked at them in turn, and saw nothing but determination and pride. Damas spoke next. "We will demonstrate the most fundamental power of the Astartes," said the sergeant, glancing at Naaman before continuing. "All of your training, all of our secrecy and circumspection, is but a preliminary to one simple purpose, the destruction of the Emperor's enemies. Though our mission shall succeed and our part in the greater campaign will come to an end, it still remains our duty to slay as many of the foe as is possible. We will fight to our last breath, and even then we will fight until death claims us. We are all Space Marines, inheritors of the Lion's legacy, upholders of the Imperial will." The comm chime attracted Naaman's attention. "Sergeant Naaman, this is Master Balile. We have analyzed the data and discerned a weakness in the enemy structure. The Orcs' teleporter beam is interfering with our own lock-on signal. The Orcs are still in possession of the defense laser silo, and the unrelenting Fury can only make a quick pass. Estimated window of operation is less than 5 minutes. For these reasons, you must place the teleport Homer as close to the objective as you can. Is that possible?" Naaman looked out of the window at the orcs scattered around the power plant. "Affirmative, Brother Captain," he said. "I can have you teleported directly into the power station precinct." "Good," said Balile. "We are ready to commence the operation as soon as we receive the lock-on signal from you. Energy interference prevents teleporter lock on your squad. We will not be able to extract you." "We are aware of that factor, Brother Captain. Squad Damas and I will provide a diversionary attack to ensure minimal resistance to your arrival. We are honored to serve. You will be remembered, Brother Naaman. You and your warriors are an inspiration to us all." The link went silent. Naaman unslung the comm unit and set it to one side. He did not need it any more. He looked at the scouts and saw that they had been listening to his part of the conversation. Standing up, they formed a circle, weapons raised in salute to each other, brothers in battle. "Fight hard, fight long," said Naaman. "No surrender, no retreat. We are Astartes, the bane of the heretic, the mutant, and the alien. We are the Dark Angels, the first and the greatest. Honor our battle brothers, and cherish the opportunity for sacrifice." "What is the plan, Naaman?" asked Damas. "I have a teleport Homer. On my signal, you will open fire. In the resulting confusion, I will infiltrate the power plant complex and place the beacon. Master Balile and Squad Adamanta will insert by teleporter, disable or dismantle the energy relays, and teleport back to orbit. We will remain to inflict as many casualties as possible. There will be no withdrawal." "Understood, brother," said Damas. The sergeant pulled free his chainsword. "Purge the alien! Purge the alien!" the scouts quietly chorused in reply. "For the lion!" whispered Naaman, heading towards the door. The veteran sergeant broke from the building at a run, bolt pistol in one hand, teleporter beacon in the other. He moved as fast as possible, heading directly for the closest generator housing. An orc strutted across a walkway above. The greenskin stopped as it caught sight of Naaman. It started to raise its gun. A moment later, the sergeant's shot caught it in the throat, hurling it over the railing to plummet to the hard ground. Naaman heard startled grunts from the other orcs around the power plant. "Bellicus extremis!" he growled over the comm. "Open fire!" Naaman rounded the corner of the generator and came face to face with a startled orc coming the other way. The scout sergeant fired twice, putting 2 bolt rounds into the creature's gnarled face. He was about 20 meters from the optimal spot for the beacon. Jumping over the fallen orc, he headed straight on, while the station echoed with the snap of bolter rounds from the scouts and the crackle of the orc's primitive guns. The sergeant could smell ozone in the air and feel the building energy on his skin. A fork of lightning leapt across the relays above, heralding another portal opening and sending a tingle of static across the sergeant's flesh. Bare cables and bundles of wires hung like bunting between the generator blocks, and the ground throbbed underfoot from the geothermal reactors hundreds of meters below. Feeling the thrum of the power lines, Naaman realized that the place he had chosen was too close to the main transmitter. There was a chance the teleporter signal would be fractured by interference from the orc's energy relays. He cut to his left through a crumbling archway looking for an open space, and was confronted by 6 orcs dressed in red flak jackets, with grinning suns painted on their faces. The orcs were intent on reaching the scouts, and did not see him as he ducked back into the archway. He crouched in the shadow with his pistol ready, and peered around the corner to see the front 3 orcs shredded by a hail of heavy bolter rounds. "Good aim, Luthor," Naaman said over the comm. "Keep up your fire!" The orcs scurried for cover as more heavy bolter fire screamed into the power plant, severing wires and ripping small craters into the generator housings. Naaman dashed from the archway, bolt pistol blazing, to cut down an orc sheltering behind an angled girder. Bullets whined in the sergeant's direction as he reached the cover of a pillar, rockcrete shards spraying around him. A glance at the portal hill revealed more orcs hurrying towards the power plant, their padded vests and armor plates decorated with red and black checks. The orcs wielded stubby pistols and cleavers, their fanged mouths wide as they bellowed encouragement or warnings to the other greenskins. Naaman holstered his pistol and keyed in the activation sequence of the teleport Homer. More and more bullets converged on his hiding place as the device shed its outer sheath. With a series of growls and clicks, transmitter vanes opened up, splaying from the tip of the beacon. With a benediction to the Emperor in mind, Naaman broke cover and dashed across the dusty ground just to the south of the power plant. The black-clad orcs were less than 50 meters away as Naaman speared the teleport Homer into the dirt and leapt back. A bullet caught him on the arm, ripping through his sleeve to carve a furrow across his bicep. He knew he had to distract the orcs from the beacon, and sprinted to his left, firing his pistol as he did so. Behind him, the teleport Homer opened fully and sent its silent, invisible signal. Naaman dived through the leaves of a bush as more bullets kicked up puffs of dust around him. Rolling to his left, he came up on one knee and sighted on the closest orc. 3 bolt rounds punched through the alien's jacket with spurts of dark blood, toppling the creature. The orcs returned fire, howling faces bathed in the flare of their pistols. In the storm of fire, another orc bullet found its mark, catching Naaman in the thigh. Grunting, he shot back, finger hammering the trigger of his bolt pistol to send a salvo of bolts into the orcs. 2 of the beasts tumbled into the dirt, but the survivors were now less than 20 meters away. Then Naaman felt something. His highly attuned senses detected a slight increase in air pressure, like the bow wave of an aircraft. Miniature dust devils writhed across the dusty ground, and the air swirled into a haze. In a blistering ball of blue light, the Deathwing arrived with a thunderous crack. 5 hulking armored suits appeared between Naaman and the onrushing orcs. The Terminators opened fire immediately, their storm bolters scything through the remaining orcs in a couple of seconds. In the glare of muzzle flare stood Captain Balile, master of the 3rd Company. His shoulder pads displayed the heraldry of the chapter and the skull device of a veteran, the white robe of a Deathwing warrior hanging from his shoulders. He fired a storm bolter with his right hand, a crackling power sword in the left. Surrounded by the 5 heavily armored space marines, Master Balile waved the squad forwards with his glittering power sword. Ahead of them, the orc portal pulsed again, and another stream of greenskins surged through onto Cadalus. Meanwhile, Naaman could hear shooting coming from the ridge. The orcs to the west were alert to the attack, and were turning back to the power plant. Reloading his pistol, Naaman ran through the power station, heading back towards the scouts. To his left, Balile and Squad Adamanta plunged into the heart of the transformers and generators, heading for the orc power relays that were transmitting energy from the geothermal station. Pulses from weapons screamed down from the ridge above the heads of a sea of greenskins. The Deathwing moved out of sight as Naaman emerged from the power plant. Ahead of him, the scouts kept up a constant stream of bolter and heavy bolter fire from the ruined building, gunning down the orcs that had emerged from the teleporter opening. Naaman sprinted back through the door to rejoin the squad. Looking through a window, he saw the Deathwing forming an armored cordon around Balile, as the company commander pulled himself up a ladder below one of the ramshackle orc relay discs. Broken cables hurled sparks around the Terminators as they launched a steady barrage of fire at the incoming greenskins. Balile reached a gantry above them and crossed over to one of the generator housings. Bullets skipped up from the rockcrete casing under his feet, cut ragged holes in his bone-colored robe, and scored grey welts across the dark green of his armor. "Enemy to the south!" warned Damas, shifting his position at one of the windows. Naaman turned his attention to the approaching orcs for a moment, but they were still out of range of his pistol. He pulled free his chainsword and tested the motor. Razor-sharp teeth whirred with a satisfying growl. Out of the corner of his eye, Naaman saw the orc portal expanding into life again, revealing the tide of waiting greenskins. After only a moment, the opening shuddered, and the black disk returned, shrinking to half its size. Balile stood triumphantly atop the power plant, a piece of orc equipment in one hand, ripped from its makeshift housing. Without the relay, the generators no longer buzzed with electricity, and the flare of energy along the cables had died to a trickle. "Squad Damas, honor your commander!" Damas barked over the comm. The scouts turned and raised their weapons in honor of Balile. The master returned the salute, lifting his glittering power sword towards the scouts. More blue energy swirled through the power plant, engulfing the master and his Terminators with its glow. They were swallowed up by the roiling ball of the teleporter field and faded from view. The light dimmed, leaving only empty air where the Deathwing and Balile had been. The scouts were alone. As it always was, Naaman thought, and as it should be. "Mission accomplished," he quietly announced. Enraged by the damage done to their teleporter, the orcs converged on the scouts. The walls of the ruined building exploded with bullet impacts and the detonations of rockets. Forced back from the western wall by the weight of fire, the scouts followed Damas into the next room, while Naaman once more sprinted up the crumbling stairway to gauge the enemy positions. A swarm of Gretchen were running down the ridge, driven on by the lash of their orc overseer. Behind them came several squads of infantry wielding a variety of guns, pistols, brutal clubs, and jagged blades. From the direction of the portal, another mob of orcs had taken up a firing position in a cluster of shallow rocks. They opened fire with their strange, heavy weapons, rattling off blasts of green energy and fist-sized shells that ripped holes through the thin walls protecting the scouts. With a cry of pain, one of the scouts was hurled back as a green bolt of energy screamed into a window, through the internal door, and struck him in the shoulder. Blooded and burnt, the scout dragged himself to the doorway, fumbling with his bolter, as more bullets whined into the building. He fired once in reply, before a ricocheting bullet took him in the cheek and killed him. Naaman leapt down the steps and snatched up the fallen scout's bolter. As more blasts of energy exploded against the window frame, the veteran sergeant vaulted through another opening, determined not to be caught. He stormed through the orc fusillade, large-caliber rounds whipping past, ignoring the ravening balls of energy flying by, and reached the cover of another ruined outhouse. Ducking inside, he found himself in what seemed to be an old store, the walls lined with broken shelves, the floor littered with crates broken open by the orcs. Naaman hauled himself up a metal rack to a slit window near the ceiling. Smashing out the pane of glass with the butt of the bolter, he brought up the weapon and fired at the orcs close to the portal, his salvo ripping up a hail of rock shards from the orcs' cover and punching into green flesh. The blossom of a detonation behind Naaman's right attracted his attention. Glancing over his shoulder, he saw through another window an orc dreadnought clanking towards the scouts' defensive position. It was twice as tall as the Space Marines, a massive armored can on stunted legs with 4 mechanical arms. 2 ended in crackling power claws, 1 a rocket launcher fed by a hanging belt feed, the 4th a broad, muzzled flamethrower that dribbled burning fuel into the grass at the dreadnought's metal feet. Naaman could see the ripple of bolt detonations across the walker's armor, but it advanced into the teeth of the scouts' fire, impervious to their weapons. Another rocket corkscrewed from its launcher and exploded inside the scouts' position. "Status report!" Naaman barked into the comm. A few moments passed before Damas replied. "Just me and Luthor, brother. Withdrawing from this position." The dreadnought was almost at the building. Naaman could see nothing of the scouts inside. Barely a heartbeat after Damas finished speaking, the dreadnought's flamethrower roared into life, a billow of black and yellow filling the ruins where the scouts were sheltering. "Damas!" The comm stayed silent, while the pop of exploding bolt rounds and the crackle of flames echoed around Naaman. "Damas! Luthor!" There was no reply. Naaman was the only Dark Angel alive on the East Barrens. He had no time to mourn the loss of his battle brothers or ponder the fortunes of war. The sergeant heard the crunch of a booted foot and the crash of a door falling from its hinges. Dropping to the floor, Naaman slung the bolter and drew out his chainsword and pistol again. The first orc to enter the storeroom was met by the teeth of the sergeant's chainsword, chopping into its face to slice through eyes and brain. Naaman fired his pistol into the chest of the next, the explosive bolts throwing it back into the orc behind. Naaman hacked the arm from a third before driving the point of the chainsword into its throat. As he parried a cleaver swinging at his gut, Naaman could feel a heavy thud shaking the ground. He spared it no mind and swung his chainsword low, hacking through the knee of the next orc to appear. As the creature tumbled, the scout sergeant fired 2 rounds into the back of its head, obliterating its skull. In a cloud of dust and bricks, the orc dreadnought crashed through the wall to Naaman's right. In an instant, the sergeant saw the flicker of the flamethrower's igniter growing brighter. He leapt towards the war machine and rolled against the remains of the wall as a sheet of fire engulfed the storeroom, setting fire to wooden shelves and bathing the orcs with its burning fury. Looking up, Naaman saw a fanged face had been bolted to the front of the dreadnought, made from jagged pieces of metal. The eyes were open slits, through which he could see the red of the pilot's own eyes. Naaman raised his pistol to find a shot, but the dreadnought swung at him with a clawed arm, pneumatics hissing, pistons buzzing. The claw missed, but the arm caught the sergeant on the shoulder, hurling him into the wall. By instinct, he blazed with his pistol, the bolts ricocheting from the dreadnought's armor, the small detonations leaving scorch marks across the yellow and red paintwork. The dreadnought lifted a claw as Naaman's bolt pistol clicked empty. Without thought, Naaman raised his chainsword to ward away the blow. The claw cleaved down, smashing the sergeant's weapon to pieces and severing his hand. Blood spurted from the ruin of Naaman's wrist. With his right hand he snatched something from his belt and held it in his palm, staring at the dreadnought, knowing what he had to do. There was no room for regret or fear in the sergeant's thoughts. He had sworn an oath to protect the Emperor and his servants, and if that meant giving his life, so be it. There were others that would continue the fight. "Remember me, Torno," Naaman whispered, activating the melter bomb's magnetic clamp. He slammed the anti-tank grenade into the fake face of the dreadnought and pushed himself away. Through the pilot's eye slits, Naaman saw the orc within stare in amazement at the blinking red rune of the melter bomb. A second later, the grenade detonated, punching through the armor of the dreadnought with a focused fusion blast. The driver's head was incinerated in an instant. A moment later, the dreadnought's engine exploded, tearing Naaman to pieces with white-hot fire and serrated fragments of metal. Veteran Sergeant Naaman of the Dark Angels died without fear or regret. His last thoughts were of an unremarkable man he had sworn to protect with his life. Chapter 6. The Tale of Boreas. Battle at Barrack Gorge. The roar of the Thunderhawk's engines and the drone of the wind forced Chaplain Boreas to cut the external sound feed to his helmet as he listened to the company-wide broadcast from Master Balile. Through the diligence of Sergeant Naaman of the 10th Company and the industry and bravery of the Scouts and Raven Wing, we are now more aware of the threat to Piscina posed by the orcs. The actions of our courageous battle brothers have not only furnished us with this information, they have struck a blow against the green-skinned menace that grants us the time to respond. It is my intention that Sergeant Naaman be lauded as a hero of the Dark Angels when we rejoin with the rest of the chapter. Even now, Sergeant Naaman once more dares the orc lines to bring the bright light of truth upon the enemy's dark machinations. Until Brother Naaman reports fully, we must assume that the orcs will attempt another attack on Koth Ridge with fresh forces. Be vigilant and unstinting in your destruction of the enemy." Boreas muttered his own praise to the heroic Naaman, head bowed. Around him the Space Marines of Squad Zaltis did likewise. A tone signaled a change of comm frequency in Boreas's ear. He adjusted the Thunderhawk's unit for the incoming transmission. "Master Balile to Brother Boreas. Stand ready to receive orders. A portion of the orcs' strategy has been revealed to us. It is plain that they possess part of the Cadilus power network, and we must assume it is with some as yet unknown reason. To what end, Sergeant Naaman is still investigating. However, if the orcs desire to hold the East Barrens geothermal station, we can be sure it is for some purpose that we should disrupt. It is clear to me now that it is no coincidence that Gazkol still controls the Cadilus Harbor power station. But there is a means by which we can neutralize its power output. Your pilot is being sent coordinates of a relay station linking Cadalus Harbor to the East Barrens grid. Take possession of the relay and sever the link. Intelligence at this moment suggests the enemy have a weak guard at its location. After completion of this mission, transfer to Barrack Gorge to protect the power plant at the abandoned mine head. Other forces are being dispatched to provide protection at several more locations.
Understood, Brother Captain, replied Boreas. What are your assessments of the available forces and enemy threat in the area?
2 companies of Piscina defense troops are already en route to Barrack Gorge overland. Take command on your arrival and ensure the station does not fall into the Orcs' hands. A Ravenwing land speeder will be dispatched to provide reconnaissance, and Sergeant Zaltis will accompany you with his squad. There was a pause in the transmission. Boreas glanced across the command deck to the pilot, Brother Demensuis.
Have you received the mission target coordinates, brother?
Affirmative, Brother Chaplain, said Demensuis. Objective is 23 kilometers from our current position. Balile to Boreas. It is my conclusion that following the success of the first phase of your mission, the Orcs will again attempt a breakthrough of Karth Ridge to link up with Gaskol's forces in the city. Estimate of threat to Barrack Gorge is minimal.
Understood, Brother Captain. Have you received any notification from the rest of the chapter?
Affirmative. Grandmaster Azrael has informed me that the fleet is redirecting back from the jump point. We have been fortunate. The rest of our battle brothers were only 6 hours from warp jump. They are heading in-system again at this time. It is my intention to curtail the Orc threat until their arrival, and then wipe them from Cadalus with the aid of the other companies. It is imperative the Orc forces remain divided, and that they are denied the energy supply they seem to be seeking.
I understand, brother. We will cage these beasts and exterminate them. Praise the Lion and honor the Emperor.
For the glory of lost Caliban, said Balile before the link went dead. Boreas hung the handset on the console and turned to the 10 Space Marines sitting along the benches lining the Thunderhawk's main compartment.
We have a seize and secure mission, brothers, the chaplain told them. Expect light resistance. Suggestions for a plan of attack, Brother Sergeant?
Zaltis pulled down a hinged digital display from overhead and studied the schematic of the objective for a moment. He smiled at Boreas.
Gunship attack run, followed by direct aerial insertion by jump pack, Brother Chaplain. Very well, Sergeant, Boreas said with a nod. Prepare your squad. I will provide observation and coordination from the command deck.
2 minutes until we are on site at the objective, brothers, Demensuis announced. Approach at 50 meters for attack run and aerial deployment. Weapon systems set to machine spirit control. Praise the unthinking mind that brings the ruin of our enemies. While Boreas returned to his position on the command deck, Zaltis and his warriors readied themselves for the assault. The squad geared themselves with bolt pistols, plasma pistols, chain swords, power swords, and grenades from the weapons lockers. The sergeant replaced his regular armored gauntlet with a bulky power fist and took a hand flamer from the underfoot storage bay. Armed, they helped each other into their assault harnesses, attaching the large turbofan jump packs to the spinal interfaces of their armor. The hull reverberated with the whine of the fans as each Space Marine tested his pack. 30 seconds until attack run commences, warned Demensuis. Swift shall be our anger, deadly shall be our strike. The lights inside the Thunderhawk dimmed to a dull red. In front of Boreas, the armored canopy darkened to gray. In the distance, he could see the squat structure of the energy relay post. Automatic surveyors were sweeping the ground ahead of the diving Thunderhawk. Red reticules sprang up in the cockpit display, hovering over detected foes. Boreas counted 28. Flashes of gunfire sparkled from the relay post's roof as the Orcs opened fire on the incoming gunship. Bullets whizzed past and bounced harmlessly from the armor-class windshield.
Machine spirits awakened, targets set, commencing attack run.
Faith is our shield, righteousness our sword, declared Boreas, as the Thunderhawk echoed with the whine of powering weapon systems. The gunship shuddered as the dorsal battle cannon opened fire, sending a shell directly into the roof of the relay building. The explosion sent bodies and rockcrete shards flying 100 meters into the air. At another command, 2 Hellstrike missiles roared away from the gunship's wings on burning trails. The missiles jinked and swerved, their artificial brains tracking the Orcs as they fled in all directions seeking cover. The first detonated a few dozen meters short of the compound, turning a buggy into flaming debris. The second banked left, following a group of Orcs heading for an irrigation ditch. It exploded as they reached cover, tossing their bodies across the grassland. The battle cannon fired again, as heavy bolters added their fury to the onslaught, stitching lines of detonations across the rockcrete ground of the compound. The battle cannon shell smashed into a small metal-roofed guardhouse, blowing it apart from the inside. Heavy bolters swiveling to keep track of the dispersing Orcs, the Thunderhawk roared over the relay station.
"Prepare for disembarkation," said Demensuis. "Brace for deployment maneuver."
The pilot cut the main plasma engines and hit the retrojets. Inertia dragged Boreas sideways as the Thunderhawk rapidly slowed and banked heavily to the left. Heavy bolters still firing at targets on the ground. Daylight flooded the main compartment as the prow assault ramp dropped down.
"Launch assault!"
cried Zaltis.
"Show no mercy!"
The assault marines bounded down the ramp, jump packs flaring. In pairs, they threw themselves from the gunship's open prow. Boreas tracked their descent on the external picked feeds, watching the 10 space marines plunge to the ground, their jump packs slowing their descent. With impacts that would have shattered the bones of lesser warriors, Zaltis's squad landed in the compound, ferrocrete cracking beneath their booted feet. The assault marines opened fire immediately, gunning down survivors from the gunship's attack.
"Taking up support circuit,"
Demensuis said, as the assault ramp whined shut and the plasma engines roared back into life. The whole attack run and deployment had taken 35 seconds.
"Switch battle cannon control to my station, brother,"
Boreas told the pilot. The screens in front of the chaplain changed, showing him the view from the Thunderhawk's main weapon system. A smaller display to the right contained a thermal scan of the area, the hot bodies of the Orcs showing up bright white against the fuzzy grey of the ground. To the left, another screen contained a wireframe topographical display of the compound and the contours of the surrounding grassland.
"Combat squad split, Brother Sergeant,"
Boreas told Zaltis, analyzing the data on the screens.
"Priority objectives: enemy field gun in place 300 meters south of the compound gate. 20-plus infantry using the cover of a pipeline 150 meters southeast."
"Confirm, Brother Chaplain," replied Zaltis. "Suppression fire required to cover advance."
"Confirm, Brother Sergeant,"
said Boreas. Boreas's gauntleted fingers danced over the sturdy keys of the control panel. Locking the battle cannon's aim on the long-barreled artillery piece, the Orcs had hidden alongside the road to the relay station. They had heaped up mounds of earth as a basic emplacement, the muzzle of their weapon poking out from a covering of branches and leaves. Had the Dark Angels approached on the ground, the gun would have taken a significant toll. The chaplain pressed the fire rune, and the gunship shuddered from the recoil. On the display, the emplacement was engulfed with a cloud of fire and dirt. Although the explosion was ferocious, the shot had only damaged the earthworks protecting the field gun. Despite the lack of direct damage, Boreas had done what was required. Zaltis and half of his squad were already halfway down the road, bounding towards the Orc position with long leaps powered by their jump packs. Boreas switched the picked feed as the gunship circled around the compound. The other combat squad was already fighting with the Orc infantry to the southeast, exchanging pistol fire as they closed in. The chaplain watched as the Orcs surged out of their cover to meet the assault marines head-on. Boreas knew that it was crude instinct, rather than bravery, that had spurred the Orcs to make the counterattack. Their hunger for fighting overwhelming whatever rudiments of common sense the greenskins might possess. The result was inevitable, as the Space Marines fell upon their foes with pistols and blades, cutting them down in a few seconds of frenzied activity.
"Heat signal detected to the northwest, brothers," said Demensuis. "Incoming Orc transports."
Boreas changed the view again, and saw 2 open-backed trucks speeding through the high grass from a rough camp half a kilometer from the relay post. The chaplain heard the distinctive thump of melter bombs over the comm.
"Orc gun destroyed," Zaltis reported. "Advancing to relay building." "Switch controls to anti-personnel array," Boreas said to Demensuis. "Bring us in over those transports."
While the pilot turned the Thunderhawk with his right hand, his left activated the manual controls of the gunship's 4 twin-linked heavy bolters. The main view in front of Boreas changed again, a targeting matrix reticule dancing across the undulations of the ground below.
"Reducing speed for strafing run,"
announced Demensuis. The Thunderhawk tilted to the right for a few seconds and straightened, bringing it onto a course heading directly towards the approaching transports.
"Opening fire,"
said Boreas, as he locked the heavy bolter's tracking sights on the lead truck. Flares of dozens of bolts burned through the air, the fire of 8 heavy bolters converging on the Orc transport. Tires burst, and the engine exploded, sending the vehicle's bonnet crashing through its low windshield, while the torrent of bolts tore along the truck's length into the open back of the vehicle, gunning down the Orcs on board. The front axle snapped, turning the crashing truck's momentum into a somersault that sent it tumbling down a slope, trailing burning shrapnel and oil.
"Target destroyed," Boreas said calmly. "Terminus excelsis."
The following truck veered wildly to its left, bumping over a low ridge of ground as Boreas's next salvo ripped furrows through the soil of Cadalus. The transport turned sharply again as Boreas adjusted his line of fire, the sudden change of direction sending 2 of the Orcs aboard, spinning over the side. Next to the driver, the gunner angled his gun up towards the Thunderhawk, bullets spraying wildly past the gunship.
"Bring us over the transport, 10 meters clearance," Boreas told his pilot. "Affirmative, Brother Chaplain," replied Demensuis.
Boreas lifted himself from his seat and headed back into the main bay as Demensuis wrestled at the controls, matching the erratic evasion moves of the driver below. Swaying to compensate for the dipping and turning of the gunship, the chaplain strode out onto the assault ramp and hit the activation rune.
"Brother Chaplain?" Demensuis's voice was shocked. "Keep us level. Increase speed by 5%,
Boreas said, ignoring his battle brother's concern. As the ramp opened, the wind whistled into the Thunderhawk and set Boreas's robe madly flapping. The ground screamed past just a few meters below him, while ahead the Orc truck swerved again in its attempt to outrun the Space Marines.
3 degrees starboard, move to intercept."
"Affirm, Brother Chaplain." The view lurched again as Demensuis made the necessary adjustment. The Thunderhawk was closing quickly on the Orc vehicle. The driver had abandoned any attempt to get to the relay compound and was now simply trying to elude the massive gunship roaring down upon them. The gunner could not swivel its weapon to bear, and so pulled a pistol from its armored cabin and began to fire at the aircraft in futile defiance. Plasma jets roaring, the Thunderhawk swooped over the truck. Snatching his croziers from his belt, Boreas leapt from the ramp. The chaplain plummeted the few meters to the truck, arms braced across his chest. His armored boots impacted with the truck's engine block, smashing the front of the vehicle into the ground. The transport flipped over, tossing the orcs in all directions as Boreas was flung along the ground, his backpack carving a wide furrow through the soft dirt. After 20 or 30 meters, Boreas and the truck came to a stop. Checking his suit's systems and finding them to be operating at acceptable levels, the chaplain stood up, throwing aside the wreckage of the truck. Around him, dazed orcs were pushing themselves to their feet. Choosing to conserve ammunition in case he needed it at Barrack Gorge, Boreas sprinted into the orcs, smashing them from their feet with the blazing head of his Crozius. 2 of the stunned greenskins mustered enough sense to put up a fight, but were no match for the chaplain. He broke their limbs and dashed in their skulls without hesitation. Others were crushed beneath his boots as they lay wounded and growling in the grass.
"Do you wish to embark, brother?"
Demensuis asked, as the gunship slowed and circled above the chaplain. Boreas guessed the distance to the relay to be less than a kilometer.
"Negative, brother," he replied. "Land at the compound. Help Sergeant Zultis unload the phase field generator from the heavy equipment store. We will need it to access the subterranean cables beneath the relay station."
"Affirmative, brother. Enjoy the walk." Boreas was about to rebuke Demensuis for his facetiousness, but stopped himself before he said anything. The chaplain looked at the broken orc bodies and the smoking wreck of the truck and wondered why he had chosen such a direct approach, rather than continue engaging the enemy with the heavy bolters. It seemed that Demensuis was not the only victim of unnecessary exuberance at the moment. Naaman's exploits had been a glorious example to all of the Space Marines, challenging them to match his heroic feat. The walk back to the compound would give Boreas some time to calm down and contemplate his foolhardy action. The jets of the Thunderhawk kicked up a swirl of dust across the compound as the gunship lifted into the air. Boreas checked the chronometer display. 3.5 minutes until detonation. Using the phase field generator, Demensuis had burrowed a hole beneath the generator bunker and placed a fusion charge on the cables linking the East Barrens to Cadalus Harbor. If the Tech Marine's assumptions were correct, this would simply sever the link without feedback through the whole grid. The bewildering plethora of gauges and pipes, consoles and switch boxes had been utterly alien to Boreas, but he had faith in Demensuis's abilities. While Boreas had learned the Calibanite legacy and the hymnals of fortitude, Demensuis had studied the mysteries of the machine and the ways to appease its spirit. The chaplain looked out of the canopy at the receding ground. Faith in Demensuis was one thing, but it did little to quell Boreas's unease at dealing with consequences he did not fully comprehend.
"Everything will proceed as planned, brother,"
Demensuis assured him, perhaps sensing the chaplain's slight apprehension.
"What is the worst-case result?"
asked Boreas, eyes fixed on the small rockcrete block housing the relay controls.
"That depends on the criteria you use,"
replied Demensuis.
"In terms of the mission's aims, the worst case would be the link is not severed, and the orcs are able to continue with whatever it is they need the power supply for. In a wider context, it could be that I have made the grossest miscalculation, and the whole island will explode in one massive volcanic eruption, shattering tectonic plates and sending tidal waves that will scour all life from the other islands, thereby effectively destroying Piscina as an imperial world."
Boreas glanced sharply at Demensuis, worried by his matter-of-fact tone.
"Could that really happen, brother?"
the chaplain asked. "Could we destroy the planet?" Demensuis kept his gaze forwards and his voice level.
"It is a theoretical possibility, brother, but highly improbable," replied the Tech Marine. "How improbable?"
Demensuis turned his head slowly to look at Boreas, a thin smile on his lips.
"At least 1 in 48 million, I would say."
The chaplain grunted in annoyance at Demensuis's levity and turned his attention back to the chronometer. 20 seconds to detonation.
"This could be your last chance to say goodbye to the Third Company, Brother Chaplain," Demencius continued. "Any last words for them?" "I find this attitude highly disrespectful. Your irreverence is unbecoming of a battle brother. I feel that when this campaign is complete, it would be beneficial to all of us that you spend more time in the reclusium than the armory. These constant—"
Boreas stopped, as a bluish sphere of gas and fire engulfed the relay station. Electricity crackled through the expanding ball of plasma. Parts of the compound collapsed as cracks ripped through the rockcrete-covered ground. A few seconds passed before the shockwave hit the Thunderhawk, setting every surface rattling, jarring Boreas against his seat harness. Demencius leaned forwards and pointedly looked around through the Thunderhawk's canopy at the ground below, before his gaze settled on Boreas. "It seems my calculations were correct, brother," said the Tech Marine. "Sorry to interrupt. You were saying something about spending more time in the reclusium, I believe. We will speak further on this when we return to the chapter," Boreas warned. "Please restrain your glibness in future." Demencius bowed his head in apology and steered the Thunderhawk northwards. "Journey time to Barrack Gorge estimated at 76 minutes, Brother Chaplain," he said. "Do you wish to apprise Master Balile of our successful mission, or shall I?" Boreas snatched the comm handset from its cradle. "This is Chaplain Boreas to Master Balile. Mission is complete. Power link to the East Barrens has been severed. Pass on my praises to the brothers at Koth Ridge. The fury of the orcs will fall upon them soon." Night insects chirruped and buzzed around the bright lamps illuminating the Minehead compound. The snores of sleeping Free Militia troopers blended with the murmurs of those on watch, and the crunch of the Space Marines' boots as they walked the perimeter. Boreas did not sleep, though he knew that there was little chance the orcs would come this far north. His restlessness was born not out of concern for himself, but for his battle brothers on Koth Ridge. There had been no word over the comm about the next orc thrust for Cadillus Harbor, but the chaplain knew that it was likely to come soon. He stood looking down the mountainside at the distant silhouette of Koth Ridge, imagining the Space Marines staring to the east, searching for the first signs of the orc offensive. 4,000 meters higher up the slope of Cadillus's central mount, Barrack Gorge was situated at the end of a mighty split in the rocks. Lava flows in ages past had created a nest of interweaving gullies and valleys. The geothermal station loomed over the gorge. Beneath it, the gaping caverns of the exhausted mine and the jutting structures of its workings. A muttered exchange of orders warned Boreas that the Piscina force were changing their guard. He looked at the 200 men huddled in their field blankets beneath rubberized sheet bivouacs. They had spent most of the 5 hours since Boreas's arrival complaining about the cold, about the thin air, about the rations. Those complaints had not been voiced directly to the chaplain, but had simply hovered in the air, as the squads had moved about erecting their sand-bagged positions and setting up their heavy weapons. Boreas turned back and walked through the camp, trying to ignore the quiet chatter between the men coming off watch and those about to start their patrols. The chaplain was no keener to be here than any of the defense troopers, though his reasons were far different. It was not the inconvenience or physical discomfort that displeased Boreas. It was the sense of foreboding that he would miss out on fighting the decisive battle of the campaign. He was sure that the next orc assault on Koth Ridge would be the last chance the alien filth had to unite their forces. When the orcs were thrown back, it would be a simple matter to keep them scattered until the rest of the chapter returned to aid in the final purging. "I only wanted to get off the megatrawlers," Boreas heard one of the troopers say, as the chaplain walked past a squad of men hunkered behind a low plascrete wall. "I thought, if I joined the Free Militia, I'd have a chance to get off-world. Now look at me. I'll be lucky to see Cadalus Harbour again." Boreas could see the young trooper's face illuminated in the dull aura of a heat plate. He was surely less than 20 years old, his blonde hair cropped to his shoulders. The trooper looked up with shock as Boreas stepped into the glow of the heat plate. The squad saw the chaplain's black armor, and their eyes strayed to the skull helm hanging from his belt. "There is no luck," said the chaplain. He crouched so that he was closer to their level, the servos in his armor creaking. "Warriors live and die by their skill. If there is some other force that decides our destiny, it is the hand of the Emperor, not luck." "Praise the Emperor," the blonde-haired trooper replied unthinkingly. Boreas looked at the men, saw their tired, strained expressions and the tightness with which they held their lasguns to their chests. "Skill and courage win more battles than luck," the chaplain told them, his gaze resting on the trooper who had spoken. "Faith in yourselves and each other is the greatest faith you can possess. Do not dwell upon the hardships that you endure, but remember the great honor that you have been granted. Who else but you can say that they have stood upon the line, faced the foes of the Emperor, and prevailed? Who else but you can say he was willing to lay down his life to protect his home? Most men pass their lives toiling in the darkness, the eye of the Emperor never seeing their labor, the ear of the Emperor never hearing their voices. The galaxy is swathed in shadows of evil, and you had the opportunity to burn bright in the firmament, if only for a moment. We who have seen war have seen the true struggle for existence. Others rest safe tonight, on this world and others, because you are here on this cold and forbidding mountain, standing guard. Perhaps our watchfulness will go untested, and others will be gifted with the opportunity for glorious battle. It matters not, for you can say to lesser men that you stood ready to watch and to fight if need be." Boreas realized his words were as much for himself as the Piscinans. "My family died when the orcs first entered Cadalus Harbour," said one trooper, his face lined with age and worry. "What do I fight for now? Everything is lost." Remembering that he was dealing with ordinary men, Boreas suppressed the growl that was rising in his throat. He coughed and did his best to keep his voice stern but gentle. "You fight for their memory, trooper. Would you have the orcs trample your city to dust and destroy all of those that remember your family? They exist still in your soul and your heart, and in the souls and hearts of others that knew them. A memory is far harder to protect than a person. It can be swept away by fear and doubt, far more dangerous than any bullet or shell. The sacrifice of those you love should not weaken your resolve, but harden it. They have given their lives for the Imperium, whether willingly or not. Who are you to offer anything less? The blood of martyrs is the seed of the Imperium, trooper." Boreas straightened and saw the glare of conviction in the old trooper's eyes. The chaplain was about to leave when the blonde trooper stopped him with a question. "Why do you fight for Piscina, sir?" There were so many answers to give. Boreas could explain the happenstance that had led to the Third Company being on the world when the orcs arrived. He could point out that Piscina 4 was the Dark Angel's staging post for recruiting the savage tribesmen of Piscina 5. It was tempting to explain the ancient pacts the Dark Angels held with the imperial commanders of Piscina. Boreas could speak about the bond of the Battle Brothers that meant that where one fought, all fought. He could even tell them that as a chaplain it was his honor and his role to lead by example, to battle the fiercest enemies where the fighting was the most dangerous. Could he get them to understand the duty of the Space Marines, their ancient and eternal purpose as laid down by the Emperor since time immemorial? All of these reasons and more he considered, but he settled for the simple answer that encapsulated them all. "I am Astartes, the Emperor's finest," he told them. The chaplain walked away, leaving the men to their quiet, human complaints. He found Sergeant Zaltis sitting on an outcrop of rock, gazing southwards at the cloudy sky. He cut a strange figure against the haze, the massive jump pack giving the sergeant a hunchbacked look. Zaltis looked around as Boreas crunched across the rocky ground.
"What do you look at, brother?"
the chaplain asked, stopping beside Zaltis.
"Nothing, brother chaplain."
The sergeant returned to looking at the horizon. "There is nothing to see. The orcs are not coming here. Even if they are, it would take them more than a day to arrive. It is a strange role for an assault squad, guarding a disused mine against an enemy that is not coming."
"Master Balile acts in accordance with the best doctrines of combat, brother,"
said Boreas, resting one hand on the haft of his crozius.
"It is wise that all strategic assets are garrisoned against capture by the enemy."
Zaltis leaned forwards and picked up a small chunk of black rock. It crumbled as he closed his fist, dark dust trickling through the sergeant's armored fingers.
"I do not judge Master Balile to be in error. I merely lament that it was my poor fortune to be available for this duty. Surely the Piscinans are force enough to dissuade any fast orc column that might seek to take the power plant."
Boreas glanced back at the free militia squads and remembered the fragments of conversation he had overheard.
"Put them in Cadalus Harbor, and they will fight to the death. Of that I am sure," said the chaplain. "Up here, far from the eyes of their superiors, far from the homes they wish to protect, that is a different matter. It does not matter how much their commanders impress upon them the strategic importance of this place. All they hear is the empty sound of the wind. I share your misgivings, brother sergeant, but it is because we will fight despite those misgivings that we will protect this place."
"So you have little regard for our allies, brother?"
"They are men, brother, and nothing more," said Boreas. "I have no gauge by which I can measure their mettle by look alone, and everything they say is wrapped in the usual selfishness and self-pity that plague normal men. If they were left alone, I have no doubt they would fold before a concerted attack. With our presence, perhaps their backbones are stiffened, and pride, if not honor, will bolster their resolve."
Zaltis pushed himself from the rock and looked back at the men clustered in the blaze of the lamps and the glow of their cooking plates.
"I think you do these men a disservice, brother," said the sergeant. "Was not every Space Marine once a weak and fallible man? Are we not proof that training and discipline can harden the mind and soul against the terrors of war?" "We are not," Boreas replied immediately. "Even before we were welcomed into the chapter, each of us was the best, greater than his peers, a diamond amongst the coal of humanity. We lived harsh, desperate lives, and that is what makes us what we are."
The chaplain approached Zaltis and laid a hand on the sergeant's shoulder pad, fingers on the Dark Angel symbol.
"The apothecaries can shape our bodies, and the chaplains shape our minds.
But they can only build upon strong foundations. Only the perfect physiology can accept the gifts of the lion's gene seed. Only the perfect spirit can accept the gift of the lion's teachings. We are stronger, faster, and braver than we could ever be before the chapter accepted us. But never forget that we were never destined to grow up as ordinary men. Zaltis said nothing. The clouds scudded across the night sky as a moon rose above the shoulder of Mount Barak, its light reflecting from the lenses of the assault sergeant's helm, giving him eyes that glowed a silvery red. The Free Militia camp had fallen still again after the agitation of the watch change. It was almost possible to forget that a few dozen kilometers to the south, a war-hungry foe numbering in their hundreds were preparing to wreak destruction and death. Almost, but not quite. Boreas saw Zaltis gazing skywards again. "What is it that so concerns you about the heavens, brother?" said the chaplain. "I may have misled you earlier, brother chaplain, and for that I offer apology," replied Zaltis. "I heard you speaking to those troopers about defending their homes, and it reminded me of something, a memory that distracts me." "What is this distraction?" "I was born on Piscina 5, brother," the sergeant said. "Twice before I have returned to Piscina to recruit from my own people, but never before have I had to fight for their protection. It leaves me with a strange feeling of discomfort." "Explain it to me." "A dark angel has no home. That is what you teach us, brother chaplain. The chapter is our brotherhood, and the Tower of Angels is our fortress. With blessed Caliban lost to us, the dark angels roam across the stars, free to pursue our foes and fulfill our duty." "That is true. While the future of other chapters is beholden to the fate of a single world, never again will the dark angels be brought low by such dependency. It is to be expected that you feel some connection to the planet that gave you life, but it is the dark angels that give you purpose." Zaltis did not seem to hear the chaplain as he continued. "All I can really remember are jungles, and the huge beasts we hunted. Spears and blood, roars and the shouts of triumphant warriors. And the night the chapter came for me, that I can still picture. For generations, nobody had seen the warriors from the stars. There were those that doubted the stories, but I always believed. I listened to the tales and stared up into the starry sky, and I knew that my place was elsewhere. My father and grandfather had been the finest warriors of the tribe, greater than their forefathers. But the warriors of the sky did not come from them. But I still believed they would come for me." "I fail to see the relevance to our current mission, brother sergeant." Zaltis gently shook his head. "Up there, millions of kilometers away, there is another youth of the tribes who can run faster than all of the others, is stronger than all of the others, who is braver than all of the others. We are supposed to be there to bring him to his destiny, but instead we are fighting here, against an enemy that does not even know about him." "All the more reason to see the orcs destroyed," said Boreas. "Yes, it is," said Zaltis. "Understand, brother, that you fight out of your duty to the chapter, the honor of the lion and our oaths to the emperor. I fight because if Piscina falls, the dark angels will never return here. I am a dark angel now, but the people that gave birth to me would be abandoned. 100 generations from now, they will still look to the heavens and wait for the warriors of the sky. But if we fail to protect Piscina, That day will never come again." The assault sergeant banged his fist twice against Boreas's chest plate, his armored gauntlet ringing on the embossed design of a winged skeleton that decorated the chaplain's plastron. "And that, Brother Chaplain, is why I wish that I were on Koth Ridge, fighting for Piscina, and not here, waiting for an enemy that will never arrive." Zaltis took a step, but was stopped by Boreas's hand on his arm.
"There is no reason for regret, brother,"
Boreas said.
"I will speak with Master Balile tomorrow, and request that you be transferred to the defense line on Koth Ridge. Your savage ancestors have provided great warriors for the chapter, and their descendants will do so for years to come. I will make sure you have the chance to protect that legacy."
Zaltis nodded his head. "Thank you, brother. You have the heart of the lion as well as his wisdom." The chaplain watched Zaltis return to the encampment, and then turned his gaze to the south. Zaltis's outburst worried Boreas. It was natural that the sergeant felt a greater duty to Piscina than to other worlds, but that loyalty could not be allowed to grow stronger than his connection to the chapter. When the fighting was concluded, Boreas would have to spend some time with Zaltis, reminding the sergeant of his oaths of allegiance, leading him in the prayers of remembrance and dedication. He would help expunge these distracting memories, and Zaltis would be free again to love the chapter without regret. Such was the nature of the chaplains, to be ever alert to the faintest glimmer of laxity or doubt. The 10th Company trained a space marine, the apothecaries created his superhuman body, the armory provided his armor and weapons. It was the chaplains that gave a space marine the most deadly tool in his arsenal, righteousness of purpose. Without it, a space marine was nothing. Adherence to the chapter's teachings, participating in the brotherhood of warriors that was the Dark Angels, was the core of discipline and fearlessness. An apothecary could tinker with glands and hormones and proteins, but such manipulation was merely a foundation upon which the chaplains built courage, honor, and aggression. Just thinking about his duties fired Boreas's spirit. To be a chaplain was to demand the highest expectation of oneself as well as one's battle brothers. Boreas remembered the sense of justice and completeness he had felt when the last orc had died in the basilica, and felt it again as real as the first moment. It was more than hatred of the enemy that fueled Boreas's self-belief. Privy to the ancient secrets of the chapter, he knew the price that would be paid for a moment of hesitation or doubt. Nearly 10,000 years had passed since those days of treachery, when Lion L. Johnson had been set upon by those he had trusted. Boreas had heard the lies from the lips of those traitors, extracted in the depths of the Tower of Angels. He had heard firsthand how deceit had grown in the hearts of Space Marines. If he was harsh, it was because Boreas understood the dangers of equivocation. It was sometimes a heavy burden to bear. Boreas looked at Zaltis rejoining his squad, and for a moment tried to remember what it was like to simply be a Dark Angel, before he had been inducted into the Inner Circle, and learned about the chapter's moment of weakness during the Horus Heresy. Had he been weaker or stronger for his ignorance? It was impossible to say. Boreas had been out of the 10th Company for less than a year when the chaplains had summoned him and told him that his strength of mind marked him out to become one of their number. He had been filled with pride that day, not the kind of pride that leads a space marine to believe himself better than his brothers, but pride that he had something to offer the chapter. Had he known then what he would learn over the next decades, he would not have been so glad that his strengths had been recognized. He had needed all of that mental fortitude, and the unending support of his brother chaplains, to come to terms with the ignominy of the Dark Angel's failure those many centuries ago. For a lesser man, even a lesser space marine, those interrogations with the fallen would have weakened resolve. For Boreas, the opposite was true. Every different lie he heard, every false justification and self-aggrandizing rationale that was spat out in the interrogation cells was a confirmation of his devotion to the lion and his trust for the Dark Angels. No matter how persuasive the argument or reasoned the principles espoused by those that had turned on the Primarch, Boreas was reminded on each occasion of the self-serving nature of those that had become traitors. His last interrogation had been particularly fraught, his subject espousing all kinds of propaganda and venom against the lion, challenging the Primarch's loyalty to the Emperor. That treacherous viper had been amongst the worst, an instigator of the rebellion and an unashamed detractor of the lion. Boreas recalled the fallen's name, Astalan. He had not repented, and had clung to his self-delusional beliefs despite every effort of the chaplain. Raving and half-mad, the fallen had made wild claims and reinvented history for his own purposes. What truth could there be from the mouth of a self-confessed architect of genocide, who had the brazen nerve to be proud of his defiance of the lion and the Emperor? It was against such insanity that the chaplains had to contend. And from the lies, the truth was eked out, teased from the misinformation and posturing. Over 10,000 years, the chaplains had learnt a great deal about treachery and how to spot its earliest signs, from the evidence given by those who had succumbed. With this knowledge, Boreas could strike against the smallest seed of doubt and crush it before it took hold. Zaltis was a space marine of the Dark Angels, and Boreas did not doubt his devotion for a moment. Yet there were those who had been trusted before, by none other than the lion himself, who had proved the error of indulgence. Zaltis meant no harm, and was no threat yet. His sentimental attachment to his home world was a tiny chink in the armor of his soul, one that could be exploited if it was not repaired. What today was a reason for fighting even more fiercely against the orcs could tomorrow become a reason for disobedience. If, against all expectation, the Dark Angels failed to stem the orc attack, and Piscina had to be sacrificed for strategic reasons, could Zaltis be trusted to obey the order, and more importantly pass it on to those who served under him? A thrum of anti-grav motors from the patrolling Ravenwing land speeder swept past the power plant. As the Ravenwing stood watch against the enemy without, Boreas was alert for an even deadlier foe, the enemy within. The night passed quietly. Boreas sat on a rock, cleaning his bolt pistol, as the horizon to the east fringed with red. He looked around as the hum of the Ravenwing's land speeder shook the ground behind him. The black liveried speeder settled down a few meters away, stopping just above the ground. Brother Amathael jumped out, leaving the heavy bolter to droop on its mount, its muzzle clanging against the speeder's hull. Amathael bent down and looked at something on the vehicle's underside. "Is something wrong, brother?" Boreas asked over the comm. "I'm not sure, brother," Amathael replied. His black armor almost invisible, the Ravenwing Space Marine ducked under the floating land speeder. The rocks around the mine head echoed with the sound of his armored fist thumping against metal. The Space Marine emerged with a twisted length of branch in his hand. He held it up to the driver, Nathaniel, as if in explanation. "We must have picked this up during our last pass through that gorge to the east," said Amathael, as he tossed the offending branch aside. "How's the sensor return now, brother?" Hearing this exchange, Boreas stood up and walked over to the land speeder as it rose a few meters into the air, its twin fan engine throbbing. The ground shimmered through the craft's anti-grav field, dust kicked up by the gravitic impellers keeping the land speeder aloft. The chaplain's auto-senses registered a wave of electromagnetic energy emitted by the antenna jutting from the blunt nose of the craft, as the pilot activated the long-range auger.
"There is still something wrong, brother," reported Nathaniel. "I'm getting a large blurred return. Check the housing again."
The land speeder settled down once more under Nathaniel's direction, and there followed some more thuds as Amathael effected his own form of repairs.
"The links are all in place," said Amathael. "Check the connections on the chin mount."
Pneumatics wheezed as the multi-barreled assault cannon slung beneath the land speeder's nose swiveled left and right. At a command from the pilot, the assault cannon's barrel spun up to firing speed with a whine and then slowed to a low growl.
"I think your crude attentions have offended the spirit of the sensor matrix, brother," said Nathaniel. "I told you to ask Brother Hephaestus to cast his blessing upon it before we left Cadalus Harbor." "Master Belial's orders were specific, brother," Amathael said. "There was not time to seek the tech marines."
Boreas cleared his throat meaningfully, interrupting the two space marines' bickering.
"Explain the situation, brothers," said the chaplain.
Amathael and Nathaniel looked at each other, waiting for the other to speak. Amathael conceded first and turned to Boreas.
"We have suffered damage to the long-range auger, Brother Chaplain," the Ravenwing gunner admitted. "We thought we might effect a field repair, but it seems the land speeder's spirit is more troubled than we realized. You felt it necessary to abandon your patrol for this matter?"
Boreas kept his tone even, masking his annoyance.
"We have been up and down the mountain all night, brother," said Amathael. "There's nothing more threatening than a few rock lizards." "How long ago did you first experience this sensor problem, brothers?"
Boreas asked patiently.
"No more than 20 minutes, Brother Chaplain,"
said Nathaniel.
"And you are experiencing an unexpected sensor return at the moment?"
Nathaniel looked down at the console and nodded.
"Yes," said the pilot. "The accursed thing thinks there's a huge heat source 3 kilometers away. If it were caused by the orcs, there would have to be hundreds of them to register like that." "I think we should investigate," Amathael said hurriedly. He glanced at Boreas and then pulled himself up to the gunner's position next to Nathaniel. "Better to be sure, is that not right, Brother Chaplain?" Boreas allowed his deafening silence to answer for him. "Dawn patrol protocol," said Amathael. "Sweep east to west. Let us not distract the Brother Chaplain any longer." Boreas shook his head with disappointment as the twin glows of the land speeder's engine disappeared into the night. A certain freedom of spirit and independence was required of the Ravenwing, but poor patrol discipline was unacceptable. When the chapter returned, Boreas would be making a report to Brother Samael, master of the Ravenwing, regarding brothers Amathael and Nathaniel. Such cavalier behavior would not be tolerated by the Third Company. A few minutes later, the shouts of the Piscinan's lieutenants calling for the morning watch echoed around the minehead. Troopers roused themselves wearily from their blankets, their babble adding to the noise. Walking amongst them, Boreas heard something else about the low din, echoing from the gorge to the south. It was a loud drone, like the buzzing of an immense wasp. The chaplain recognized the sound instantly, an assault cannon firing. A moment after he heard the sound, the comm chimed in Boreas's ear. "Brother Boreas!" Nathaniel's voice was urgent. The comm rattled with the sound of Amathael's heavy bolter and continued sporadic bursts from the assault cannon. "This is Ravenwing 6. Hostile force encountered 2 kilometers south of your position. We are falling back out of weapons range. Heavy enemy presence. Requesting orders, Brother Chaplain." Boreas's first act was to switch the transmission to general broadcast. "Brothers of the Lion, sons of Piscina, the enemy are upon us. Gather yourselves and prepare your weapons. Today, our courage and our strength will be tested. We will not be found lacking."
The chaplain switched back to the command channel.
Ravenwing 6, this is Boreas. Estimate enemy numbers. 400 to 500, including light vehicles and dreadnoughts, brother, said Nathaniel, his voice calmer. Count 5 warbikes approaching and one of those flamethrower light half-tracks. Orders, brother? Engage the warbikes and slow their attack, Boreas said, striding into the heart of his force. He looked around to gauge the readiness of the defenders. The reaction had been mixed. Zaltis and his assault marines were bounding off to the left to take up positions opposite the ruins of one of the mine's administration buildings. The Piscina troopers were rushing to and fro, some of them at their posts, others caught out as they had been preparing their breakfast. We need at least 2 minutes, Ravenwing 6. Confirm, brother. Attack delayed for 2 minutes. Boreas took his place at the center of the line, behind a crude wall of broken rock and dirt-filled rations crates. Just in front, a worried-looking Piscinan lieutenant was shrieking orders at his command squad as they set up their autocannon. The squad already inside the emplacement were reluctant to leave their cover, leaving no room for the anti-tank gun. The officers' high-pitched entreaties were only adding to the confusion. Boreas stepped up next to the frantic officer, the Space Marine shadow falling over the men, manhandling the heavy weapon onto its tripod. You will have more success if you sight your weapon on the flatter ground over there, Boreas cut across the trooper's chatter. He pointed to an emplacement a dozen meters to the right, which was as yet unmanned. Do not allow haste to detract from your preparations. You have plenty of time. The officer bobbed his head nervously and signaled to his men to move to the empty position. Boreas grabbed the man by the arm as he set off after his squad, taking care not to hurt the officer. I expect you to show calmness and discipline, Lieutenant, Boreas said. Remember that your men will look to you for leadership. I know that you are afraid, but you must not show it. You are an officer representing the Emperor. Never forget that. The lieutenant said nothing as he nodded again and took a deep breath. Boreas held the man back for a few seconds more until he was convinced that he was calmer. Looking across to the next emplacement, he saw that the autocannon was already set up, ready for the Orc vehicles. Join your men and fight with courage and honor, said Boreas, giving the lieutenant a light shove to send him on his way. This is Ravenwing 6. 2 warbikes destroyed, Brother Chaplain, Nathaniel reported over the comm. Heavy bolter destroyed, gunner dead. Orders, brother. Continue to delay the enemy, Boreas replied. Sacrifice, if necessary. Confirm. Confirm, Brother Chaplain, the land speeder pilot answered without hesitation. Boreas examined the deployment of his small force. Many of them were too far back, lingering within the protection of the power plant rather than at the front line. They had all but surrendered the outer buildings of the mine workings with their hesitancy, but it was too late to move them forwards. The chaplain contacted Zaltis. The Orcs are likely to gain the outer perimeter of the compound, Brother Sergeant. Stay free of engagement until the moment is right to counterattack. If the enemy force a position into those buildings, you will have to drive them out. I fear our allies are incapable of such offensive action. Confirm, Brother Chaplain. We will allow the Piscinans to blunt the attack and then assault when enemy momentum is wavering. The comm crackled as another transmission came in from the Ravenwing land speeder. This is Ravenwing 6. Revise upwards enemy force estimate. 500 infantry minimum. I can see heavily armored leaders approaching up the gorge. Must conclude that Koth Ridge is not the enemy The comm cut, and an explosion echoed up the valley. Boreas increased the magnification of his autosenses and saw a blossom of red fire about 1/2 kilometer away. Smoke trails from the Orc bikes and light half-tracks were not much further away. The chaplain switched his comm to universal address. This is your commander, Chaplain Boreas of the Dark Angels. Today will test your resolve like no other. You do not fight to protect an abandoned mine, but to halt the orcs that have come to destroy your world. An enemy has come here to kill and enslave your loved ones. Our foes are many, but we have a far superior position. Today, each of you has the opportunity to be a hero of the Emperor. Count only the dead of the enemy, and pay no heed to the fears that whisper. Every orc you kill is one less that will fall upon your homes and families. Share the rage of the Dark Angels, and slay these loathsome creatures. Sanctorius via mortis majoris. Kill without relent, and taste the sweetness of victory.
Xaltis and his assault marines gave a roar of approval, though the reaction from the Piscinans was more muted. Most of the troopers were staring along their lasgun sights, worriedly awaiting the approach of the greenskins. A nervous quiet descended on the force, and the rumble of the engines reverberated up the gorge towards Boreas. He could see a thick pall of smoke, presumably from the destroyed land speeder, and the paler exhaust fumes of the orcs' war bikes. As the bikes roared into view, heavy weapons teams to the chaplain's right opened fire with las cannons and autocannons, filling the gorge with a hail of shells and blue bursts of energy. One of the bikes exploded immediately, struck in the engine by a las cannon bolt. Two more bikers jinked their half-track vehicles between the storms of splintering rock and ravening blasts of laser energy. The war bikes were even larger than the combat bikes of the Raven Wing, each laden with rapid-firing cannons that spewed bullets up the gorge. They both had a churning track instead of a rear wheel, which threw up huge fountains of dirt and grit in their wake. Their orc riders wore thick-rimmed goggles to protect their eyes, and their fanged mouths were hidden behind brightly patterned scarves, a crude defense against the choking dust and smoke. The orcs' thick jackets were daubed with stripes of red to match the paintwork of their machines. A pennant with a flaming skull fluttered from a pole behind one rider, who wore a spiked helmet painted with a similar design. The other biker's head was protected by a black leather cap, studded with small spikes. As the rider's scarf fell away, Boreas could see that the orc frothed at the mouth, driven to a delirium by the speed of his machine and the chatter of the guns. Boreas was not the least concerned by the rapidly approaching bikes. He had studied the reports from the assault on Koth Ridge, and it appeared the orcs were repeating their mistakes. In their enthusiasm to get to grips with the enemy, the bikers were far ahead of the orc infantry, and would be easy prey for the heavy weapons teams. A few seconds after the bikes had emerged from behind a ruined shack 1/2 kilometer down the ravine, a second exploded into a rising fireball of red as the autocannon gunners found their range. Debris rained down onto the rocks to either side of the valley, and a thick pall of smoke wafted up around the Piscinans, the grey tinged with green fuel vapors. The surviving biker veered wildly to the left and right, the pennant whipping back and forth, billowing dust almost filling the gorge. It was impossible for the orc to aim its weapons at such speed. Torrents of heavy bullets screeched overhead and rattled around the upper stories of the power plant. It was ludicrous behavior, and Boreas concluded that the alien had been filled by some kind of strange battle mania. The thudding of the heavy bolters joined the crack of las cannons and shriek of autocannons as the biker roared closer and closer. A bolt exploded against the magazine of one of the bike's cannons, igniting the shells within. Trailing fire and smoke, the war bike careened across the gorge, bouncing over rocks and cracks until it smashed into the wall of the gorge. Fuel and oil spilled down the slope, back in the direction of the orcs. Ammunition continued to pop, and a few seconds after impact, a shower of sparks set the slick aflame, a crackling inferno engulfing the right-hand side of the gorge. Switching his helm to terrasight to peer through the fumes and dust filling the approach to the mine head, Boreas could see another half-tracked vehicle closing swiftly. It was a little larger than the war bikes, and pulled a long trailer connected by a profusion of tubes and pipes. A diminutive Gretchen clung onto the back of the trailer, holding onto a wheel lock for dear life. Over the head of the driver extended a funnel-like spout, dripping with burning fuel. It was only when Boreas noticed that the Piscinans were not shooting that the chaplain realized the crude cunning of the Orc plan. The Greenskins' commander had sent the bikes forwards, knowing they would be destroyed, and in the close confines of the gorge, the dust and smoke were blocking the aim of the troopers defending the geothermal station. It was a screen to allow the Orcs to get closer.
"Mortars!" Boreas bellowed. "Fill that gorge with bombs!"
The troopers responded as quickly as they could, but the flamethrower half-track was already roaring out of the smog, the driver gunning his vehicle directly at the closest emplacement. Shocked Piscinan shouted warnings to each other, and a few autocannon rounds zipped down the gorge without finding their mark. The whine of descending mortar bombs joined the roar of the half-track's engine and the cries of the Defense Force officers. A ripple of explosions tore from left to right across the gorge, meters behind the approaching vehicle, throwing up another curtain of dust and smoke.
"Sergeant Zaltis!" Boreas turned to face the assault squad. "Intercept that vehicle before it reaches the defensive line!"
"Affirm, Brother Chaplain!" The sergeant was already leading his squad forwards, with long leaps as he replied. Covering 20 meters with each jump, the assault squad sped down the ravine, their pistols hurling bolts and blasts of plasma at the war track. The vehicle's gunner heaved around the nozzle of the flamethrower and fired. A jet of bright orange arced across the gorge, engulfing Zaltis's squad. One of the assault marines was caught full by the inferno and tumbled mid-jump, crashing into the rock amidst a plume of flames and flying shards of armor. The others plunged out of the crackling wave of flame, fire licking from their blackened armor. The gunner fired again and swung the flamethrower around as the vehicle's driver swerved away from the charging space marines. Burning fuel erupted across the boulders and rocky ground, but fell short. Zaltis and the others burst through the sheet of flame and fell upon the vehicle with fierce war cries. One assault marine landed on the front of the track housing, a booted foot smashing the driver from his saddle. The Orc tumbled beneath the whirring links, the towed fuel trailer bouncing over its mangled corpse. The mad swaying of the trailer caused Zaltis to mistime his leap. The sergeant crashed, shoulder first, into the side of the trailer, dislodging the Gretchen atop the cylindrical tank of fuel. Metal panels burst their rivets, and thick, oily sludge seeped from the ruptured tank, spilling over the sergeant and another of the assault marines. Even without a driver, the Orc vehicle roared onwards up the gorge, the assault marines leaping after it. One of the squad landed squarely on the back of the fuel trailer. Boreas saw the space marine slap a melter bomb onto the side of the leaking tank and heard the warning shout across the comm. Less than a dozen meters from the foremost emplacement, the squad peeled away from the doomed vehicle, launching themselves high into the air with their jump packs as the melter bomb detonated. The fuel tank exploded with a blast that sent a hot wind rushing up the valley, throwing several of the closest Piscinans from their feet. The remnants of the half-track were hurled in a burning arc across a line of dirt-filled crates and crashed against the rough wall with another detonation. There were a few cries of pain from wounded troopers. Sergeants and officers bellowed to their men to keep the line, while two medics dashed forwards to see what could be done for those caught in the explosion. Boreas spied the Gretchen who had been flung clear of the trailer, crawling behind a rock. He was about to warn Zaltis, but the sergeant had already seen the creeping greenskin. The sergeant's hand flamer bathed the creature's hiding place with white-hot fire. "Live by fire, die by fire," Zaltis grunted over the comm, no doubt with some satisfaction. The sergeant crossed the gorge to his fallen battle brother and shook his head. "Brother Lemasius is dead. Remember him for his sacrifice."
"His deeds will live for eternity," Boreas replied.
The assault marines hauled up the smoking body of their fallen comrade and carried it back towards the mine head. Behind them, a dark mass could be seen through the thinning smoke as the orcs raced up the gorge. Boreas could hear their guttural war shouts, the jangle of war gear, and the clump of boots on rock.
"Stand ready to engage the enemy,"
the chaplain commanded the troopers around him. The orcs rushed from the smog as a wall of green flesh, clothed in black and yellow. Boreas saw glaring red eyes and snarling fangs, repeated hundreds of times as the baying orc mob thundered between the rocky walls of the gorge. They howled and roared their challenges as they pounded up the slope. Boreas heard answering shouts, of dismay rather than anger. Amidst the din of the orcs' charge, he detected the scrape of boots and the thud of dropped weapons. Turning to his right, he saw at least 24 of the Piscinans abandoning their posts, ignoring the shouts of their sergeants. The fleeing troopers streamed back into the geothermal station as quickly as they could run, their panicked shouts urging their fellow Piscinans to come with them.
"Hold the line!"
roared Boreas, swinging around to confront the closest defense troopers. One or two that had been edging away from the barricade slunk back into position and lifted up their las rifles.
"Open fire, damn you!"
Utterly livid at the Piscinans' retreat, Boreas wanted to snatch up the cowards and dash open their skulls on the rock. He took several steps towards the fleeing men, blazing croziers in hand, but stopped as the snap of lasfire and the crack of orc guns reminded the chaplain that he had more immediate concerns.
"Traitorium aeternis, may your souls rot in the darkness of the abyss for your treachery,"
Boreas snarled at the swiftly disappearing backs of the departing troopers. He returned to his position to find the orcs barely 100 meters away. As he had feared, some of them had reached the outbuildings unscathed and were unleashing heavy, if inaccurate, covering fire for those greenskins still sprinting towards the troopers' line. Bullets and las bolts crisscrossed the narrowing gap between defenders and attackers. The mortars opened up again, ripping holes into the oncoming mass of green flesh. Swathes of orcs were bloodily hurled from their feet as the autocannons added their roar to the defense. Boreas gauged the state of the battle with one sweeping glance. The fire from around him was sporadic, as the orcs in the ruined administration building poured bullets into the barricades. Despite that, the orcs were slowing, as more and more of their numbers fell to the wall of las fire and shells. To the right, the orcs were approaching more swiftly, heading for the gaps left by the troopers who had fled. The left was holding firm, pinning the orcs back behind a line of rocks that jutted out from the wall of the gorge.
"Boreas to Zaltis, cross to the right flank and cover the holes left by those cowards."
"Affirm, brother chaplain." As the assault marines powered from one end of the line to the other, Boreas pulled out his pistol. The orcs had slowed in their advance and stopped every few meters to snap off shots at the geothermal station's defenders. Had he been commanding a force of Astartes, Boreas would have ordered the countercharge at this point, to drive the orcs back down into the gorge. Such a tactic was not an option. Boreas knew it was a hope that the Piscinans would hold their line, and there was no chance they would want to get any closer to their enemies.
"Fire discipline!"
Boreas bellowed at the officers within earshot, noting the sporadic and woefully inaccurate bursts of lasfire from the troopers as they hurried their shots.
"Mark your targets and concentrate your fire."
A small measure of order rippled along the line from the chaplain, and the rush of fire slackened for a few seconds, and then intensified into proper volleys. The orc dead littered the ground, and those that survived were reluctant to leave the cover of the rocks and ruined buildings. There were few enemies within range of Boreas's bolt pistol. Those that were foolish enough to show themselves were quickly picked off by the chaplain, who fired short bursts of 2 and 3 shots with unerring accuracy. Slowly the orcs lost interest in the firefight and slunk back down the slope, occasionally turning to unleash a hail of bullets or hurl insults. The ferocity of the battle waned. As the odd bullet whined up the gorge from the administration building, Boreas walked the line to inspect the state of his force. About 1/10 of the troopers had fled from the initial onslaught, and a few more had slipped away in the confusion of battle. Casualties were surprisingly light. No more than 10 troopers had been killed, along with Brother Lemasius, and another 15 were too badly wounded to fight on. About twice that number had suffered lesser injuries, and were shepherded back to their posts by their officers, blooded and bandaged. All in all, Boreas was pleased with the Piscinans that had held their nerve and stayed on the line. Of those that had deserted, there was no sign. They had fled along the narrow channels and gullies that crisscrossed the slope of the mountain, and were no doubt already heading back to Cadalus Harbour. There was nothing Boreas could do about them now. But he would have words with the Piscinan commanders later, to ensure those that had abandoned their posts would be found and chastised. There was a brief flurry of more intensive fire from the orcs in the administration building, under the cover of which 24 or more greenskins broke from their hiding places and occupied a low shack that had once been a workshop. The orc shooting slackened again, and the two sides settled down to occasional sniping at one another as targets presented themselves. Scornful of the orcs' accuracy, Boreas strode from emplacement to emplacement, reminding the officers of their duty and reassuring the troopers that the worst had passed. Reaching the right end of the line, Boreas joined Zaltis. The sergeant was changing the fuel canister on his hand flamer.
"The enemy will come again, brother," said the sergeant. "Orcs won't have come all this way just to give up after the first charge. Our defiance has blunted their bloodlust," replied the chaplain. "They'll be more cautious next time. They'll use the administration building to gather their numbers and then come at us through those boulders on the left."
Zaltis surveyed the lay of the land and nodded.
"That seems likely, brother chaplain. We can hold this flank, and you can concentrate the Piscinans to the center and left."
Boreas considered this, eyes scanning the battlefield for likely routes of attack, angles of fire, and blind spots.
"Very well, brother sergeant," he said. "Next time the orcs fall back, follow up with an attack to the administration building. I will attempt to lead a second attack along the left and come at the orcs from the other side."
The chaplain walked back to the central emplacements, calling for the Piscinan officers to attend to him. He repositioned the heavy weapon squads to cover the administration complex and moved the bulk of the troopers further left to guard against enemies moving through the rocks and bushes that lined the eastern side of the gorge. Further down the slope, the orcs were also rearranging their forces, flashes of green and yellow moving between the scattered boulders and tumbled walls. Satisfied that he was prepared for the next assault, Boreas took up his place at the center of the reformed line and signaled Master Balile on the long-range comm.
"Chaplain Boreas to Master Balile. Have engaged enemy at Barrack Gorge Station. Report to be made."
There was no response for a minute. When Balile replied, his tone was clipped and breathless.
"This is Balile. Make your report, brother." "The orcs have moved to Barrack Gorge during the night and attacked shortly after daybreak, brother captain."
Boreas paced back and forth a few steps as he assessed the enemy strength.
"We have engaged a significant portion of the orc army, several hundred infantry at a minimum, several light vehicles destroyed. Risk to the geothermal station is negligible at present. Our position is secure."
Again there was a lengthy pause.
"It is imperative, absolutely vital, that the orcs do not succeed in capturing the power station, brother. Brother Naaman succeeded in breaching the orc lines, and we have located the means by which they are reaching the surface. The orcs are using Piscina's power grid to power some form of high-energy teleporter to move their troops from an as-yet unknown location. I have just returned from an attack at the East Barrens plant to disable their power link. Your operation to sever the link between Cadalus Harbour and the Barrens
has also curtailed their reinforcements, and I expect it is that which has triggered this attack on Barrack Gorge. Any advantage gained from these actions will be lost if the enemy are able to take another power station."
"I understand, brother captain," said Boreas, staring at the Orc army with renewed interest. "Barrack Gorge will not fall to the enemy."
"It must not," Balile sharply emphasized every word. "I expect the Orcs to repair the damage done at East Barrens, but that alone will not be enough for them to resume their widespread reinforcement. If we are to contain the Orc threat until the rest of the chapter arrives, we must cut off the Orc forces at their source. They cannot gain access to another power plant."
"Understood, brother captain. The Dark Angels will not allow this world to fall to the foul Xenos."
"Their taint will be cleansed from Piscina. The Orcs will learn to fear the sons of Caliban." The next Orc attack came just before noon. The assault was heralded by a hail of heavy weapons fire from the administration building a few seconds before a tide of green-skinned warriors poured from the doors and broken windows and rushed to the eastern side of the gorge.
"Conserve ammunition and wait for targets,"
Boreas growled to his soldiers. The Orcs would be desperate to claim the power station, and Balile had given no word of when Boreas's force could expect relief. The Orcs made use of what cover there was amongst the rocks and scrub. Rather than charge headlong into the fire of the Piscinans, the greenskins worked their way forwards with more care. For all their attempted stealth, the Orcs were too numerous for them to all find cover, and a trail of blood and bodies marked their progress up the gorge as las fires zipped through the bushes and heavy bolter rounds detonated across the boulders. Boreas ejected the magazine from his bolt pistol and slipped his hand into a pouch at his belt. He brought out a fresh clip, loaded with special seeker bolts that Techmarine Hephaestus had presented to the chaplain after the defense of the basilica. Each handcrafted round contained a miniature cogitator capable of steering the bolt towards the heat signature of a target.
"Let the hidden hand guide thee to the doom of my foes,"
Boreas whispered to the tiny spirits of each bolt as he slotted the fresh magazine in place. He switched the tactical display of his helm to thermal view and watched for a few seconds as the Orcs crept along the gorge, their bodies a white glow amongst the warm yellow of the sun reflecting from stone. With a light touch against the trigger of his raised pistol, Boreas activated the weapon's targeter and zoomed in on his foes. The chaplain fired a burst of 3 rounds and watched the fiery trails of the bolts as they flashed through the air. 2 of the bolts zeroed in on an Orc crouched behind the twisted trunk of a tree, exploding inside the creature's back and leg. The third turned sharply, rose a few meters, and dived out of sight behind a rock, detonating with a shower of blood that showed up as a spray of warm droplets. Boreas fired twice more, as the Orcs broke from cover with a storm of pistol fire. The blossoms of the bolt detonations were lost in the hail of las blasts and muzzle flares that engulfed the surging Orcs. Boreas flicked back to normal spectrum view and took in the change of battle at a glance.
"Mortars on the administration building,"
Boreas ordered, as a fresh salvo of weapons fire erupted from the complex.
"Autocannon teams cover the center. Left flank prepare for close combat."
He leapt over the rough barricade and pounded to the east to stave off the Orc assault. Raging and shouting, the Orcs poured into the 2 front emplacements, hacking with their heavy blades and firing madly with their pistols. The troopers stabbed and parried with bayonets and swung the butts of their las rifles at the greenskins, while officers cut and thrust with chainswords and urged their men to hold their ground.
"With me!"
Boreas bellowed to a squad of Piscinans in the next emplacement.
"You heard the commander!"
roared their sergeant, grabbing one of the troopers by the scruff of his flak jacket to haul the soldier to his feet. Boreas barely heard the padding of their boots after him, his ears filled with the thunder of his twin hearts as the surge of battle consumed him. He fired another salvo of twisting, deadly shots and plunged into the melee with his Crozius blazing. Crashing through a wall of empty ammunition boxes, the chaplain struck out at the back of an orc's skull, smashing through bone. His backswing took another greenskin full in the throat. Pistol rounds disappeared in flares of light around Boreas as his Rosarius field activated. He shouldered aside another orc, which was set upon by the squad following the chaplain.
"Drive them back!"
Boreas illustrated the order by smashing his bolt pistol into the face of an orc, splintering fangs, crushing its puggy nose.
"Let the Emperor's wrath fill your limbs!"
Boreas's pistol barked in his hand, bolts tearing through the orcs around him. His Crozius carved a path of blood and shattered bone. The Piscinans were being battered to their knees and cut down by the ferocious orcs. But the presence of the chaplain bolstered the nerve of the troopers, and they fought on with gritted teeth and wide eyes.
"Brother Chaplain!"
Zaltis's calm voice cut through the haze of anger that washed through Boreas. The chaplain sidestepped a cleaver and drove his knee into the gut of the orc wielding it.
"Report, Brother Sergeant!"
Boreas snarled. "Enemy are gathering for an attack against the center, brother. Shall I move to engage?" Boreas rammed his elbow into the jaw of a greenskin and fired a bolt into its chest as it fell back. The chaplain was surrounded by a press of foes and could see nothing of the wider battle.
"I leave it to your discretion, brother," he told Zaltis. "The orcs must not gain a foothold within the power plant."
"Confirm, brother. We will engage if the enemy reach the power plant." A spinning, toothed blade slammed into the side of Boreas's helm, dazing him in a shower of sparks and shredded ceramite. Out of instinct, he swept up his arm to knock away the blade, its jagged edge ripping a furrow through the chaplain's elbow pad. He kicked out and felt the orc's ribs collapsing. Blinking to restore his blurred vision, Boreas found himself face to face with the snarling alien, two dagger-like tusks jutting from its jaw. Boreas let go of his Crozius so that it swung on its chain from his wrist, and grabbed the throat of the orc, fingers digging into corded muscle. The orc's eyes bulged, and thick saliva drooled from its twisted lips, as Boreas bent the creature backwards, twisting its spine. A hand hammered at Boreas's chest, claws leaving scratches on the embossed design. With a grunt, Boreas lurched forward, snapping the orc's spine. The chaplain fired a round into the greenskin's chest as it flopped in his grasp. With a flick of his arm, Boreas snatched up his Crozius, just in time to ward away a crackling power claw swinging at his face. The two power fields met with a flash of blue sparks. The chaplain matched stares with his foe, an orc even taller than Boreas, wearing thick pads of armor covered with riveted plates. The bestial alien closed the claws of its glove into a fist and punched the chaplain in the chest. Boreas's Rosarius blazed, absorbing most of the impact, though the chaplain was forced back a step by the blow. A frown of confusion knotted the orc's brow. It glanced down at its power claw, tears streaking down its face from the light of the conversion field's activation. Boreas swept his Crozius upwards, the winged angel on its top connecting squarely with the chin of the greenskin. The orc fell to its backside, shaking its head, jaw split to the bottom lip. Boreas stamped, crushing the heel of his boot into the greenskin's face. With a spasm of reaction, the orc clamped its energy-wreathed claw around Boreas's knee. The chaplain felt armor buckling, and a warning light flashed in the corner of his right eye. Wrenching himself free from the orc's death grip, Boreas stumbled back a few steps, his knee flaring with pain. In a moment the acute sensation passed, to be replaced by a dull throbbing that even his armor's pain suppressants could not wholly mask. The chaplain was aware of shouting. He looked up and saw that the orcs were falling back, limping and bleeding, dispirited by the death of the leader Boreas had slain. The chaplain took a deep breath and looked to his right where the fighting was still fierce. Zaltis's squad had torn into the central attack and were pursuing the broken orcs down the gorge. There was still an intense firefight between the squads at the base of the power plant and the orcs in the administration buildings. The orcs' position was wreathed in a cloud of dust from the mortar bombardment, and Boreas could see the corpses of many greenskins piled behind the broken walls and hanging from shattered windows. There was similar carnage close at hand. At a glance he counted at least 30 dead orcs around the barricades, and more than that number of fallen troopers. He saw an officer's body draped in a tattered, blood-soaked greatcoat, the Piscinan's chain sword still stuck in the chest of a dead orc. The hacked and broken bodies of squad mates were heaped upon each other, their faces caught in their last moments of agony and horror. Limping slightly, Boreas stepped up to the remnants of the barricade. He activated the long-range comm.
Chaplain Boreas to Master Balile. Contact report.
The response was far quicker than earlier. This is Balile. Make your report, brother.
Second enemy attack met, brother captain. We still have possession of the power plant. Position secure, but request further forces.
Negative, brother. There are no more forces available at this time. We cannot weaken our presence in the city or on Koth Ridge. Scout reports suggest that you are not facing the bulk of the enemy army. This is just a raiding force. You must continue to hold.
Understood, brother. We may have faced the worst of it. Casualty ratio 7-1. We will cleanse this unclean horde from the galaxy.
Boreas cut the link and assessed the remaining strength of his troops. Judging by the number of bodies, over half the Piscinans had fallen, while the number of those remaining showed that 20 or 30 more had broken away and fled during the fighting. His gaze following Zaltis down the gorge, the chaplain saw that 2 more Space Marines had also been killed by the orcs. It was not much compared to what he had started with, but it was probably enough to see off the dregs of the orc army that had survived the last attack. The power plant's defenders still had the advantage of higher ground and a prepared position.
Surviving officers report to me for fresh dispositions,
Boreas announced. 2 officers picked their way wearily through the bodies and destroyed barricades. A third was pointing to the west, towards the right flank. The man turned back to Boreas with a horrified expression, his peaked cap falling from his head.
Master Boreas! Orcs!
Boreas looked to where the lieutenant was pointing and magnified his view. A massive orc was shouldering its way through a stand of trees and bushes at the far end of the line. Encased in a solid suit of yellow armor, decorated with black flames and glittering gold, the warlord was accompanied by 6 monstrous orcs and 20 smaller greenskins. The chaplain quickly realized what had happened. Obscured by the rocks and foliage was another narrow defile running almost parallel to the main gorge, up to the outskirts of the power plant. Glancing down the gorge, Boreas could now see where the rocks parted at the far end. It appeared that the earlier screen of smoke and dust had not been to obscure the main orc advance, but to allow the warlord and a small entourage to slip unseen into the crevasse. The subsequent attack had drawn more and more of the defenders away from the flank, and now there was nobody to stop the warlord and its bodyguard sweeping in behind the emplacements.
Zaltis! Return to the line, Boreas snapped. Enemy flank attack! Engage immediately!
Sir, the orcs are coming back, a sergeant called from Boreas's left. The chaplain turned around to see the greenskins that had been hurled back, gathering again in the rocks and bushes on the left flank. Boreas hissed in irritation as it dawned on him that he had been outsmarted by a greenskin.
It's not over yet, you green-skinned filth, the chaplain growled.
He switched his helmet vocalizer to maximum amplification, voice booming out across the gorge.
Man your weapons! Take up your rifles! This battle is not lost! Destroy the foes of the Emperor!
We're trapped, murmured one of the lieutenants beside Boreas. The chaplain rounded on the officer, skull helm a hair's breadth from the lieutenant's shocked face.
"Then you have nothing to lose by fighting, do you? Rally your men!"
Quivering and gulping, the officer backed away, shouting for his command squad with a broken voice. Past him, Boreas saw Zaltis's squad racing back up the gorge, bounding over the rocks and rubble. The orcs split. A mob of black-clad greenskins wielding pistols and jagged blades broke into the power plant, while the heavily armored warlord and retinue turned to confront the approaching assault marines. The warlord raised its right arm, which ended with a multi-barreled cannon. Smoke plumed from the exhausts of the warlord's armor as the barrels started to spin. Around their leader, the bodyguard also lifted an assortment of outlandish energy weapons and rocket launchers. The warlord bellowed a command, and the orcs opened fire. The leader's weapon spewed a hail of projectiles that glowed with a green light, the salvo rippling across the assault marine squad as they sprang up the slope. One of Zaltis's warriors was engulfed by the fusillade. Mid-leap, his jump pack exploded, sending the space marine tumbling into the rocks, as pieces of his shoulder pads and chest plastron flew in all directions. Several rocket trails hissed past the leaping space marines to explode further down the gorge, while pulses of plasma screeched through the squad like miniature stars. Zaltis crashed down onto the rocky ground, took 3 paces and jumped again, soaring high above the warlord. Behind the sergeant, the assault marines opened fire, flickering bolts and more plasma shots slamming into the orc bodyguards. With a clang that resounded from one side of the gorge to the other, Zaltis descended feet first into the chest of an armored orc, sending it reeling. The assault sergeant's hand flamer engulfed the greenskin from waist to shoulder. The huge bodyguard ignored the flames licking up its armor and swung a glittering axe at Zaltis, the blade crashing into the sergeant's right arm. Boreas had to look away, as a shout from the troopers reminded him of the orc surging back up the gorge. The chaplain glanced back to Zaltis and realized there was nothing he could do to intervene, as the assault marines and orcs set upon each other with roaring chainswords and deadly power claws.
"Hold the flank!"
Boreas shouted at the defense troopers.
"Fire at will!"
Las fire and bullets raced past each other as the orcs closed on the Piscinans. Autocannons and heavy bolters punched gaping holes through the attacking greenskins, but the orcs were filled with a wild desperation. Boreas realized that this was the warlord's last gambit. If the orcs could be held back now, the enemy had nothing else to offer. The chaplain sought out one of the Piscinan lieutenants, a craggy-faced man shouting orders whilst crouched behind a pile of empty cable reels. Boreas hauled the lieutenant to his feet.
"Fight to the last! Victory is at hand!"
the chaplain snarled.
"Give every drop of blood for the Emperor!"
The lieutenant nodded, lifted his chainsword above his head, and bellowed for his command squad to follow as he leapt over the barricade into the orcs. Boreas fired a few more rounds from his pistol into the greenskins tearing up the slope, and looked back to check on Zaltis. 2 of the bodyguard had been felled by the assault marines, but at the cost of 4 of their number. The sergeant was still alive, battering at the chest of an orc with his power fist. To his left, one of the battle brothers was gripped around the throat by a power claw, firing his pistol into the orc's face. The 2 combatants fell together, the assault marine's legs sticking out from under the massive bodyguard as it toppled onto him. Zaltis grabbed a piece of torn armor and wrenched it away from his adversary, exposing the orc's chest. As the sergeant raised his glowing fist, the warlord loomed up through the melee behind him, crackling claws spread wide.
"Zaltis, behind you!"
Boreas said over the comm. The warning came too late. The claw snapped shut as Zaltis turned, razor-sharp tine slicing through the sergeant's head in a spray of shattering eye lenses, ceramite, and skull. The one surviving assault marine launched himself at the warlord, hacking with his chainsword. The orc raised up a steel-clad arm to ward away the blows and fired its cannon, the hail of shot ripping through the space marine's abdomen. Stooping, the warlord reached into the ragged wound and lifted the space marine up. Spitting blood, the assault marine drove the point of his chainsword at the orc's face, but the whirring blades missed as the warlord shook the space marine from side to side. The assault marine flopped as his spine snapped. With a bestial roar, the warlord lifted its trophy high and then brought down its arm, smashing the space marine's corpse into the hard ground. "They're falling back again," reported the aging lieutenant. The officer clambered back over the barricade, a ragged cut across his nose and cheek, face smeared with blood. His command squad all lay dead amongst the pile of orc bodies further down the gorge. Boreas looked down the slope and saw that it was true. The greenskins had been shot and cut down before they reached the barricades, and the few that had survived were running back to the administration building with plaintive wails. "Good work," said Boreas. He pointed to the warlord. The greenskin was striding across the gorge, flanked by 2 remaining bodyguards. "Target your heavy weapons on these brutes. Detail the rest to watch the power plant. At least 20 orc infantry are inside." Wiping the blood from his mouth, the lieutenant nodded and yelled orders at the remaining troopers. There were less than 30 left. They maneuvered the remaining heavy weapons to point across the gorge towards the approaching warlord. 2 heavy bolters, the same number of autocannons, and a single las cannon could be salvaged from the remains of the Piscinan's arsenal. "Target to the front! Open fire!" The lieutenant brought down his chainsword as he bellowed the order. The harsh blast of the las cannon cut through the air, passing over the warlord's head. In response, the air bucked and crackled around the small group. A reddish aura surrounded the orcs, wavering and indistinct. A volley of autocannon rounds slammed into the field. Boreas could see the shells slowing as they passed through the insubstantial barrier. Some fell short and impacted the ground in front of the advancing orcs. Others skewed off course and passed by without hitting. The few that remained on target had lost so much speed they bounced harmlessly from the orcs' thick plates of armor. The lieutenant looked over at Boreas, despair written in his features. "Keep firing," Boreas said, dividing his attention between the advancing warlord and the shadows of the power plant. The chaplain relaxed his grip on the haft of his crozius and forced himself to speak calmly. "Try to overload their shield." "Pour it on, men!" snarled the officer. The force field flared and roiled around the greenskin entourage, becoming more visible with every heavy bolt round, autocannon shell and las cannon blast that hit it. Energy rippled and wreathed from each impact, sending sparks leaping into the air. The pounding of feet drew Boreas's attention to the blocky transformers of the power plant. The black-clothed orcs stormed out of the shade, firing their pistols and grunting battle cries. "Small arms! Engage enemy to the right!" Boreas told the blooded troopers around him. "Heavy weapons! Continue to target the warlord's retinue!" The orcs' force field was fizzing madly, a dome of constantly writhing bolts of red electricity that encapsulated the warlord and his bodyguard. Smoke and steam billowed in thick clouds from the warlord's engine as the field generator struggled to hold back the Piscinan's cannonade. "That's it! Keep on them!" said the lieutenant. "We've almost got them!" Las fire crackled from Boreas's right as the defense troopers engaged the orcs emerging from the power plant structure. He saw several shots hitting home, but the orcs shrugged off their wounds and continued onwards, ignoring holes in their flesh and burning wounds across their skin. "Power pack's dead, sir!" bawled the las cannon gunner. "No more shots, sir!" The Piscinan lieutenant cursed and waded into the mess of crates and boxes littering the emplacement, looking for fresh power cells.
"Belay that nonsense!"
Boreas barked at the officer. The chaplain turned on the Piscinans manning the las cannon and pointed towards the orcs in the geothermal plant.
"Find yourselves las guns and secure the power station!"
As the troopers snatched up rifles from the hands of the dead, Boreas focused his attention back to the warlord. A few seconds later, when the hulking aliens were less than 50 meters away, the warlord's field collapsed with a huge blaze of energy that spiraled rapidly around the orcs before flickering into nothing. Immediately, the greenskins brought their own weapons to bear. "Take cover!" warned the Free Militia officer. A rocket sped into the emplacement to explode against the barricade, showering the cowering men with shards of metal and splinters from the piled crates. An autocannon loader fell back with a jag of wood jutting from his eye. His gunner turned in surprise and reached out to the screaming man. Boreas loomed over the pair of them.
"Attend to your weapon, trooper,"
said the chaplain. The Piscinan looked up at the battered skull helm of Boreas, nodded dumbly, and returned to the autocannon. A blaze of phosphorescent bullets engulfed Boreas. Each projectile had its own shimmering field and punched into his armor, cracking plates as if they were made of brittle porcelain. Something buried itself in the chaplain's right bicep, stinging like a giant wasp. Pockmarks opened up across his chest and shoulder pad, pieces of ceramite splitting away and falling to the ground like artificial hail.
"Lion shade!"
he swore. Boreas's arm had barely healed from the injury suffered at the basilica. He was sure the bone had not suffered any further damage, but he found it hard to move the fingers of his hand. His pistol felt fat and heavy in his grasp. The chaplain glanced at his chest, wondering why the Rosarius hadn't protected him. He saw a small crack in the ruby power crystal.
"He has not forsaken me," the chaplain muttered. "Imperator fortis exalter. My soul is my armor."
Another rocket screamed past the barrier, catching the lieutenant in the shoulder. An epaulette flew into the air as the officer was hurled backwards. The lieutenant sat up groggily and peered at the rocket lying next to him, a few desultory sparks popping from its propellant. The Piscinan picked up the projectile with a laugh. "It didn't go off!" The lieutenant's relief was cut short as the rocket exploded, ripping off his hand and sending shrapnel into his eyes. He fell back, face a bloody mask, lips and nose torn apart, burnt skin peeling away. There were bullets whizzing at Boreas from his right. Without looking, he knew that the orcs had broken out of the power plant and swept away the troopers. He pointed his bolt pistol towards the geothermal station and fired the remaining seeking bolts, letting them loose in a single burst while his eyes were fixed on the warlord stomping closer. The towering greenskin lumbered onwards, armor pistons wheezing, heavy-booted feet thudding into the packed earth. Boreas tossed his empty bolt pistol aside. With his free hand he reached up and unsealed the clasps of his helm. He lifted the helmet away and hung it on his belt, fixing the greenskin with his stare. The warlord met his gaze, his rubbery lips turning up at the corners in a grimacing smile. The orc said something and nodded, waving its bodyguards back with its claw. The beast lifted its right arm sideways. Mechanical clasps hissed, and the multi-barreled cannon dropped to the ground with a clang. Boreas waited for the monster in a crouch, Crozius held in both hands. He spat, though his mouth was dry. The opening verse of the Litany of Devotion sprang to mind. He began to whisper the words, his voice growing in strength as the warlord heaved itself in Boreas's direction.
"Where there is uncertainty, I shall bring light. Where there is doubt, I shall sow faith. Where there is shame, I shall point atonement. Where there is rage, I shall show its course." Boreas broke into a run, Crozius ready. "My word in the soul shall be as my bolter in the field."
His first blow deflected off the orc's upraised claw. The chaplain ducked beneath the swinging fist and smashed the blazing head of the Crozius Arcanum into the engine block upon the warlord's back. "Never forget!" Boreas growled, sending an exhaust pipe spinning away with a swing of his Crozius. "Never forgive!" As the warlord stumbled around to face Boreas, the chaplain continued to rain blow after blow against the monstrous orc's armor, buckling and ripping the metal plates. "Impudienta Xenos, mortia et indignatia!" He could hear the chime of his comm from his helmet, but ignored it, and slammed the head of his Crozius into the warlord's chest. The chaplain raged as his relentless assault continued, every spat word punctuated by a blow from his weapon. "Suffer not the unclean to live!" The orc punched out with its claw, driving into Boreas's gut. The chaplain stumbled back, his crumpled, torn armor biting into the muscles of his abdomen. The serrated toe of the warlord's boot connected with the chaplain's chin, slamming him to his back. The orc's face twisted in a feral snarl, heavy brows knotted deeply above its piercing red eyes. Thick blood streamed from the corner of its mouth. Boreas's jaw was broken, his teeth shattered. He couldn't speak, could no longer give voice to his rage and hate. The warlord placed a foot on the chaplain's chest, pinning him down. Armor creaked and bent under the orc's weight as it bowed forwards to look Boreas in the eye. Boreas spat in the orc's face. It was no meaningless act of defiance. The Space Marine's saliva was laced with an acidic compound from the Betcher's gland, implanted beneath his tongue. The orc recoiled, skin burning and bubbling. Boreas pushed himself to his feet and stepped forwards. The orc warlord lashed out blindly. Boreas saw the blow coming and raised his Crozius to parry, but he was too weak to deflect it. The crackling claw swept aside the chaplain's weapon and crashed into the side of his head. Thunder roared in Boreas's ears. The world spun. The ground rushed up to meet him. Everything went silent and dark. Chapter 7. The Tale of Balile. Counterattack. The operations room aboard the Unrelenting Fury was silent, but for the hiss of the command comm. Master Balile looked at the speaker intently. He was dressed only in a ceremonial robe, his armor left with the Tech Marines to repair the damage sustained during the retrieval of the Orc power relay. Half-healed scars from his encounter with Gazkul marred his exposed chest and arms, bright welts against tanned skin. Occasionally the static was broken by a background thump or muffled impact. The company captain blinked in surprise as a deafening crash resounded around the room. "Boreas?" The captain's repeated call brought no reply. "Brother Boreas, this is Master Balile." He listened for a response, but there was nothing. Balile crossed to the control panel set into the wood-paneled wall and was about to cut the link when he heard a loud panting. Guttural voices could be heard in the distance. "Brother Chaplain Boreas, respond! Report your situation!" There was a scraping noise and more panting. Suddenly a bass voice echoed from the speakers. "Days all dead." Deep laughter reverberated around the room. Then came a crash and the link died. Balile sighed and turned the comm dial to general broadcast. "This is Master Balile to all forces. Barrack Gorge geothermal station has fallen to the Orcs. It is likely the enemy will recommence teleportation reinforcements in the near future. All stations prepare your defenses and stand ready for attack." The commander adjusted the setting. "This is Master Balile to Ravenwing Sergeant Validus. Join me aboard the Unrelenting Fury. I'm sending a Thunderhawk to your position." He twisted the dial again without waiting for a response. "Brothers Uriel, Hephaestus, and Charon. Rendezvous at Sergeant Validus's position for transportation to orbit." He stepped away from the comm panel and crossed to the hollow desk that dominated the center of the chamber. The affirmatives from his warriors sounded tinnily from the comm behind him. Punching in coordinates, Balile brought up a fuzzy display of Koth Ridge and the East Barrens. Red icons blinked here and there, showing the last recorded sightings of Orc forces. He brought up the chronometer tags and sighed again. Other than those inside Cadalus Harbor, the latest report was Boreas's. The only others were his own observations at the East Barren station, now 6 hours old. He peered at the digital image as if he might see the orcs on the planet below. "Where are you?" he asked quietly, rubbing his chin. "What are you going to do next?" The company council was convened within the hour. Balile had stared constantly at the digimap while he had waited for his advisors, but was no closer to deciding a course of action. He sat now at the head of the display desk, elbow on one arm of the command throne, chin on fist. Uriel sat on the master's left, his black armor covered by a sleeveless, bone-colored robe. His sunken eyes constantly flicked across the faces of the others in the room. On Belial's right was the most senior librarian in the force, Lexicanium Charon. Though of the lowest rank within the librarium, Charon was attached to the Third Company as Grandmaster Azrael's representative, and no doubt had the ear of the Dark Angel's supreme commander. The Psyker sat upright, palms together in his lap, eyes intent on Balile. The cables of Charon's psychic hood burrowed beneath the skin of his scalp and twitched with the librarian's pulse, scratching against each other with every double heartbeat. Beside the librarian hunched Ravenwing Sergeant Validus, the longest-serving member of the Second Company present on Piscina. The black paint of his armor was heavily scratched and burnt, the ceramite underneath patched with fresh resin casts and welding. His winged helmet was on the table in front, an eye lens cracked, mouth grill dented. Last of those present was Techmarine Hephaestus, representative of the armory. He looked strangely smaller than the others, having removed his servo-arm-equipped backpack and heavy shoulder pads. The Techmarine was at the display console's controls, 3 cables snaking from the digidesk to sockets in Hephaestus's forearm armor. "There is another whose advice will be invaluable," announced Balile. He signaled to the robed serf sat at the comms unit. "Revered Venerari, can you hear me?" A mechanically generated voice grated from the comm speakers. "I am here, brother. My experience is yours to share." "Thank you, brother. Soon we will need not just your wisdom, but your strength and determination." Balile stood up and leaned on the edge of the large display plate, looking at each of his council in turn. "We face a tipping point in this war, brothers. We have held the orcs at bay as best we can, but it may not be enough. It is still at least 7 days before the rest of the chapter will reach orbit. The orcs have control of 2 power stations once more, and will resume their previous level of reinforcement. Though we have blooded our foes severely these last 8 days and nights, we have no such reserves to draw upon. Casualties amongst the Third Company and other Astartes units under my command are at 32%. The Piscina Defense Force reports nearly 70% casualties, mostly in Cadalus Harbor." Balile stepped back and folded his arms across his broad chest. "We do not know exactly how quickly the orcs can rebuild their strength, for sure, or how soon they will attack. But we can be sure that the longer they wait, the greater will be the blow that lands upon us." "Are all forces engaged, brother?" Venerari asked through the chamber's speakers. "Have we any other forces left to commit?" "There are free militia troops and tanks en route to Cadalus Harbor from other parts of the island," replied the company master. "We might have airlifted them to the city earlier, but the enemy's possession of the defense laser rendered that impossible. Similarly, Gazkol's occupation of the docks makes any transportation by sea equally difficult. Therefore, these forces are traveling overland, and will be expected in 2 days' time.
It is your hope that these forces will bolster the defense before the orcs attack.
Charon's words were a statement, not a question.
It is unwise to rely upon elements that are not directly under your control.
And I do not intend to, brother, said Balile, sitting down again. If we simply wait for the orcs to build up their strength, we cannot stop them. They could grow in numbers for 5 days, and have the far greater strength, sweeping away any forces we have in a day before the chapter reaches us.
Perhaps the orcs will attack early, suggested Uriel. Excited by their success at Barrack Gorge, they might continue their attack.
Possible, but unlikely, said Venerari.
We know that Gazkol has demonstrated remarkable strategic acumen for an orc in the past, and his actions thus far have not demonstrated proof that he has lost that. This other warlord has also shown a certain amount of cunning.
Indeed, said Balile. It is to my shame that I underestimated the threat of the orcs, and perhaps by doing so, I have allowed them an advantage that we cannot now reverse.
From what Naaman described, none of us could have imagined how the orcs were reaching the planet, said Uriel. You acted in accordance with the best teachings and doctrine of the chapter. What we have faced is quite unprecedented. Not only have 2 orc warlords allied themselves to attack this world, which is in itself a strangely inconsequential target, but they have also mastered an advanced technology on a scale never before encountered in the 10,000 years of the chapter. I am sure that Grandmaster Azrael will not judge your actions harshly.
Belial turned to Sergeant Validus. Have the Ravenwing any fresher intelligence to offer this discussion? Asked the captain.
No, brother, not at the moment, Validus replied with a shake of the head. I have but 3 land speeders and a single bike squad left for reconnaissance, to cover several hundred square kilometers, and without orbital augury data. If you were to tell me where to look for the orcs, we will do so. But we cannot patrol the wilderness endlessly or with any certainty.
The company master chewed on the knuckle of his thumb as he considered this. His eyes darted to Uriel as the chaplain sat forwards, hands on the wide table.
You could lead another Terminator strike at the East Barren site, declared the chaplain. It is not a permanent solution, but it would delay orc reinforcements again and generate time for us to better prepare our defenses. Or mount an offensive to retake Barrack Gorge, added Validus.
Belial shook his head. The last attack was only possible due to Naaman's planting of the homing beacon. It has been destroyed. He looked at Validus. Unless the Ravenwing are capable of planting a new homing signal transmitter.
Validus shrugged. It is worth investigation, brothers, said the second company sergeant. Sergeant Naaman succeeded through stealth. Perhaps we will meet with similar success with speed.
It is a delaying tactic and nothing more, brothers, said Venerari. It is not without merit, but it is not a lasting solution to the situation that we face. It may succeed again, but I do not believe that the orcs will be tricked a 3rd time. We would still require a more permanent resolution if we are to resist their attacks until the rest of the chapter arrives. If it is even possible a 2nd time, said Hephaestus, it is likely the enemy have further fortified their base since the last attack. I rate the chances of a Ravenwing strike to be slim, considering the likely level of opposition. The Space Marine sat in silence for some time, amidst an air of frustration. It was galling to Belial that he had been wrong-footed by 2 savages. He racked his brains to find some other strategy that would turn the tide back against the greenskins. May I make a suggestion, brother captain? Hephaestus broke the thoughtful silence. That is why I brought you here, brother, Balile replied with some irritation. "Speak your mind." "While it seems problematic to prevent the Orc reinforcements from arriving, there is another alternative," said the Tech Marine. The holodisplay whirled and zoomed in on the East Barrens geothermal station. "We have a single point of entry to target. Now that we have the precise energy signature from Sergeant Neyman, we have been able to locate the teleporter beam on the long-range scanning arrays. It has not moved from its previous site. It is a logical conclusion from the evidence so far examined that the Orc's arrival point on world is fixed, for some reason we do not yet understand. We don't know where the Orcs are that are here already, but we can be sure where any new arrivals will be coming from." Balile smiled at the realization. "An orbital strike," suggested Uriel. "Negative," said Hephaestus. "Proximity to the power plant still presents a threat to the entire geothermal network." "Thunderhawk, strike," said Venerari. "A gunship can deploy from orbit, attack the reinforcements, and then return to the battle barge to resupply and rearm." Belial's fingers tapped an agitated beat on the desktop. "We have only one gunship remaining," said the commander. "If we lose it, we have only civilian aircraft left to us." "That is where the Raven Wing will help," said Validus. "I can have a squadron of land speeders in the area within 3 hours. They can report on the enemy's defenses and any changes since we lost touch with Neyman." "Very well," said Balile, standing up. The others stood with him. "We will prepare for a succession of aerial strikes. Sergeant Validus will coordinate the reconnaissance and provide on-ground observation for the attack. Brother Hephaestus, prepare the remaining gunship for a heavy bombardment role. Brother Uriel, draw up a list of surviving battle brothers with specialist gunnery training who can crew the Thunderhawk with Hephaestus. I will organize for them to be extracted from their current duties." The Space Marines nodded their assent. As Validus, Hephaestus, and Uriel left, Charon stayed behind. "You have something to add, brother?" Balile asked the librarian. Charon sat down again and nodded. "I detected an emanation from my brothers in the librarium shortly before I arrived at the council." The Psyker fixed Balile with a penetrating stare. "It is a message from Grandmaster Azrael. I thought it better that I pass it to you in private." "Very well," said Balile. He gestured for the librarian to continue. Straightening in his chair, Charon laid his hands flat on the glassy surface of the display table. Motes of energy danced along the wires of his psychic hood. The librarian's eyes darkened, the veins standing out in stark contrast to the whites, flickering with blue. With a shuddering gasp, the librarian arched his neck and his eyes rolled back, showing nothing but a tracery of coruscating energy. The Psyker's face changed. The features did not alter, but the librarian's muscles twitched and took on a different cant, approximating another's face. Azrael, Grandmaster of the Dark Angels. The jaw was set firmly, lips thin, cheeks drawn in. When Charon spoke, it was with the voice of the chapter's commander, his mouth twisting in imitation of Azrael's mannerisms. "Master Balile, I do not have to press upon you the importance of the situation on Piscina. Know that it is my will that this world is denied to the Orcs at any cost. I have faith in you and your company, and you should know that deliverance from these foul beasts is almost at hand. The Tech Marines believe they have identified an area of space that is the source of the teleportation beam, bringing reinforcements to the planet. It is my belief that at least one Orc-occupied Hulk is in the system, and carries forces that will test the strength of the entire chapter."
The orcs must not be allowed to gain a significant hold on Piscina. If your best efforts and greatest sacrifices are not sufficient to contain the alien menace, it is imperative that the orcs be denied a landing in true strength. I trust that you will take any measures to ensure this."
Azrael Charon's face turned away for a moment, and then returned its unearthly gaze to Balile.
"You will receive confirmation of these orders by standard communication before my arrival. Praise the lion."
Shuddering again, Charon let out an explosive breath and slumped forwards. Opening his eyes, he looked at Balile with his normal face.
"I take it from your expression that you comprehend the intent of the Grandmaster's command," said the librarian.
"I do, brother," Balile replied with a nod. "It is better that Cadalus is destroyed than fall into the hands of our enemies."
"Very well, brother,"
Charon said. He stood up and bowed his head in deference.
"I will leave you to make the necessary preparations for that event, and the means by which we might avoid it."
Belial's eyes followed Charon's back as the psyker left through the heavy door. A blinking light on the comm panel attracted his attention.
"You heard that, revered Venerari?"
said the company master.
"I did, brother."
"Why is it that he felt it necessary to remind me of my duty?"
"Do not take it as an admonishment. Lord Azrael wishes you to know that you have his full support for whatever actions you take."
"We will not fail. We are Astartes."
"The lion is with us, brother. In his name we will triumph."
The light winked out, and Balile was left with the comms tech. The youth, his face impassive, turned to the captain. "Do you have any further orders, master?" Balile thought for a moment, fingers stroking his chin. "Send for the gunnery captains. They have preparations to make." Half a dozen serfs bustled around the terminals of the operations chamber, moving from one console to the next, as they calibrated the comms arrays and updated the scanner data for the digimap. Balile stood immobile amongst the activity. Now clad in his dark green armor, power sword at his waist, an ivory-colored robe hanging to his knees, red Deathwing icon embroidered upon the left side of its chest. Charon and Uriel were with him, sitting patiently at the display slate. Through the murmurings of the serfs, Balile could hear the reports from the ongoing fighting in Cadalus harbor. The company commander listened subconsciously to the fragments of information being related by the Space Marines and Piscinan officers around the docks and power plant, content that nothing had significantly changed. He had issued orders for the Emperor's forces to hold their positions and continued to contain Gazkol's army so that he could devote his full attention to the upcoming Ravenwing mission. Now and then, he delivered a short series of orders into the compiece hung on the collar of his armor, directing squads to areas that were weak, or replacing fatigued troops with fresher forces. He did this without effort or reference to the digimap, his conscious thoughts contemplating the situation at the East Barrens plant. Validus's voice cut through the others from the main speaker. 5 kilometers from target. Filter all other transmissions, said Balile, as he sat down in the command throne. He shared a glance with Charon and Uriel. All three turned their attention to the holo display. A flickering rune denoting the land speeder squadron moved across the representation of Cadalus east of Koth Ridge. Activating long-range auger, Ravenwing 2, increased separation to 100 meters, sequenced upload of scanned data commencing. The hololith strobed for a few seconds, the rendered topography of Cadalus warping as the stream of data was integrated into the display. When the image had settled, Balile could see several clusters of fresh runes dotting the hillside ahead of the land speeder squadron. Timing was the key. The Raven-Wing squadron had 3 tasks to complete: locate the enemy forces around the landing site, provide on-ground targeting links for the Thunderhawk attack, and engage the air defense weapons that had shot down the company's other gunship. Balile to Hephaestus. Launch gunship and begin atmospheric descent.
Confirm, brother captain, replied the tech marine. Launching in 5 seconds. Attack route established. Weapons armed. Scanner returns increasing in density.
Balile could sense the tension in Validus's voice.
Identification problematic. Whatever the Orcs have done to the power station, it is causing havoc with the auger. Orc vehicles present. Category unknown. Visual confirmation required.
Gunship launched, brother captain, said Hephaestus. Decreasing orbital velocity to 6 kilometers per second. Gravitic grip deployed. Atmospheric breach in 3 minutes. Time at target will be 18 minutes. 2 meters above the digital surface of Piscina, a small icon representing Hephaestus's Thunderhawk appeared. It hovered in the air, far too distant for its speed to be scaled down to the display. Balile touched the comm activation rune on the panel set into the tablet in front of him. This is Balile to Validus. Gunship is on its way. Update on scanner and comms interference from the Orc modifications. Do not engage enemy. The commander tapped a finger on the display slate while he waited for his message to relay down to the surface, and the Raven-Wing sergeant's reply to return to the battle barge.
Was it wise to launch the gunship before target confirmation, brother? Said Uriel. There will be little opportunity to abort the mission if there are no...
Validus's voice cut through before the chaplain could finish. Balile held up his hand, silencing Uriel.
Interference is resonating from volcanic deposits, said Validus. We will have a clearer signal once we clear the ridge. Orders, brother captain?
Balile checked the chronometer. We have 15 minutes until last chance abort of mission, brother. Enemy must not be alerted to your presence. Cross the ridge in 6 minutes and provide report. Engage enemy defenses in 13 minutes. Confirm. The company commander looked through the translucent hololith at Uriel. If we wait for confirmation, the delay from launch to attack is too long and would allow the Orcs to respond to the presence of the Raven-Wing. Prearranged, absolute abort signal is Angel's Fall, and every member of the squadron is authorized to issue it. Hephaestus will redirect to Northport the moment that code is issued, without compromise. Excitement was growing inside Balile. Though he was not directly involved, he could feel the familiar rush of battle building up. Calling on decades of training and experience, he kept himself calm and held back the urge for action. It was Belial's patience that had first made him suitable for command, and he needed every ounce of that same patience during this critical mission. He barely heard Validus's confirmation message as he considered the possible outcomes and options that would unfold over the next 15 minutes. Like an actor rehearsing his lines, Balile ran through different scenarios and his responses. What he would do if the Orc numbers proved too few to be worthy of attack. His orders to Hephaestus if contact with the Raven-Wing was lost. Targeting priorities if there was sufficient enemy presence to warrant the completion of the mission. The threat threshold of enemy defenses he considered too much of a risk to the Thunderhawk if Validus deferred the abort option to his commander. All of this and much more Balile considered and analyzed and streamlined so that he would be ready whatever happened. Detached from the action, the stimulants coursing through the captain's system bombarded the neurons firing in his brain rather than flooding his limbs with physical power. Each and every consideration was crisp and precise, analyzed in detail and memorized for future recall. Every thought opened up a sequence of possible consequences, which brought on further thoughts. A cascade of decisions, probable outcomes, and subsequent decisions filled Belial's mind. He looked sharply at Charon. his heightened awareness drawn by a slight movement from the librarian. Charon returned Belial's focused glare with a calm expression. The librarian darted a glance at Belial's armored hands, which were clenched into fists atop the display slab. Belial's nostrils flared as he took a deep breath. He relaxed his hands, interlocking his fingers in front of him. He smiled at Charon and signaled his gratitude with the slightest dip of his head. The master of the third company looked at the chronometer. 2 more minutes had passed. "Time on target, 6 minutes," reported Hephaestus. "Undergoing atmospheric braking and energy capture. Weapons test arming complete. Awaiting targeting data from the ground." Belial checked the holo display. The Thunderhawk was leveling out of its steep descent and blazing towards the East Barrens at several times the speed of sound. Validus's squadron had encountered scattered Orc infantry, but had swept through the patrols and were due to crest the ridge above the geothermal plant at any moment. He looked at the comms panel in anticipation. "Validus to Master Belial. Enemy casualties at 16. No friendly casualties. We will achieve unimpeded auger coverage and visual sighting of the enemy in 10 seconds. Energy waveform matches that of the teleporter prior to your removal of the relay device, Brother Captain. It is reasonable to assume that the enemy have restored their previous level of reinforcement." There was a crackle of static, most likely caused by an inter-squad communication. "Collate squad comms," Belial told the technicians. They fussed at their dials and switches for a few seconds before the voices of the Ravenwing pilots and gunners hissed over the speakers. "Bearing due east, Brother Sergeant. 3 enemy light transports heading directly to our position." "What of the air defenses, brother?" This was from Validus. "Negative at the moment. Medium caliber weapons and— Wait! There is something behind the power plant. Moving southeast for a better view." The silence made the seconds creep past. "What is that?" Another voice cut through. "Sergeant, have visual sighting on a vehicle-mounted rocket battery. 2 of them in that stand of trees 1,800 meters northeast." The first voice returned. "Brother Sergeant, sizable missile system located southeast of the geothermal station. Looks to be anti-air capable, but who can say for sure with Orc technology?" More hissing from overlapping comm frequencies filled the room. Everyone, Space Marine and Serf, was frozen in place, awaiting the next report. Hephaestus's deep voice resounded around the chamber. "This is Hephaestus. Weapons armed, target sighted. Final maneuvering for attack run. Lock on in 50 seconds. Belial checked the chronometer again. It was 28 seconds until Hephaestus could pull out of his attack run and avoid any defenses at the East Barrens plant. He decided against signaling Validus for a decision. By the time the message reached the Ravenwing sergeant and was answered, there would only be a few seconds to issue an order to the plunging Thunderhawk. He had to trust Validus's judgment. Nothing was said for 3 seconds, and then Validus broke the quiet. "Ravenwing 1 to Hephaestus. Angels fall. I repeat, angels fall. Enemy air defense too dense. Abort attack run." Belial could imagine the roar of retrojets firing as the Tech Marine hastily altered course. The glowing sigil in the hololith turned sharply as the gunship banked away from the power plant. "Hephaestus to Master Belial. Abort code received. Abandoning attack run. Redirecting to Northport landing facility. Weapons deactivated. Awaiting further orders." A tense silence filled the operations chamber. It was broken by a broadcast from Validus. "Ravenwing 1 to Master Belial. Enemy are responding to our presence in strength. What are your orders?" Belial activated the comm in front of him. "Perform a recon sweep of enemy forces as best you can and withdraw. Take up preparatory position 15 kilometers west of the East Barren Station and await further instruction. Confirm." The company master sighed and looked at Charon. The librarian's expression gave away nothing of his thoughts. Uriel was gently rapping the knuckles of his gloved hand against the edge of the display desk, a sign of frustration.
Ravenwing 1 to Master Balile. Confirm orders. Withdrawing 15 kilometers west, avoiding contact with enemy.
So that is the end of that, growled Uriel.
What do we do now?
Validus has confirmed that the Orcs have been able to connect the Gorge power plant to their teleporter, and reinforcements have resumed. It is only a matter of time before the Orcs feel they have enough strength to attack again. Balile said nothing. He bowed his head as he thought, avoiding the inquiring gazes of Uriel and Charon.
You have the Grandmaster's orders, brother.
The librarian's words were quiet, but insistent. Still silent, Balile adjusted the display controls to widen the scope of the hololith, until it showed the huge area encompassing Cadalus Harbor, Koth Ridge, Gorge, Indola, and the East Barren Station. He looked at it for some time, staring at the runes highlighting the last reported sightings and strength of the Orcs. He sighed and rubbed his chin. Only now did he meet Charon's purposeful gaze.
"I am not yet ready to concede Piscina to the Orcs," said the company captain. "Then you will prepare for bombardment, brother," replied Charon.
"Not yet," Balile shook his head and stood. "There is still one path we can explore. An aerial assault has been ruled out, but we are not without other weapons."
Balile spread a hand across the Dark Angel figure emblazoned on his chest plastron. "Ever since the Orcs arrived, we have been trying to keep the enemy at bay. No more. I see now what we should have done from the outset. We are Space Marines. We are the sharp tip of the Emperor's spear, the cutting blade of the Emperor's sword. We attack, surely and swiftly, and sweep all before us. Ghazghkull has made us a garrison, a defense force, and we have paid the price for allowing that. No more. We will do what we were trained to do, the purpose for which we were created. We attack." He pointed at the Orc dispositions on the display, his gauntleted hand passing into the fuzzy hologram. "While our forces have been stretched thin, we should not overestimate the strength of the enemy or the concentration of their force. They have been defeated at Koth Ridge and paid a heavy price for their assault. Though Boreas ultimately failed us at Gorge, the Orcs suffered there also. We cannot be disheartened by the setbacks we have endured, for the enemy have not had such success that they are guaranteed victory. It took the Orcs several days to build up the army they needed to attack Koth Ridge. If we strike now, while they are divided, while fresh forces are still arriving, we can capture the East Barrens geothermal station. I saw for myself the slow progress of their reinforcements. If we cannot shut down the teleporter in its entirety, we can establish a position of strength overlooking their arrival zone and destroy them as they arrive.
"From where will the forces of this attack come?" asked Charon.
Balile paced. "We must take a risk. Fresh Piscina defense forces are arriving at Cadalus Harbor in the next few hours. We will give over our positions in the city to these soldiers and create a strike force."
"What you suggest will weaken the defense of Cadalus Harbor."
As usual, Charon simply stated the facts, with no hint of reproach or opinion.
"We will trust to our allies to hold Ghazghkull in place," said Uriel. "If done under cover of darkness, there is no reason for the enemy to suspect that our lines have been reduced."
"Better than that, they will think them strengthened," said Balile. "I will contact the commander of the reinforcement column and instruct him to enter Cadalus Harbor with as much show of strength as possible. I cannot imagine that Ghazghkull has a clear picture of what is happening outside the city. The sight of newly arrived troops and a minor offensive will convince the enemy that they are isolated, and that we are preparing for the final attack." "It is a worthy plan, brother," said Uriel, growing more animated the more he thought about Belial's course of action. "When we destroy the Orc landing site, we will be free to return to Cadalus and purge the city of the filthy Xenos, as we should have done from the outset." Belial directed a sharp look at the Master Chaplain. "You believe I was overly cautious in my earlier actions, brother?" "I do not judge your actions with the benefit of hindsight, brother," said Uriel. "It sounds as if you do," replied Belial. "If you had concerns that I was being somehow timid in my reaction to the Orc attack, why did you not speak to me?" "You misunderstand me, brother," said Uriel. "You acted to contain the Orc menace in Cadalus harbor, and committed the greater part of the company to that effort. You could have sacrificed the city for the short term, so that we might avoid getting divided and embroiled in the desperate stalemate that ensued. It was a choice of priority. Neither option was better or worse than the other." Clearing his throat, Charon stood up and held out his hands, palms facing his two companions. "The past is set. The future is not," said the librarian. He concentrated his attention on Belial. "Do you consider this attack to be the best course of action, brother?" Belial raised his eyebrows in surprise. "You think that I have concocted this plan simply to avoid the alternative?" The company master sighed. "I would avoid any cataclysmic solution to the situation by any means that present themselves. But this is not simply a fool's errand. It is our duty to protect Piscina, whatever the cost." Annoyed by the suggestion, Belial stalked back and forth a few paces. His eyes fell on Uriel. "Brother Chaplain," said the captain, "these are your orders. You will remain aboard the Unrelenting Fury and take command in my absence. I will lead the attack on the East Barrens plant. If the attack fails, you will order the Unrelenting Fury into low orbit to destroy the defense laser site in the city, and also Northport. You will then commence bombardment of the East Barrens facility to destroy the Orcs' source of power. If this proves insufficient to halt Orc reinforcements, you will do the same at Barrack Gorge, and if ultimately necessary, the power plant in Cadalus Harbor. When the chapter arrives, the Orcs will be stranded on this world, no matter the cost. Gazkul and his filth will not escape again." Uriel's brow creased in thought. "Is there not a high risk attached to orbital bombardment, brother captain?" said the chaplain. "There is," replied Balile. "Confirm your orders." "Confirm, brother captain. I will assume command of the Unrelenting Fury and use orbital bombardment to halt all Orc reinforcements to the planet." Balile rounded on Charon. "Do you have any other questions, brother?" The librarian pursed his lips as he thought. "No, brother. I will join you in the attack on the East Barrens, if you concur." "Your presence will be a great boost to our forces, brother." Balile looked at the two of them. "We will be victorious, brothers. The Third Company will not be remembered with shame for letting the Orcs take one of the Emperor's worlds from his domain." He nodded for the librarian and chaplain to leave. "I have many preparations to make, brothers. I will reconvene the council when I have done so." When they had left, Balile sat down in the command throne and took a deep breath. It was a gamble, the lives of his warriors for an uncertain chance of victory. He gazed at the digimap and knew that there was no option. The alternative would simply be a stain upon his honor too dark to bear. Dismissing his sense of foreboding, Balile focused the hololith on Cadalus Harbor and started to analyze the disposition of the Imperial forces, looking for areas he could pull out his dark angels. Lumbering servitors with hydraulic lifting arms thudded across the hangar deck, carrying boxes of supplies to the waiting Thunderhawk. Their blank eyes stared straight ahead as Hephaestus stood on the gunship's ramp, directing the loading work with clipped commands in the language of the tech priests. Slack-jawed, cables and pneumatics puncturing their flesh, the servitors trudged up the ramp to stow their loads, while robe-clad serfs amended manifest slates. Chapter staff from the armory restocked the gunship's weapons caches and lockers with extra bolters and chainswords, power axes and flamers, heavy bolters and las cannons. The fighting of the previous days had demanded all of the resources of the battle barge, but Hephaestus and his attendants had stripped the hold bare of every bolt, power pack, and weapon that could be found. Even the non-Astartes crew of the Unrelenting Fury had given up their store of lasguns and shotguns and flak armor so that the Free Militia in Cadalus Harbor could be re-equipped. This was the last of 4 runs down to the planet that Hephaestus had organized. At Northport, armory crews were assembling 2 forgotten Rhino transports that had been found by the Tech Marine on a delve into the deepest storage bays. Some of the long-range comm dishes had been removed from the battle barge's onboard array to replace the primitive sets the Piscinan commanders had been using, while one of the ship's plasma reactors had been rerouted for several hours, recharging fuel cells for sensors and heavy weapons. As he watched the activity from a balcony above the flight deck, Balile knew that this was his last push for a decisive victory. He was sure of his plan. The alternative was to continue to fight a desperate war of attrition with an enemy who could constantly replace their losses. Defeat was certain if he followed that path. There was more than simply strategy to recommend the attack to Balile. If the Third Company was to fail here, it would not be whimpering and bleeding from 1,000 cuts, but in the furnace of battle, taking the fight to the orcs. Weaker men would have called it vainglory, but Balile knew better. His Space Marines would fight even harder, knowing that they faced victory or death. All of the surviving 82 Astartes under his command would rather decide their fate with a daring assault than be forced to fight on beneath the ignominious cloud of inevitable defeat. The clump of boots on the mesh floor of the balcony announced the arrival of Charon. The librarian's face was hidden in the shadow of his robe's hood, but his eyes glittered with psychic energy. From a sling across Charon's chest hung a long, double-handed blade. Its pommel was a single crystal, the size of a Space Marine's fist, fashioned in the likeness of a skull. Seeing that the loading of the Thunderhawk was almost complete, Balile checked his own war gear. He unhooked the displacer field generator from his belt and inspected the power supply display. Shaped like a knight's shield embossed with the head of a lion, the displacer field contained a proximity detector and compact warp-shift engine. When activated by enemy attack, the device would snap Balile into the warp for a fraction of a second, depositing him back into the material universe unharmed, reappearing a few meters away from the threat. It was an arcane piece of equipment, and despite the constant attention of the Tech Marines, was temperamental and did not guarantee absolute protection. A holster attached to Belial's right thigh with magno-clamps held the company commander's bolt pistol, loading with seeking ammunition Hephaestus had scavenged from surviving stores in the catacombs of the Basilica in Cadalus Harbor. 3 more magazines of the precious bolts were carried in pouches on Belial's belt. On his left hip, he carried a plasma pistol with a spare canister of fuel for the weapon. On a strap hanging across his chest, the captain carried grenades, fragmentation grenades for clearing out enemy positions, crack grenades for breaking armor, and anti-tank melter bombs. There was not a foe that Balile could not destroy with these weapons, but he had one more, an ornate power sword. Its hilt and pommel were made in the shape of a gilded dark angel with upraised arms, a miniature copy of the sword extending along the blade, outspread wings forming the crosspiece. Balile drew the weapon from its malachite-studded scabbard and pressed his thumb to the rune upon the angel's chest. The sword thrummed into life, forks of energy crackling along veins of obsidian smelted into the adamantium blade. It was not simply a weapon. It was a symbol of Belial's authority and experience. Grandmaster Azrael had gifted the sword to Balile, bestowing upon him the honor of bearing one of the few relics to survive from ancient, lost Caliban. As he gazed into the white fire of the sword's power field, Balile remembered the deeds that had earned him that honor. That had been a fierce battle also, perhaps even harder than the challenge he now faced. His foes had been renegades, traitor space marines who had turned their backs on their duty to the Emperor and broken their oaths of loyalty. Their commander, once a company captain like Balile, had fallen to the Dark Angel's master, and his army had been torn asunder by Belial's warriors. Balile could think of no better tribute to the sword than to plunge its blade into the heart of Gazkol. The promise of vengeance against the warlord who had brought Armageddon to its knees, despoiled Piscina, and threatened Belial's reputation sent a thrill of excitement through the Dark Angel. He would stare into the orc's eyes as it died, just as he had stared into the eyes of Furion, as the renegade's life had leaked away through the ragged cut across his throat. "We are ready," said Charon, snapping Balile out of his reverie. The master looked down into the flight bay and saw Hephaestus at the Thunderhawk's controls. The serfs and servitors were clearing the launch deck. Red warning lights flashed, and a low siren sounded as the inner doors of the flight deck opened with a hiss of escaping air. Air flowed into the exposed lock, sweeping up scraps of wire and tatters of cloth that had been littering the deck. "There is another still to arrive," said Balile. He left the balcony with a nod to the technicians behind the armored glass of the launch control chamber. A set of steps led down to the flight deck, their stone worn down by generations of space marines. Balile told Charon to board the gunship and crossed to wait by the main doors leading to the hangar's accessway. The double doors rumbled open, hauled apart by two gigantic pistons. The decking shuddered as revered Venerari stepped through, blocking out the light from the corridor. Swaying slightly from side to side, Venerari stomped into the flight bay, his armored form towering over the company master. The dreadnought stood twice as tall as Balile, and was as broad. Thick slabs of armor protected the central sarcophagus, where the physical remains of Brother Venerari hung suspended in a tank of artificial amniotics. Connected to the massive suit, the Dark Angel walked and fought again, saved from death by the genius of the apothecaries and tech marines. Enclosed within his second body of ceramite, adamantium, and hardened steel, Venerari was connected to his hydraulic limbs through a mind impulse unit that mirrored the nervous system of a normal space marine. The interred veteran sensed the world through augers and scanners. So he had lived for the last 817 years, following 406 years as a battle brother. Unless finally slain in battle, Venerari was to all intents immortal. For a non-Astartes, such a fate might have been terrifying, but for a space marine it was not only a great honor, it was an entirely natural extension to a life of battle. one that a space marine served enclosed in a suit of armor, connected to his vital systems through the miracle of his black carapace. A normal space marine saw and heard the world through his auto-senses, and was just as much a machine as a man. The only difference between Balile and Venerari was that the captain could take off his armored skin.
"Greetings, brother,"
said Venerari, his voice grating from external speakers set into the ornately decorated sarcophagus. His vocal cords had been destroyed by the Eldar power blade that had almost taken Venerari's life. The artificial voice had no change in pitch or pace, but Balile could still sense the gravitas of the veteran's words. "I thank you, brother, for joining us in this endeavor. Your might, as well as your wisdom, will surely bring us victory." Venerari lifted up a huge four-fingered hand, and a shimmering blue aura surrounded it.
"It will be good to fight the orcs again, brother. It is I that must thank you for allowing me the opportunity for fresh glories. The enemy will not live to regret the day they did the wrath of the Dark Angels."
Servos and pneumatics hissing and clanking, the metal ringing under his clawed feet, Venerari strode across the deck and up the ramp of the Thunderhawk. Following behind, Balile raised a fist to Hephaestus in the gunship's command deck, and engines whined into life, the noise increasing as it reverberated from the walls of the flight bay. Balile jogged into the Thunderhawk and slammed his palm into the control stud to bring up the ramp. The gunship shuddered as Hephaestus increased the power to the engines. Easing his way past the bulk of Venerari, Balile made his way to the cockpit and strapped himself into the harness beside Hephaestus. Through the canopy, he saw the outer doors of the launch bay opening, vapor forming as the air within the flight deck streamed into vacuum. The stars were blotted out by the dark silhouette of Piscina 4, the planet's atmosphere glowing to the right with light from the system's star. Day would not dawn over Cadalus for 3 hours. When it came, it would herald a day that would see bloodshed unmatched by anything the orcs had yet witnessed. The fury of the Dark Angels was about to be unleashed. Colonel Grouts was waiting for Balile at the edge of Northport's main apron. Landing lights blinked in the pre-dawn dark. As the company master stepped off the Thunderhawk's ramp, it closed behind him with a whine. Within a few seconds, the craft was already lifting off again, heading for the defense line at Koth Ridge with its vital supplies. Though Balile was set on victory in the East Barrens, he would not leave his back unguarded. The Piscinan commander and his staff gazed in astonishment as Venerari stomped past, the dreadnought's metallic voice subdued as he talked to Charon, who was walking beside him. Balile cut straight across the landing pad and strode up to Grouts. "Is everything ready, Colonel?" Grouts broke away from staring at the dreadnought and focused on Balile. The colonel was in his early 50s, most of his lined face hidden behind a thick salt-and-pepper beard, wisps of grey hair sticking out from beneath a high-peaked cap, emblazoned with the imperial aquila. Grouts held himself straight and was considered tall by normal standards, but his eyes were barely level with Belial's collar. Those dark brown eyes looked up and saw a distorted view of the colonel in the lenses of the master's helm.
"Everything is as you ordered, Master Balile."
Grouts was softly spoken, but there was a stolid timbre to his voice. It was his world that had been attacked.
"We launched an offensive through the east docks an hour ago. My troops are moving in behind a cordon of tanks, while your warriors are withdrawing to the east gate. It looks like we've stirred up the orcs, and they're preparing to retaliate. It's going to be a long day."
"It will be a short day for some, Colonel," said Balile. "Let us hope that it is not for too many." Grouts grunted and nodded. "We will keep the orcs where you need them," he said. "Though we owe the Dark Angels much for what they have done to protect us, Piscina is not without its own men of valor." Balile looked into the colonel's eyes and saw them glistening with pride. The captain had no doubt that Grouts would make his men fight to the last if necessary. After the disappointment at Barrack Gorge, Balile was pleased to see that there was someone else on Piscina who understood how important this war had become. "I have every confidence in your men and your ability to lead them, Colonel," Balile said quietly. "The Dark Angels know that there is strength in Piscina, and not just on your neighboring world. For 6,000 years we have used your world. Today, the Dark Angels fulfill the oaths made and pay their part of the bargain. I have an armored column standing by to follow you to the East Barrens," said Grouts, "if you need them." Balile shook his head. "The offer is appreciated, Colonel, but not necessary. Your tanks are not fast enough to keep up with our advance. Keep them here, in the city, in case Gazkol makes an attempt to break out." "You think that your attack will be so swift?" The colonel made no attempt to hide his doubt. "There are still orcs between Koth Ridge and the East Barrens." "There are, Colonel, but we do not intend to fight them all," replied Balile. "We are Space Marines. Strike swift, hard, and sure. Our force will cut through the Orc army and descend upon the East Barrens like a bolt of the Emperor's ire. Once we have taken the Orc landing zone, we will defend it against all attack until the rest of the chapter arrives. We will have time enough to destroy the Orcs at our leisure." Balile bent forwards and laid a hand on the colonel's shoulder, his other wrapped around the hilt of his blade. "Today, my ally, you will see why the Astartes are called the Sword of the Emperor." Exhaust vapors and the rumble of engines filled the air as the Space Marine column lined up on the Indola highway. The dark green livery of the Space Marines' vehicles showed much wear and damage, but on each Rhino transport, Razorback armored carrier, and Predator tank, the chapter serfs had labored to repaint the Dark Angel's insignia. The white-winged sword gleamed freshly from a dozen hulls as dawn broke over the rocks of the East Barrens. A circling vapor trail through the orange-tinted clouds overhead marked the progress of the Thunderhawk. In the lead Rhino, Balile left his seat and climbed up through the command cupola. He pulled himself up onto the upper hull of the transport and looked back at his company. Heat haze shimmered in the morning chill. Gray smoke and billowing vapors hung like a fog about the armored vehicles, lights carving nebulae in the fume, shadows softened by the strengthening light of the rising sun. The growl of engines brought to Belial's mind the image of a hunting beast, waiting to pounce, full of potential energy and terrible ferocity kept in check for the moment. Hatches popped along the column as the vehicle crews and transported squads emerged to hear their commander's address. Belial drew his power sword and held it aloft, blade glowing in the haze, shining from his polished armor. "This morning brings us to the day of glory we have been longing for," he declared. "For days we have labored to keep back our wretched foes, and have made them pay in blood for every patch of Cadalus that they seek to take from us. Now it is the turn of our filthy enemy to fight for survival." He swept his sword down to point eastwards. "It is to the new day that we attack, a fitting omen for the victory that will be ours. We will strike with the speed of a flashing blade and the strength of a crushing fist. No foe will stand before us and survive. No enemy will elude the ire of our weapons. Warriors of the 3rd Company, your brothers from the chapter will learn of our actions today, and they will be both proud and sad. Proud that the battle brothers fought with such honor and ferocity. sad that they were not here to fight beside us and share in this great battle." Balile sheathed his sword and stalked to the rear of the rhino, his boots ringing on the hull. His robe flapping in the strengthening morning wind, the captain stood with one hand on his sword hilt, the other resting on the holster of his bolt pistol. "We fight today with renewed purpose, brothers. Our mission is clear, our enemy known, our objective laid before us. We are the lions, sons of battle, raised for war and suckled on bloodshed. Today, we fight not simply to fulfill our duty, but to punish those that seek to humble our honor. Today, we avenge ourselves against those who have brought discord and anarchy to a world of the Emperor. Today, we will give our foes the battle they seek and teach them the folly of daring the wrath of the Astartes. Above all else, remember the traditions of the lion. We are the first. We are the Dark Angels. For the lion!" roared the answering cry from 80 throats. Nodding with satisfaction, Balile returned to the hatch and lowered himself back into the rhino. He sat in the command position and pulled on his harness, tightening the straps across his chest and waist. Activating the comm panel in front of him, Balile selected the channel set aside for the makeshift force he had tasked with remaining at Koth Ridge to bolster the Piscinan defense. "Brother Sarpedon, Brother Hebron, Squad Menelaus, Squad Dominus, Squad Annihilus, and Squad Erinyes. Detach from column and move to your positions." Affirmatives echoed around the rhino as the nominated Space Marines broke away from the company and moved out along the ridge to mingle with the Free Militia troopers staring with awe and anxiety at the Dark Angel's force. He turned in his seat and tapped the driver, Lefrael, on the shoulder. The Space Marine gunned the engine, the vehicle shaking with unleashed power. From external pickups, Balile could hear the roaring response from the other vehicles along the road. Balile switched channel. "Third Company, advance!" The column rumbled down the ridge, following the Indola highway, picking up speed as they headed across the plains. Belial's rhino was at the front of the spearhead, and with him rode Charon and the battle brothers of the Master's bodyguard, Apothecary Nestor amongst them. Behind followed 2 Predator tanks, twin las cannons in their turrets, heavy bolters mounted on armored sponsons on each flank of their hulls. Following the heavily armored Predators came more transports, 2 Razorbacks with heavy bolter gun turrets, each carrying a combat squad of 5 Dark Angels, and 3 more Rhinos with a full squad of 10 Space Marines aboard each. The Ravenwing squadrons, 3 land speeders and 5 bikes, surged ahead of the column on either side, following Sergeant Validus. Half a kilometer above, the Thunderhawk completed Belial's force, Hephaestus, Venerari, and an assault squad on board. Each was represented by a glowing rune on the tactical display to Belial's right. It had been a difficult task to extract his warriors from the front line in Cadalus Harbor, but they had managed the withdrawal without alerting the Orcs to what was happening. 2 hours of hectic reorganization had followed, with Balile reassigning the survivors of reduced squads to new sergeants, and promoting 2 of the Battle Brothers to lead the ad hoc combat squads being carried in the Razorbacks. Weapons and ammunition had been redistributed as needed, while the apothecaries and tech marines had worked their way through the force, treating wounds and repairing armor. The Third Company had suffered, but they remained strong. Balile was filled with a sense of freedom he had not felt since the Orcs had fallen upon Cadalus with thunderbolt surprise. The responsibility to protect Cadalus Harbor and the uncertainty of what the Orcs were up to had weighed heavily upon every decision he had made. All of that was forgotten as the Dark Angels raced down the road towards Indola. He had a force worthy of any commander, and an enemy to destroy. The sudden simplicity of everything was a thrill almost as great as the surge of excitement brought about by fighting a foe face to face. Unseen inside his helmet, Balile smiled. The Dark Angels swept down from Koth Ridge and were halfway to the Indola complex by mid-morning. The reports from the Thunderhawk and Ravenwing confirmed Belial's expectation that there were no orcs directly east of Koth Ridge. The company had an open route all the way to Indola. The abandoned mine was almost certainly occupied by the orcs. Only the day before, as Validus's squadron returned to Koth Ridge, the Ravenwing sergeant had detected significant enemy around the half-ruined installation. 20 kilometers from the mine head, Balile had to make a decision. The column could leave the highway and move cross-country through the East Barrens, ignoring the orc presence. Or the Space Marines could follow the road to its terminus at Indola and clear the orcs from the compound. The first course of action would ensure the column reached the East Barrens intact, and as speedily as possible. Balile weighed up whether any time lost in attacking Indola would be compensated by destroying an enemy that would otherwise be left behind his line of advance. With compelling strategic reasons for both attack and avoidance, Balile reverted to his instinct. It gnawed at him to leave an enemy with uncontested control of a position, and it seemed to the captain that he was simply leaving the orcs at Indola for the rest of the chapter to deal with. If nothing else, destroying them now would save the Dark Angels time later, when the orcs might have scattered into the wilderness. Master Balile to Brother Hephaestus, conduct a recon flight past of the Indola complex and report. Confirm. Confirm, Brother Captain. We'll commence flyover in 9 minutes. Stand by for report. The column sped onwards, tracks biting at the worn surface of the highway, dust trailing behind the armored vehicles. The morning sky was cloudless, and sunshine illuminated the plains as if to provide bright witness to the approaching battles. This is Ravenwing 1. Wreckage on the road ahead, 2 kilometers east of your current position. No enemy detected. We'll circle to provide perimeter watch until your arrival. The column slowed as it neared the site. Clambering into the command cupola, Balile increased the magnification of his auto-senses. Less than a kilometer ahead, he saw the tangled remains of 2 vehicles, one a battle wagon, the other a smaller half-track. From what he could see, they had crashed headlong into each other. The bodies of several orcs hung limply from the wrecks. It looked like a typically clumsy orc accident. But Balile had been tricked by the orcs before, and was not going to take any chances. He signaled his force. Company, halt! Caliban's Wrath and Hammer of Judgment provide flank protection. Transports form up into double column. The 2 predators slewed off the road and took up positions to either side of Belial's rhino, their weapons pointing to the northeast and southeast. Behind their guns, the Razorbacks and Rhinos drew up together, shortening the flank of the column. This is Balile to Ravenwing 1. Confirm lack of enemy. This is Ravenwing 1. No enemy present. The only orcs within a kilometer of here are rotting, brother. Given the unreliability of sensor reports on previous missions, Balile remained cautious. Advance in formation. Gunners in position. Direct weapons for circuit defense. He switched to the internal comm to speak to Lefrael. Advance at 20 kilometers per hour. Divert power to cupola. Confirm, Brother Captain. The Rhino slowly picked up speed, the other vehicles keeping pace with Belial's lead. To the left and right, the Predators bumped across the uneven ground, turrets swiveling in arcs from the front to either side, gunners scanning for targets. The servos of the cupola beneath Balile whined into life. Taking holding of the storm bolter mounted on the cupola ring, Balile swung the weapon to each side to check it was moving freely. Behind him, other Space Marines were doing the same, rotating their weapons to cover the convoy in all directions. As the column neared the wrecks, Balile could see the dust cloud of the Raven-wing bikes off to the left and the blurred black shapes of the land speeders to the right, circling around the crash. Had they detected anything, they would have reported immediately. "Stop us 20 meters short of the wrecks," Balile told Lefrael. He kept the storm bolter trained on the twisted vehicles as the Rhino slowed to a halt. Nothing moved. Balile addressed the force. "No threat detected. Move around the wreckage and reform in rapid deployment formation on the other side." Locking the storm bolter in place, Balile dropped back inside the Rhino, slamming the hatch shut over his head. He returned to his command position as Lefrael turned the Rhino off the highway and plowed through the dust and grass to avoid the crashed vehicles.
"If I did not know better, brother, I would think that you are showing some nervousness,"
said Charon, joining Balile in the cramped front end of the transport. The captain kept his eyes on the tactical display as the icons shifted around the blockage on the road and fell into a single line again behind the accelerating command Rhino. "I have made too many assumptions already, brother," Balile replied once the column was underway again. "I committed the sin of underestimating our foes at the outset of this campaign. It is not a mistake I will repeat at its conclusion."
"A good lesson, to be sure, brother. But do not start to second-guess yourself. Doubt leads to hesitation."
"Hesitation leads to defeat," Balile finished the maxim. "Do not be concerned, brother. I am not afraid to take decisive action." As if on cue, the comm crackled into life. "Primary sweep of Indola complex completed, brother captain," said Hephaestus. "Confirm enemy presence. Infantry 50 to 60 in number. Several field guns of unknown design, hidden in buildings covering the 2 main gates. Awaiting orders." Balile considered his options again in light of this intelligence. There was no way to mask the approach of the Space Marines. The column of dust being left in their wake made sure of that. He had to assume that the guns covering the entrances to the compound had anti-tank capability. That would mean disembarking and attacking on foot, which would slow down the advance even more.
"There is another option, brother,"
said Charon. Balile could not tell whether the Psyker had read his thoughts or simply understood him well enough to guess them. He swiveled the chair to look at Charon. "Make your suggestion, brother."
"You are not restricted to ground combat,"
said the librarian, lifting a finger upwards. "The gunship has limited ammunition," said the commander. "It might be a waste to expend that resource on this matter, and not have it available for the main assault."
"Brother Hephaestus has more than the guns of his Thunderhawk to commit. Consider a combat drop under covering fire of the column."
The plan had merit. Balile could draw the Orc defenders to the column with a diversionary attack, leaving the enemy vulnerable to a Thunderhawk deployment in the heart of the compound. Caught between the 2 forces, the Orcs would be quickly destroyed. "Very well, brother. It is a bold move, and today will be decided by aggression and determination." He turned back to the comm and signaled the circling Thunderhawk. "Master Balile to Brother Hephaestus, have Sergeant Arbalan and revered Venerari prepare for aerial insertion. Stand by for further orders."
"Confirm, brother captain. Awaiting further orders for Thunderhawk insertion."
Balile nodded for Charon to return to the main compartment. The commander punched in the company channel and activated the comm. "Pre-battle checks. All squads. Column to assume standard spearhead formation 2 kilometers from Indola compound. Advance to within 500 meters and engage enemy forces with all weapons. Squad Arbelan and Revered Venerari will arrive by Thunderhawk into the compound 3 minutes after engagement commences. Upon completing the insertion, Brother Hephaestus will provide aerial support, and Column will attack in force. Confirm. As the responses of the vehicle crews and squads buzzed back through the comm, Balile allowed his excitement to grow. After so much frustration and a night of meticulous, focused preparation, the Third Company would soon shed the first blood of this new battle. Indola would be retaken. Next, the East Barrens, and from then it would be inevitable that the Dark Angels would control Piscina again. The guns of the Predators heralded the attack, las cannon beams converging on the brick and metal guardhouses flanking the compound's main gate. Behind the two tanks, the Razorbacks peeled to the left, their turret gunners laying down a curtain of fire with heavy bolters. Balile stood in the Rhino's cupola, a few meters back from the Predators, finger resting on the trigger of the storm bolter. To the right, the Devastators of Squad Vindictus took up a firing position beside the Hammer of Judgment, their missile launchers and autocannons directed at the compound. At a signal from their sergeant, the Space Marines opened fire, 2 missiles streaking away to detonate inside one of the gatehouses while the autocannons punched holes into the brickwork of the other. Beyond the fence, Balile could see orcs pouring from the central building, shouting and firing their guns to raise the alarm. Evidently, the orcs had not been as watchful as the commander had expected. Through the sight of the storm bolter, he followed a whip-wielding orc herding a number of Gretchen into a roughly dug emplacement. A few seconds later, the muzzle of a large-bore cannon peeked out through a gap in the dirt heaped around the position. Balile pulled the trigger, sending a stream of bolter rounds into the emplacement. The bolts sent up a cloud of grit and dirt as they exploded against the wall. The field gun fired, belching flame and smoke, hurling a shell over the Caliban's Wrath to explode 30 meters behind the Space Marines. Balile fired again, knowing that he was unlikely to hit anything, but the torrent of bolts would interfere with the Gretchen gunners' reloading and aim. The Razorbacks were pouring their fire into the second story of a half-ruined building halfway along the compound fence. Lethal shrapnel and ferrocrete shards cut through the greenskins, sheltering behind the remnants of the wall. With a blaze, a ball of plasma erupted from the building and ripped into the ground short of the closest Razorback. At a warning from their driver, the combat squad within spilled from the main hatch and took up firing from a few meters away. The guardhouses had been so riddled with fire that nothing could have survived. The one on the left had collapsed, its sheet metal roof trapping any orcs that had been inside. Another flurry of las cannon fire from the Hammer of Judgment seared through the corroded steel. "Move on to secondary targets," Balile told the Predator crews. "Watch that warehouse to the right." The tank's turrets and sponson guns swiveled to comply with the commander's order. Balile swung the storm bolter around to aim at the orcs targeting the Razorbacks, adding his fire to the torrent, screaming from the transport's heavy bolters and the guns of the disembarked squad. A pall of dust was enveloping the perimeter of the compound, thrown up by dozens of bolt round, missile, autocannon, and heavy bolter impacts. Balile switched to thermal view to see through the murk and continued firing, targeting the bright glimmers of heat in the ground floor of the building. Belile's auto-senses picked up the incoming roar of jets as the Thunderhawk circled for its final approach. Screaming in from the north, the gunship came to a stop over the compound, hovering on pillars of fire. As the Thunderhawk descended, the assault ramp in its prow opened, disgorging the assault marines of Squad Arbelan. Jump packs flaring, they bounded away from the landing aircraft, heading towards the other gate. The cannon Balile had been targeting opened fire. With a clang that could be heard over the mass of gunfire, the shell slammed into the Hammer of Judgment's turret, bouncing away from the sloped front, leaving a deep furrow in the armor. In response, the gunner turned his weapons on the emplacement, twin beams of laser energy stabbing over the mounds of earth, sheltering the gun crew. Something erupted into flame, and a moment later Balile saw the small greenskins clambering out of the dugout. They were too late, as the cannon's ammunition exploded, sweeping the entire gate area with flying red-hot metal. "Attack speed! Column advance!" Dirt spraying from their tracks, the vehicles of the Dark Angels powered towards the compound. The Thunderhawk touched down between the main minehead building and the gatehouses, bullets ricocheting from its hull. Venerari lumbered down the ramp, his power fist crackling, missiles streaking from the armored pod on his other weapon mount. Fire engulfed the orcs as the Thunderhawk lifted off, cruising low over the buildings to bathe the compound with its plasma jets. "Go left!" Balile snapped to his driver, as he saw a group of orcs fleeing between the burning buildings of the mine. He jabbed the general comm button. "Company, follow your commander!" Lefrael slewed the rhino towards the greenskins as Balile opened fire. Bolts ripped past the chain link a moment before the rhino crashed through, lurching over the raised plascrete foundation holding the fence in place. The transport rocked and skidded over the stone-strewn ground, but Balile compensated for the movement, firing a burst into the retreating orcs, cutting down 2 of them. Behind him, the roar of storm bolters echoed from the ruined walls of the compound buildings, as the following crews opened up at the orcs loitering within. With a whine of hydraulics, the doors covering the top hatch opened outwards behind Balile. Climbing up to the firing steps, the commander's bodyguard leveled their weapons at the buildings rushing past to either side. Bolts and balls of plasma flew in all directions, while bullets and laser blasts spat back from the orcs' guns. Throwing his weight to his left, Balile brought the storm bolter to bear on a clutch of orcs heading into a gap between a rusting storage tank and a thick pipeline. Corroded metal shattered as Balile opened fire. A cloud of rust flakes engulfed the running orcs a second before the bolts found their mark, thudding into green-skinned limbs and bodies. "Purge the unclean!" snarled Balile as he ejected the storm bolter's spent magazine and reached down into the rhino for a replacement. "Hunt them all down!" The snaking column of rhinos and razorbacks weaved between the storage sheds, hulking machinery, ore hoppers, and ferrocrete hab blocks, weapons blazing. From just outside the compound, the predators continued to blast away with heavy bolters and las cannons, leveling any cover that might hide a foe. Bullets pinged from the rhino's hull and sprayed from Belial's armor as a mob of orcs fired from the windows of a burnt-out tower housing the main pumping works. The angle was too steep for Belial to return fire, as the rhino rumbled past, but it did not matter. The crews of the following vehicles turned their weapons on the greenskins, the hail of fire ripping through the windows and thin walls. "Brother Captain, this is Hephaestus. There are 15+ orcs leaving the compound to the north. Shall I engage?" "Negative, brother," Balile replied. "Sergeant Validus is patrolling that area and will deal with any that try to escape." "Confirm, brother Captain. Continuing surveillance sweep." The column had reached the open area just west of the main compound building, where a few nights before Sergeants Naaman and Aquila had debated the nature of the orc threat. Back in the light, Balile switched off his thermal view and swung the cupola around to face the column. "Perimeter defense! Disembark squads for building clearance!" He slipped down into the rhino, Lefrael taking up his commander's position at the gun a couple of seconds later. The command squad dropped down from the top hatch, the doors closing back over them as Balile opened the rear access way. The company master was first down the lowering ramp, striding out into the bright morning sun. Around him, The rhinos and razorbacks formed a circle, guns directed outwards. The thudding of boots echoed around the strangely quiet compound as the squads disembarked. The Space Marines used their vehicles as cover while they aimed their weapons at the buildings around them. "Tactical squads, clear and secure your sectors. Check for basements, storage bunkers, and other hiding places. Squad Vindictus, split into combat squads. Remain in reserve to provide fire support. Report strong resistance immediately." The Space Marines fanned out across the compound, moving building to building with grenades and bolters. The bark of a gun or crack of frag grenades broke the stillness as the Dark Angels cleared Indola room by room, shack by shack, stone by stone. Charon joined the company commander, while Nestor left the squad to attend to the few Space Marines wounded in the intense fighting. The librarian said nothing, and his silence disturbed Balile. "You think this is a distraction?" said the captain. Charon shook his head, his eyes scanning the surrounding buildings. "I would not presume to think I am better acquainted with strategy. Is there any reason to doubt the wisdom of your action?" Balile was not sure what the librarian was implying. The master paced back and forth beside the command rhino. "I feel that you are the eyes of Azrael upon me, brother. You profess not to judge me, yet I feel your constant scrutiny. I am aware of the errors I have made, and I do not need you to bear witness to them. The interpretation is yours alone, and not my intent, brother. Do not feel that you have anything to prove to me, or to Grandmaster Azrael." Charon stopped Belial's pacing with an outstretched hand. "If there is any judgment, it is yours. If you have doubts, they are of your own fabrication. What accusation do you think I could make regarding this operation?" Tapping his fingers against the scabbard of his sword in agitation, Balile directed a long look at Charon. The company master examined his reasoning behind the attack on Indola and could find no flaw, except for a niggling concern that crept into his mind. "An uncharitable observer might report that I have indulged in this attack to delay the real battle in the East Barrens. This assault could be portrayed as a distraction, conceived to forestall the inevitable clash that will decide my future. Some might say it is a sign that I am fearful of confronting the resolution that awaits us to the east. But that is not the case, brother." Charon kept his words quiet and glanced away as if dismissing the comment. "There is a more problematic and direct cause for concern." Balile wanted to end the conversation. The librarian's statements probed at the master's motives and forced him to confront the possibility of failure. Or worse, the possibility that Balile would be the cause of defeat. To walk away could be an admittance of guilt. He forced himself to think rationally, pulling back his thoughts from the turmoil of combat so that he could think like a commander. "The Orcs are receiving steady reinforcements, and this delay will see their strength increase," he said. Balile re-examined the strategic options that had been laid before him and continued in a firmer tone. "While the time spent here will see enemy numbers grow, in balance it is not a factor. If we did not clear the enemy from this area, accepted doctrine says that we should leave a rear guard to protect against attack from this quarter. The growing strength of the Orcs is an unknowable quantity, while the loss of warriors for such a duty is defined. It is my belief that the benefits of keeping the entirety of the strike force intact outweigh any bolstering of the enemy force." Balile checked the chronometer, his agitation subsiding, replaced with renewed confidence. "I estimate it will take no more than an hour to fully secure the compound.
That will leave us with just over 8 hours of daylight to reach the East Barrens and prosecute the battle against the Orc landing site. Though we are capable of conducting a night operation, it will be better to take the East Barren station before nightfall, to reduce the chances of any Orcs escaping. Folding his arms, Charon nodded. You have everything under control, and nothing is amiss in your thinking, said the librarian. It is important that you recognize this. I do, brother, said Balile. He stepped up to the command rhino's entrance hatch, but stopped just as he was about to duck inside. He looked back at Charon. How is it, brother, that you see doubts when even I am unaware of them? Is that why Grandmaster Azrael attached you to my command? The librarian betrayed no emotion as he replied. I see into men's souls, brother, but not with any sense you do not possess. The lion taught that we must know each other if we are to know ourselves. A moment's hesitation might go unobserved and unremarked, but can be a sign of inner debate. A change of orders or sudden reversal of decision might be a symptom of failing clarity. These things I see, but not in you. Balile shook his head in wonder. I'm sure that you see more, brother, than you tell me. Has the conflict within me been so plain? No, brother, said Charon, smiling for the first time since he had joined Belial's company. I saw nothing in you that would suggest doubt or indecision. It is important that you understand that. You are an excellent commander and an outstanding warrior. Believe in your instincts and trust your judgment. They will serve us all well. Grandmaster Azrael sent me to you, not because he thinks you are weak, but because he thinks you are strong. He believes that you are destined for greater things, Balile, and you have given me no cause to make him question that belief. Why could you not simply tell me that at the outset? Why leave me thinking the worst for all this time, fearing for a verdict from my masters that was wholly imagined? Charon's smile faded. It is not our place to aggrandize each other, nor to set our sights on goals any loftier than the immediate task at hand. We must test ourselves each day, examine our loyalty, our attention to duty, and our dedication to our brothers. There can be no complacency. We both know the dark road that leads from such self-interest. The company master glanced around out of instinct, knowing that Charon spoke of the fallen, the secret that had been entrusted to him as a master and a member of the Deathwing. It was not the time to think about such things. Charon was right. He had more pressing issues to address. It took a little more than the hour Balile had expected to clear Indola of the remaining Orcs. It was not the fighting that took up this time. The Orcs had been rocked by the attack and provided little concerted opposition. The delay came from disposing of the bodies. Hephaestus had insisted that the Orc dead be burnt to ensure they posed no further threat to Piscina, which meant that the corpses had to be gathered up and pits dug for the cremations. 3 black pillars of smoke rose into the midday sky as the Dark Angels headed eastwards. It was unlikely that the Orcs would see the smoke so many kilometers away, but if they did, Balile was not worried. It was his intent to draw into battle as many of the Orcs as possible so that they could be killed. If the greenskins were allowed to scatter into the wilds, it would make the task of hunting them down all the more difficult, and would occupy the chapter for more time. Better to eradicate them before they bolted for cover, Balile told himself.
So it was that the Dark Angel's column rumbled across the undulating grasslands of the East Barrens like a dark green spear aimed at the geothermal station. Hour by hour, the Space Marines advanced, no word of the foe from the Thunderhawk overhead, or the Raven Wing Outriders crisscrossing the plains. Having experienced the rush of battle so recently, the monotony of the journey nagged at Balile, and he occupied himself with addressing some of the simple logistical issues involved in the attack. His force had suffered only 2 fatalities in the battle at Indola, a Razorback gunner and one of Validus's bikers, and a further 7 Space Marines had incurred serious injuries that compromised their ability to fight. Balile had removed these battle brothers from their squads and split Squad Lathius to replace them, sending the wounded back to Koth Ridge in the Rhino, thus made available. In effect, he was 1 transport and 1 squad down on his starting force, but Balile considered he would have been forced to sacrifice at least 1 squad, and possibly 2 as a rearguard, if he had not cleansed the Orcs from Indola. The attack had used up almost a quarter of the column's ammunition, although at the end the Dark Angels had conserved their resources by using chainswords and fists to destroy the last few greenskins. Supplies had been redistributed between the squads and vehicles to ensure that they were evenly spread amongst the Space Marines. Heavy bolter rounds were a particular issue, with nearly half of the task force's cash expended during the assault. It was not unexpected. The anti-personnel power and high rate of fire of heavy bolters made them ideal weapons for fighting Orcs. The 2 Predators had sacrificed some of their supplies to ensure the squads had enough ammunition. It was a reasonable compromise, as the tank's las cannons would be more valuable in the coming battle if the enemy had significant numbers of vehicles and dreadnoughts. The energy weapons were powered by the Predator's reactor, a near-limitless supply of energy. Feeling upbeat about the result of the coming attack, the commander turned his attention to events further out. As with the aborted air attack, he composed scenarios of the possible outcomes and what would be needed to deal with each of them. Defeat was not an option, he considered. If that happened, Uriel's orders were unequivocal and would be carried out to the letter. More troublesome in a way was the possibility of a partial victory. The primary objective was to seize the geothermal station from the Orcs, dismantle their energy relay to stop reinforcements, and hold against counterattack. If it transpired that Orc strength was sufficient to stop the Dark Angels achieving this, Balile was determined to set up a point of fire on the landing site so that any arriving reinforcements could be targeted before they could get away. That mission might well last until the chapter arrived, in at least another 4 days. Depending upon the scale and frequency of the incoming reinforcements, such an operation would require considerable supplies. The other unknown was the plan of Gazkul in Cadalus Harbor. Balile had no idea whether the warlord had any means of contacting the Orcs to the east, or knew what had been happening outside the city. But it would be foolish to discount the greenskins holding the docks, power plants, and defense laser site. If all went well, the Piscinans could lift their perimeter on Koth Ridge and bolster their defense in the city, freeing the Dark Angels to concentrate their efforts in the east. If only a part victory was obtained, the defenders of Cadalus would be committed on 2 fronts, seriously stretching their manpower and supplies. The commander made a note in his tactical log to contact Colonel Grouts to find out what other resources could be airlifted to Cadalus from the smaller islands of Piscina. Hour by hour, kilometer by kilometer, Balile engaged himself in this distraction, breaking only to receive the regular negative reports from the Raven Wing and Hephaestus. It was only at these times that he paid any attention to the chronometer and noted absently the shortening time until the attack would be launched. At the mark of 1 hour until engagement, Balile pushed his strategic plans to the back of his mind and focused on the coming battle. Rapid and controlled ferocity would be the key. The Space Marines were masters of shock assault, and the coming confrontation would be a test of those abilities. It was too risky to charge directly in aboard the Rhinos. The Orcs had rocket systems capable of shooting at aircraft, and it seemed reasonable to expect they had at least some anti-tank weapons positioned around the power station. Those air defenses were also a concern in themselves, preventing a Thunderhawk insertion or attack run. A plan slowly formed in Belial's mind, the vague outlines of what would happen. 5 minutes later, he called the column to a halt, 30 kilometers west of the ridge overlooking the geothermal station. He brought the squad sergeants and vehicle commanders together for a mission briefing. "We will conduct a 4-phase assault on the landing site," Balile told the circle of Space Marines. Hephaestus and Validus listened in over the comm as they continued to circle the column to guard against attack. Balile held up the data slab connected to the command terminal in his Rhino and showed them a display depicting the area around the geothermal station. The geography was detailed, based on data taken by Naaman and the Ravenwing in their previous forays into the region. The runes marking out likely enemy dispositions were more approximate, based on old reports, but the only information the Master had available. "First phase will be Ravenwing reconnaissance to confirm enemy force and location. Second phase will be a Razorback and Predator strike against anti-air and anti-tank weapons. Third phase will be a general assault to seize key firing positions around the landing site, supported by Thunderhawk attack. Fourth phase will be a narrow front assault against the station itself, coordinated with an aerial insertion." He paused, offering the assembled Dark Angels an opportunity to voice any comment or question regarding the overall plan. Nothing was said. When he continued, his fingers worked the keypad of the data slab, bringing up lines of attack, arcs of covering fire, and other tactical details. "Most of you fought beside me at Agreon, and will recall our assault on Forgewell." There were a few nods from the sergeants. "The same principles apply here. The key element is establishing a base of fire as soon as possible. Once the Predators, Razorbacks, and Devastators are in position, the rest of us can move on to take the main facility." Again, he allowed any questions to be raised, and again there were none. "Initial attack formation will be Cohortis Rapida, and individual squad deployments will be sent to your tactical displays. After that, it is a matter of how many enemy there are to kill and where we will find them. All non-intra-squad communication will take place on the Prime Command channel. Facing an uncertain foe, we must be alert and flexible to every opportunity and threat." "Withdrawal rally points, Brother Captain?" It was Sergeant Livenius that asked the question. "There will be no general withdrawal or extraction," Balile said. "If we are unable to capture the geothermal station, we will hold any ground captured. We are not leaving the East Barrens until the Orcs are destroyed one way or the other." "Understood, brother," said Livenius. "No retreat." The call was echoed by the others. "Victory or death," Validus added over the comm. Balile laughed. "Indeed, brothers," he said, "today it truly is victory or death." The blast from the exploding Orc missile carrier shook the ground. Mangled debris cascaded down onto the greenskins in a shower of metal and flame. With one target destroyed, the Hammer of Judgment plunged onwards to the Orc landing site, las cannons cutting brilliant traces down the ridge. The Caliban's Wrath followed close behind, heavy bolters thundering, slashing a sway through the enemy camp. To the left, the north, the two Razorbacks of the column laid down covering fire, whilst the combat squads disembarked into a defile running down the ridgeline towards the geothermal station. Balile monitored the destruction on the tactical screen, the interior of the Rhino bathed with soft yellow light. The data from the Ravenwing reconnaissance had been ideal, pinpointing the concentrations of the Orc forces and confirming that the anti-aircraft rockets had not been moved. It was a tactical nuance, the redeployment of defensive elements after an enemy encounter, that had been lost on the Greenskins, and the Dark Angels made them pay with blood. Master Balile to Brother Hephaestus, elimination of air defenses proceeding quickly. Take position to begin your attack run. Confirm. While the Tech Marine's confirmation sounded from the comm, Balile adjusted the display settings and zoomed out for a wider view. Collating sensor sweeps from the Ravenwing to the north and south, the tactical matriculators presented the commander with a view of the battlefield only a few seconds old. If he was attacking over a narrower front, Balile would have witnessed the action by eye and been able to respond even more quickly. But the undulating ground and mile-wide attack made that impossible. Instead, he saw his forces from the signatures of their identity transponders and looked at enemies that were nothing more than auger returns and thermal responses. The main comm feed was a chatter of information as vehicle commanders and squad sergeants exchanged information and coordinated their attacks. The constant battle commentary was like a background hum, attracting his attention only when something out of the ordinary was reported. He would then spend a few seconds dealing with the issue, before leaving his leaders at the front to carry out their orders as they saw fit. It was not Belial's place to interfere with the close-range squad actions, but to provide an omniscient guiding hand, steering the entire assault in the desired direction, keeping an eye on the wide picture for emerging threats and opportunities. One such threat was growing in the outbuildings between the power station and the left flank of the attack. A battery of Orc howitzers and mortars were tossing their shells up the ridge. The bombs were not strong enough to pose any genuine threat to the armored hulls of the Rhinos, but as the transport rocked from another close blast, Balile did not want to take any chances. A lucky hit on a hatch or the breaking of a tread link would be enough to remove a whole squad from the fight. Razorbacks, close and engage enemy artillery in grid Omega 5. Keep them pinned down. Combat Squad Belaphon, follow in and take up a position at grid Omega 6. Confirm. Balile waited for the responses before turning his attention to the other flank, where the Hammer of Judgment was fast approaching the teleporter opening. Since the Space Marines had arrived, a steady stream of Orcs had continued to arrive through the portal and were massing in a copse of trees to the south. The Predator's rune flashed red in warning a moment before the commander, Brother Meladon, cut through the other comm traffic. Engaged with anti-tank rockets from the southeast. Right sponson damaged, gunner unharmed. Request orders, Brother Captain. Shall I push on to the last anti-air missile or pull back? Balile made the decision in a moment. The advantage of clearing the airspace over the plant for the Thunderhawk outweighed the possible loss of a Predator. Advance and engage your target, Meladon. Caliban's Wrath, divert to provide flank support. Confirm, Brother Captain. Hammer of Judgment, moving in on last air defense missiles. Confirm, Brother Captain. Caliban's Wrath engaging enemy in the woods with all weapons. Hammer of Judgment, clear to advance. Panning the display back to the left, Balile saw that the Razorbacks and combat squad he had sent forwards were doing a good job of suppressing the enemy artillery. It had been several seconds since the last shell had exploded around the Rhinos. Hephaestus to Master Balile. On station for attack run. Weapons armed. Targeting systems linked to Ravenwing spotters. Awaiting attack order. Confirm, Hephaestus. Validus, can you get a clear target signal on those transports to the northeast? While he waited for the reply, the commander touched the screen and focused on the two Predators. The Hammer of Judgment was rounding a ruined building and would have a clear view of the last anti-aircraft missile in a few seconds. The other tank was engaged in a furious firefight with the orcs hiding amongst the short trees. Balile could picture the screaming heavy bolter rounds, shredding orcs and foliage, las cannon blasts splitting twisted trunks while wild rockets flew out of the depths. Balile reached a decision. Master Balile to Hephaestus. Begin attack run. Primary targets designated by Raven-wing squadrons. Validus, can you confirm you have the orc transports in view?
Apologies, Brother Captain. There are 2 columns of orc vehicles to the northeast. Closest is less than 1 kilometer away. Light vehicles only. Second is 3 kilometers away. 2 heavier transports and a battle wagon. Which do you wish to engage?
Send the bike squadron to target the heavier vehicles for the gunship. Engage lighter vehicles with your land speeders. Confirm.
Confirm, Brother Captain. Bike squad dispatched to target for gunship. Forming land speeder strike on approaching orc light vehicles.
With a detonation that Balile could hear through the thick hull of the Rhino, the orc missile carrier was destroyed. The elimination of the orcs' last air defense was confirmed over the comm channel by the Predator's commander.
Withdrawing to primary fire position with Caliban's Wrath to provide long-range support. Confirm, Brother Captain.
Balile checked the display once more. The orcs in the woods would have to wait to receive retribution until the tactical squads could move in to clear them out. There was no point risking the Predators in the narrow confine of hills and buildings any longer. Confirm, Caliban's Wrath and Hammer of Judgment. Withdraw to provide fire support. The momentum of the attack was building, as Balile had foreseen. With all of his force now capable of playing its part, the time was swiftly arriving to push home the attack. The commander gave the display one last scan to ensure there was nothing amiss and signaled the Thunderhawk. Master Balile to Hephaestus, what is your time on target?
Hephaestus to Balile, 105 seconds until optimal firing range. Still awaiting target confirmation.
Balile to Validus, report status of bike squadron. There was a pause, while the Raven-wing leader consulted with the squad sergeant.
Validus to Brother Balile. Target acquisition in 30 seconds. Enemy vehicles now 2.5 kilometers away.
Confirm, Brother Validus. As with the destruction of the air defenses, it was time to preempt the probable result of the Thunderhawk attack. To delay further would risk losing the shock and impetus of the first assault. Master Balile to all units, commence Phase 3, General Assault. Proceed to your designated attack points with all speed. He stood up and slapped his driver on the shoulder. Let's get going, brother. It is time to push forwards.
Confirm, Brother Captain.
Balile pulled himself up to the cupola and threw open the hatch. His autosenses darkened as the commander emerged into the bright afternoon light from the artificial twilight of the Rhino's interior. Taking a hold of the Stormbolter's grip, he checked the magazine and sighted on a cluster of rocks a few hundred meters away. With a lurch, the Rhino set off, rumbling down the ridge side, tracks grating through the thin soil, engine throbbing. The transport hurtled over a rise of rock and crashed down on the far side, but Belial's armor and innate balance allowed him to ride the violent movement without problem. Across narrow gorges and around boulders, the Rhino sped towards the orcs, other transports flanking it 200 meters away to the left and right. Belial looked up as Hephaestus's Thunderhawk roared overhead, swooping onto the enemy reinforcements northeast of the attack. Fire rippled along the gunship's wings a moment before 4 missiles streaked away to the north, leaving dark contrails cutting across the sky. The distant crack of the detonations echoed along the ridge a few seconds later. Fire from the right attracted Belial's attention. The outermost Rhino had run into a mob of orcs, trying to sneak up a gully to retake their earlier position. Stormbolter rounds split the air as the gunner unleashed a series of short salvos. The Rhino slewed to a stop, access ramp slamming down even before it had finished moving. The squad within burst down the ramp, Brother Cadamon at the front, flamer in hand. Fire licked through the scrub, while the bark of bolters added to the crackle of flames and the pained bellows of the orcs.
"Keep moving forwards," Balile warned his warriors. "I want every squad in position within 2 minutes."
Just as the commander finished speaking, he caught sight of a dark blur in the air. An instant later, something slammed into the front of the rhino, showering Balile with paint and splinters of ceramite. The transport shuddered under the impact and bounced wildly over a rock as Brother Lefrael lost control for a moment. The vehicle skidded sideways down the slope, tracks churning up grass and mud. Balile looked back along the estimated trajectory of the shell. He saw what at first might be mistaken for a rubbish heap. Piles of rags, discarded metal, bones, and broken bits of machinery. From under one pile protruded the long barrel of a gun, smoke drifting from the muzzle.
"Balile to company. Anti-tank weapon 300 meters to the east. Suppressive fire."
The commander opened fire with the mounted storm bolter, loosing off single rounds in the direction of the anti-tank gun. Other bolts whirred against the field piece from the left and right.
"Keep going," Balile told Lefrael. "Close the range."
A puff of smoke, a sharp crack, and the scream of the shell speeding overhead were the only results of the orc's next shot. Balile slapped his palm against the fire selector of the storm bolter, shifting the weapon into rapid-fire mode. In 3-second bursts, he walked the salvo of bolts across the opening into the pit dug beneath the rubbish piles. He could see nothing of the results, save for the flashes of the bolt detonations. A distinctive thud broke the air from above, the battle cannon of the Thunderhawk circling high above. Balile detected the screech of the descending round just before the whole rubbish tip disappeared in a flash of fire and smoke.
"Target destroyed," Hephaestus announced over the comm. "Hephaestus to company. Commencing first attack run on landing site. Do not proceed ahead of ascribed positions. Repeat, commencing aerial fire support on the landing site."
The rhino sped forwards again under Lefrael's guidance, cutting between two massive boulders. The ground was rapidly leveling. The first buildings of the geothermal complex were only 200 meters away. The comm buzzed with squads reporting that they were in position. Firefights erupted to Belial's left, amongst a row of empty fuel tanks. From even further north, the distinctive blaze of plasma and the white trails of missiles cut the air. The devastators were in position overlooking the power plant itself and providing cover fire. 100 meters from his objective, Balile dropped back inside the rhino. He glanced at the TAC display to confirm what he had seen from the cupola. Phase 3 of the attack was well underway and progressing well. He turned to Charon and the other space marines in the main compartment.
"Disembarking in 30 seconds. Ready weapons."
The rhino rang with the sound of magazines being slapped into place and chain swords whirring as the bodyguard tested their weapons. Amongst the noises from within, Balile heard something rattling against the hull from without.
"Small arms fire, brother captain,"
Lefrael assured him.
"Stupid orcs don't know that bullets won't do a thing to us."
"Where from?" asked Balile. In a crouch, he moved up beside the driver and peered through the vision slit.
2-story building, 30 degrees to the left, brother captain."
There were at least a dozen orcs at the windows of the building, muzzle flares flashing from their long tusks and red eyes. Balile turned back to the others.
"Prepare for building breach. Ready grenades."
The commander had taken a step back towards the main compartment when Lefrael gave a shout. A red light winked on the console in front of the driver.
"Projectile detected!"
Something heavy slammed into the right flank of the rhino, the explosion tilting the transport off one track for a moment. Lefrael wrestled at the controls, hissing curses.
"By the lion, what was that?"
Balile demanded, hunching over the tactical display. All he could see was a thermal register 70 meters away, between two low buildings. He hauled himself back up to the command cupola and looked for himself. In the shadow of the alleyway was an orc dreadnought-class walker, a rack of missiles mounted on one shoulder, a power claw hanging from the other. It advanced into the light as another rocket slid down a feed rail into the launcher. Boots clanging loudly, Balile dropped into the Rhino. He punched the activation rune of the transport's hunter-killer missile system. Above him, next to the cupola, the firing case of the launcher extended itself from the hull. Balile flipped the switch that opened the launcher, while his other hand turned on the artificial eye mounted into the missile. The feed fuzzed into life on a small screen above the controls, just in time to show the smoke trail of another rocket passing a few meters in front of the Rhino, which was still speeding towards the Orc-held building. Balile swiveled the launcher until he caught a glimpse of the Orc walker stomping forwards. He thumbed the fire switch, and the Rhino rattled as the hunter-killer missile streaked away. With deft movements, Balile guided the hunter-killer towards the dreadnought, eyes fixed to the small circle of the picked feed. The missile curved around and straightened under Belile's command. With his final touch, the view dipped towards the hip joint of the machine. Pipes, cables, and pistons came closer and closer on the screen, and then the display went dark. The detonation of the missile sounded through the open hatch above. Balile pulled himself up to check the results of the hit. Bullets from the Orcs in the building pattered around him as he watched the dreadnought topple to one side, leaking thick smoke and oil, one leg sheared away, the rocket launcher driving point first into the dirt. Seizing hold of the storm bolter, Balile turned the weapon on the Orcs holding the upper story of the building, sending steady bursts through the broken windows. The Rhino ground to a stop a few meters from the remnants of the main doors, one of the pair hanging haphazardly from a single hinge, the other nowhere to be seen, probably stolen. Charon and the command squad needed no order from Balile to deploy. The rear hatch slammed down, and the Rhino rocked from side to side as the 6 Space Marines charged out. Balile fired off another burst, and then pulled himself fully out of the cupola. Unholstering his plasma pistol and drawing his sword, he ran to the side of the Rhino and jumped down, landing in a puff of dry dirt, feet sinking into the ground. "Sons of Caliban, with me!" he called to the others, plunging into the shadowy interior of the building. Tactical acumen swept aside by natural ferocity, the Orcs abandoned their superior position in the upper floor and raced down the stairs to confront the Space Marines. Balile fired a ball of plasma into the mass of green-skinned beasts pouring down the steps, while the commander's honor guard fanned out around him, bolters and plasma gun thundering. There were more foes than Balile had realized as the green mass continued to crash down on him. At least 24 Orcs, 3 of them huge specimens that towered over the others. Charon dashed past the Dark Angel's master, force sword in both hands, his whole body swathed in a mist of blue and black. The Orc's bullets melted into mist as they touched the librarian, leaving a trailing glitter of metal particles in his wake. He swept his sword effortlessly through the first alien, parting it from waist to shoulder in one blow. Charon caught a jagged axe head on the guard and twisted his wrists, sending the point of the gleaming blade through the Orc's face. Not to be outdone, Balile sprinted into the mass of greenskins, pistol spitting another blue blast. He opened the throat of an Orc with a short cut, barged aside its falling body, and rammed his sword through the chest of a second. He smashed the pommel into the face of a third, sending it reeling back into its companions. One of the Orc leaders shouldered its way through the throng, a blood-stained cleaver-like blade in both hands. As it swung the cumbersome weapon back, Balile pounced, slashing his power sword into the beast's ribs, the shining blade parting muscle and bone and internal organs in one cut. Though grievously wounded, the Orc was not down. Its cleaver swung at Belile's head with deadly momentum. An instant before the blow struck, the captain's displacer field activated. Belile's stomach lurched as he was shunted into warp space. For a fraction of a second, he was surrounded by a cacophony of wailing, screaming, and shouting, while his limbs shuddered with unnatural energy and his eyes danced with swirling light of every color. Reality reasserted itself with a popping of air pressure. Balile found himself a few meters back, towards the doors. His senses took half a second to adjust, by which time he was already pounding across the bare stone floor, sword raised for the next attack. Charon was surrounded by a pile of gently smoking body parts. An orc ducked beneath the librarian's sword and lunged at his groin with a serrated dagger. The blade scraped harmlessly from Charon's armor. He let go of his sword with one hand and grabbed the orc's outstretched wrist in his fist. Psychic energy snarled across the orc, skin charring, fat bubbling, as the psychic power fizzed along tendons and blood vessels. The green skin collapsed, convulsing wildly, steam rising from melted eyes, frothing blood pouring from its nose and ears. Charon kicked the corpse aside and took up his sword in both hands, ready for the next foe. The fighting was brutal and swift, but not entirely to the favor of the Space Marines. By the time the last orc was dead, Apothecary Nestor was already tending to Brother Mandiel, whose right hand had been sheared off by an orc blade. The armor of the others showed numerous cracks, scarred paint, and bullet holes as testament to the fury of their foes. "Secure the rest of the building," said Balile, leaping up the stairs. There were bodies on the upper floor, and 2 orcs wounded by Belial's storm bolt of fire. They looked up at the Space Marine with beady red eyes, one clutching a ragged hole in its gut, the other trying to heave itself up on its remaining leg. Belial's power sword made short work of the crippled greenskins. Surrounded by calm for a moment, Balile linked in his auto-senses to the tactical cogitator in the rhino outside. The view through his right lens was replaced by a miniature version of the battle map. Minute eye movements scrolled the display, allowing Balile to see what had happened while he had been fighting. With his left eye, he looked through a cracked window pane, confirming what the map was showing. The other squads were in position, forming a semicircle around the geothermal station and the portal. Battle cannon craters broke the open ground around the teleporter site, while fires burned in several of the other buildings, smoke drifting lazily on the breeze. The portal was still active, though. As Balile watched, it bloomed into life and disgorged a pair of trikes, their heavy weapons opening up on the Space Marines almost immediately. The predators on the ridge overlooking the landing site returned fire, las cannon shots lancing down to blow up one of the trikes. The other swerved wildly and disappeared into the rocks and gullies further south. Balile could not see the whole of the power plant from where he was standing. He moved into the adjoining room. The roof was low and sloping, but a ragged hole gave him a better view. He could see orcs moving around the transformer blocks, and on the maze of gantries and ladders above the station, now protected by crudely welded metal sheets and piles of rocks and junk. From his earlier foray, when he had stolen the power relay, the orcs had learnt the importance of keeping the Space Marines away from their precious energy transmitter. Charon joined him, stooping beneath the rafters. "The battle goes well, brother," said the librarian. "Well enough," said Balile. He switched off the TAC display and hailed the other squads. "Balile to company. Tactical report by unit. Casualty and supply details." In turn, the sergeants reeled off the statistics. As he heard the reports, Balile realized that the swiftness of the assault had been a great success, but not without a price. There was not a squad that was at full strength, and 2 of the tactical squads had lost half their number securing the buildings at the center of the landing site. He looked again at the power plant, trying to guess the number of orcs within. Several hundred, he reckoned, and they seemed more than happy to keep themselves hidden away. The Tech Marine's analysis of whether a Thunderhawk attack was as risky to the geothermal network as orbital bombardment had been inconclusive. Without that support, taking the station would be bloody work indeed. If the Dark Angels tried and failed, they might lack the strength to contain the reinforcements still arriving. Balile looked at Charon. The snap of bolter fire and crack of las cannons could be heard across the landing site, answered by the rattle of orc guns. The roar of Hephaestus's Thunderhawk passed overhead, accompanied by the sound of heavy bolters. "Would it be weakness to change the conditions by which we judge victory?" the commander asked. "It is the nature of war that we must continually revise our expectations and objectives," said the librarian. "It would be weakness to affirm victory simply for quiet contentment, but it would be folly to strive for the unachievable and risk what has been gained. What are you considering?" "I think that it is a greater duty to contain the orcs until Grandmaster Azrael arrives with the rest of the chapter," said Balile. "It would be hubris to try to destroy them in a vain demonstration of commitment. While we must have the strength to fight alone, we must not forget that we are a brotherhood. We can be proud of what we achieve, but cannot allow pride to master us and drive us to act for the sake of reputation alone." Balile took a deep breath, looked at the power plant again, and opened up the command channel. "This is Balile to company. Mission accomplished. Abort Phase 4. We will not be assaulting the power plant. Maintain positions. Fortify defenses and destroy any enemy that opportunity presents." The landing site belonged to Balile. That was victory enough. All that remained was to keep the orcs occupied until the chapter arrived to sweep them away. If the orcs wanted Cadalus, they would have to come and take the landing site back. The Dark Angels would be waiting. Chapter 8. The Tale of Torno. Death by Moonlight. The crackle of campfires and the aroma of rehydrated protein stew wafted along the defensive line on Koth Ridge. The grass and dirt had been trampled into a hard mat by hundreds of feet, here and there scarred by the tracks of vehicles. The barricades had been rebuilt following the last orc attack, several of them strengthened by plascrete blocks hauled up from ruined buildings in Cadalus Harbor. Night fowl screeched and squawked to each other beyond the glow of the fires. Dumping his pack behind the ration box barricade, Torno slumped down beside the fire with a yawn. "Don't get comfy, trooper," said Sergeant Kays. He scribbled something on a scrap of paper and passed it to Torno as he clambered to his feet. "Take this to Lieutenant Lawsaw." "Yes, Sergeant," said Torno before setting off. "You'll need this, moron," said Kays, picking up Torno's lasgun and tossing it to him. He ambled off into the darkness, heading for the tent housing the command squad. The wind was picking up, bringing a chill with it from further up Cadalus Island. Torno squinted at the notes on the paper, but could make little sense of them. There were some letters and numbers he recognized, and the odd word, but most of it was a meaningless jumble of symbols. It was probably nothing important, he thought, as he crumpled the paper into the pocket of his jacket. Turning up his collars against the cold, he slung his lasgun over his shoulder by its strap and thrust his hands into his trouser pockets to keep them warm. He heard laughter and chatter from the other squads, arguing over bets, complaining about the poor food, or swapping friendly insults. One sergeant with drooping moustaches berated his men for sloppy dress and other acts of slovenliness. Behind the front line, heavy weapon crews dozed next to their guns. Blinking in the bright light, Torno ducked under the awning covering the comms equipment given to the company by the Dark Angels. Behind the trestle tables laden with consoles and dials, cables snaked into the darkness to the dish array that the Tech Marines had set up for the company commander. The officer, Lieutenant Lawsaw, sat on a small canvas-seated stool with a comm pickup in hand. His staff milled around him, as bored as Torno.
Expecting the Orcs to launch an attack to retake the landing site.
Torno recognized Colonel Groutz's voice coming through the comm speaker.
That said, it is possible that the Orcs will make a last, desperate bid for Catalyst Harbor in an attempt to link up with their forces in the city. If they do, it's unlikely that they will assault your part of the line, Lieutenant. But your company must be ready to provide reinforcements to the officers further to the north.
I understand, Colonel, said Lawsaw.
Make sure that you do, Lieutenant, said Groutz. Also be aware that the Astartes can cope with the level of Orc reinforcements at their current level, but the enemy cannot be allowed to increase the power to their teleporter. That means ensuring the relay station between Catalyst Harbor and the East Barrens remains out of their hands. That relay station is your responsibility, Lawsaw.
Yes, Colonel, replied the lieutenant, his voice mustering more enthusiasm than his expression.
Let me spell it out for you, Lieutenant, in case I have not made my point.
Lawsaw rolled his eyes at his command squad, but his expression grew serious at the colonel's next words.
If the Orcs can establish a power link between 3 geothermal stations, the Astartes commander has told me that there will be an orbital bombardment of those stations. Even if that does not cause a catastrophic eruption to destroy the island, damage will be extreme.
Hesitating just underneath the awning, Torno caught the eye of the staff sergeant and pulled the paper from his pocket. The stocky Persinan nodded and beckoned Torno further inside. "Patrol report, Sergeant Micon," said Torno, keeping his voice quiet while Groutz continued to labor his point over the comm. He dropped the scrap of paper into the staff sergeant's proffered hand. "Short version is that we didn't see nothing, Sergeant." Torno rubbed his hands together and blew on his fingertips, darting a glance at a pile of gently steaming meat steaks left on a plate.
"See yourself down for a moment, lad, and grab yourself a bite to eat,"
the sergeant said with a sympathetic smile. "Thanks, Sergeant," said Torno. He pulled his bayonet from his belt and skewered a lump of half-charred meat and sat down on an empty stool next to the staff sergeant. "What is it?"
"White hoof, son," said Micon. "The lieutenant shot it himself earlier today. Found a herd of them by the stream just south of here, having a drink just before dusk."
"Sergeant Kays wouldn't let us shoot nothing on patrol," huffed Torno. He sank his teeth into the steak, juices dribbling down his chin and onto the front of his jerkin.
"That's 'cause officers make the rules, son, and last I checked you ain't an officer," said Micon. His lip curled in distaste. "You best clean that off your jacket before you get back, or Sergeant Kays will have you up on watch duty all night too."
Torno looked down at the greasy stain and grimaced. "You got a cloth or something, Sergeant?" Micon puffed out his cheeks and sighed.
"What's a useless soldier like you doing in the Defence Force, son?"
"Better than working the Omni-trawlers like me pa and grandpa," Torno replied between chews. "The recruiting sergeant told me I might even get off-world, see other planets, if the Munitorum come for a tithe."
"Munitorum, son. Departamento Munitorum. They'd take one look at you and ship you off to the Mechanicus to be made into a servitor. Their recruiting sergeant must have known you was hauled in on the last net."
"It was you, Sergeant," Torno said. He gulped down the last of the venison and licked his fingers clean. "You were the one that recruited me." Micon laughed and slapped Torno on the knee. Well, I'm sure I must have seen something in you. The staff sergeant glanced across the tent as Lieutenant Lawsaw ended his conversation with Grouts and tossed the pickup onto the table.
Best get back to your squad, son.
Appreciate it, Sergeant, Torno said with a wink. He slipped out from under the canvas roof and sidled back to his squad's rough billet. A few of them were already sound asleep, their deep breaths and gentle snores another part of the background noise. Remembering Mycon's warning, Torno kept to the shadows until he could pull his gun cloth from his pack and wipe away most of the mess on the front of his grey tunic. Approximating something like the appearance of a proper defense trooper, he joined the others, tin mug in hand. He poured himself some new char from the pot boiling over the fire and settled down, propping himself up on his pack. So the Space Marines want to blow up Cadalus if the Orcs break through, he said. There was a chorus of surprise and dissent from the others. True enough. Heard the Colonel himself say as much, Torno continued. They would never do it, said Lundveer.
Sure they would, said Sergeant Kays. What do they really care about us, eh? Letting the Orcs run wild would be a bad mark against them. Don't matter if a few ordinary folks get killed along the way.
I think I'd rather get blowed up by the Astartes than taken by the Orcs, said Torno. Least if the island goes, it'll be quick. I don't want to be stuck out here if that's going to happen, said Julberg, standing up. I've got family in Cadalus Harbour. If this is the end, I'm going back to the city to be with them I love.
You are not going anywhere, trooper, said Kays. You'll bloody well stay here and guard this bloody ridge. Those are our orders.
Kauninen stood up next to Lundveer.
Carl's right. We should be protecting our homes, not stuck out here where nothing's going to happen. Sit down, the pair of you, growled Kays. If the lieutenant spots you, it'll go badly for you.
I'm sure there's others would come with us, said Lundveer. If we get enough of us together, nobody's going to stop us. We got to warn our families, get them off Cadalus. Torno's gaze moved back and forth between the two men and the sergeant. Looking past Kays, he saw pinpricks of red and yellow in the darkness, about 100 meters away, the glowing eyes of the Space Marines. I think the lieutenant will be the least of your problems if you tries to get away, said Torno, sipping his new char. He nodded at the Astartes. It went all right last time, said Lundveer. We got away from Barrack Gorge, didn't we? We told them we managed to retreat at the last moment, and nothing was said.
Only because they need us here. And I shouldn't have listened to you then, said Kays. We're staying put this time.
Torno shared his sergeant's feelings. Abandoning the power plant had probably been a bad idea. It hadn't seemed such a big deal at the time. There had been plenty of Space Marines to protect the station, but on reflection it left a bitter taste in Torno's mouth, and an uneasy feeling in the pit of his stomach. This time he was determined that if the Orcs did come, he would stay and fight. Regardless, they had all agreed not to mention it again. "Keep your voice down," said Torno, looking at the Dark Angels. If they discovered the truth of what had happened at Barrack Gorge, there was no telling what they might do. You never know who's listening. Kauninen followed Torno's gaze and laughed harshly. Them? Nah, they can't hear us. With a wordless growl, Kauninen sat down again. You're probably right, we'll never get away with it twice. Just shut up about it, said Kays. There's nothing to worry about. There's been patrols all day and night, and not an orc's been seen within 10 kilometers. We sit tight here for a couple of days. The rest of the Dark Angels turn up, and we can all go home. It's all right for them, said Kauninen, voice growing louder with annoyance, still looking at the distant silhouettes of the giant Astartes. "Tell you what, give me armor like that and I'd be just as brave."
"I know what you mean,"
added Daurin, rolling over on his blanket to look at the men gathered around the fire. He plucked disparagingly at the padded tunic covering his torso.
"They call this armor? My brothers have hauled in rasp whales with thicker skins than this."
"And what about those bolters, eh?" said Kauninen. "Put a hole the size of your gob in an orc." He stabbed a finger at his lasgun, leaning against the wall of boxes. "These things are junk. Never mind shooting orcs, I wouldn't use one of these to find something in a dark room." Torno laughed, but didn't really agree with the others. He'd lingered behind for a few minutes at Barrack Gorge and had seen the Space Marines fighting the Greenskins. It had been terrifying, even just watching from a distance, the way they got stuck into those monsters without a moment's hesitation. Even with armor and a bolter, Torno was pretty sure he wouldn't want to go head-to-head with an orc unless he had a 200-meter head start.
Yeah, Daurin was saying. "I blame the Imperial commander. If she wants a defense force that can fight orcs, we have to have the proper equipment."
Torno could see a large figure approaching through the darkness.
"Shut up," Torno hissed. "I mean, it's all well and good being brave when the enemy can't hurt you, isn't it? I bet them Astartes wouldn't be half as eager to get stuck in if they had this garbage to fight with. What do they care anyway? They can just leave if they wanted to. Well, we ain't got no choice. I mean, if things were starting to get really dangerous, they could just up and go, and leave us to do the dying."
"Shut up, Daurin," Torno said between gritted teeth.
"What's your problem?" Daurin asked. "They might have magic eyes and ears and all them sensors and whatnot, but they can't really hear us all the way over the—"
Daurin trailed off, and his eyes widened as he saw the gigantic figure looming through the firelight. Torno didn't know much about Space Marines, but he had been around them long enough these last few days to recognize the markings of a sergeant. The Space Marine's dark green armor was polished, edged with reflection from the fire. Yellow eye lenses swept over the squad as Sergeant Kayes scrambled to his feet.
"Can we help you, sir?"
said Kayes. The Astartes stepped into the emplacement and sat back against the wall, boxes crumpling and settling under his weight.
"Constant vigilance is the price of survival," said the Space Marine.
His voice was quiet, edged with the buzz of his helm's Vox system.
"In thousands of years, an orc had never set foot upon Piscina before 10 days ago. Though you cannot see the enemy at this moment, it does not mean they have gone. My commander has reported no significant counterattack against his forces holding the landing site. That means that the orcs are somewhere else."
The sergeant's helm hid all expression, but the way his eye lenses lingered on the squad made Torno uneasy.
"The orcs that were allowed to capture Barrack Gorge are unaccounted for," said the Space Marine.
Though he detected no accusation in the statement, Torno cringed with guilt.
"Our patrols sweep the wilderness for them, but they have not been found. Do not think that you are safe from attack." "So you think that orcs will attack here?" said Daurin, sitting up.
His rebelliousness seemed to have evaporated as he flicked a nervous glance towards his squad mates.
"It is a possibility," said the sergeant. "It is your duty to stand ready in case they do."
Kauninen crossed his arms defiantly, though there was a quiver in his voice when he spoke.
"Why are the Dark Angels waiting here with us? Why don't you hunt down the rest of the orcs?"
The sergeant slowly turned his head to stare at Kauninen.
"We all have our orders, trooper,"
said the Space Marine.
A better question would be to ask why you are not hunting the orcs. As you have agreed, it is your homes that need defending. Perhaps the Piscinans would prefer that my brothers and I left them to fight this war by themselves.
I wasn't being ungrateful,
stammered Kauninen. I mean...
The Space Marine's gaze did not move as the soldier trailed into quiet.
You said they can just leave if they wanted to, while we ain't got no choice. I mean, if things were starting to get really dangerous, they could just up and go and leave us to do the dying. Just a minute ago.
Kauninen gulped as the Space Marine threw his words back at him.
That you would make such an accusation betrays your lack of understanding of what it is to be an Astartes.
The sergeant stood. Torno craned his neck to follow the Space Marine as he leaned forwards and plucked Kauninen's lasgun from his weak grip. The Space Marine looked at it and handed it back a moment later.
Your weapons are inferior because better would be wasted on you, said the sergeant. It takes as much effort to create one round for my bolt pistol as it does a whole lasgun. Would you entrust that one shot to such a poor marksman?
He bent forwards, armor creaking, mouth grill a short distance from Kauninen's face.
My armor is many thousands of years old, from before the Dark Angels came to Piscina.
The Space Marine's voice was harsher, a tone of anger in his words.
Would you have it dishonored by a wearer that flees from battle? Would you entrust the days of labor that go into its maintenance to a warrior that thinks only of protecting himself?
Straightening, the sergeant looked at the others, who flinched as his gaze passed over them. Only Torno managed to meet that glowing stare, and with much effort.
There is a selfishness in men to protect what is theirs alone, the sergeant continued. It is a short-sighted belief, for all a man is, he owes to the Emperor. The Astartes swear oaths to be the protectors of the Emperor's realm and his servants, beyond any personal desire or ambition. We have the armor and the weapons you desire because we are the few who are worthy of them. Such riches would be squandered on lesser men, frail, frightened men, like you. That's a bit harsh, mumbled Case. We're doing the best we can. Are you?
The Space Marine snarled, his words cutting into Torno's conscience.
Which of you would leave this world, travel across the galaxy, and lay down his life for the home of a family he had never met?
The squad exchanged glances. Nobody said a word.
Which of you would place yourself directly in danger to save the lives of others? And do this not just once, on a spur of heroism, unthinking, but for a whole life, time after time, in full knowledge that one day you will die, and it will be a painful, bloody death. Which of you would not only do this thing, but embrace the sacrifice of the self it entails? Not just dedicating one's death to the Emperor, but one's whole existence.
The Space Marine's voice softened.
You cannot answer these questions, and thus you cannot know what it is to be Astartes.
The troopers were speechless. Kays hung his head in shame, while Dowrin stared out into the darkness, eyes glistening. The Space Marine turned away. Torno jumped up and called after him as he left the emplacement. "Excuse me, sir. There was a scout sergeant. He spoke to me a few days ago, asked my name. I haven't seen him since, and I never learned his name. Come to that, what are you called?"
The Astartes sergeant swung back to the squad. I am Sergeant Offrael of the 3rd Company. The sergeant you speak of was called Naaman.
He proved many of us wrong, and you owe your continued survival to his bravery and dedication."
"Was called? So he's dead?"
Offrael nodded slowly. "Like many of my battle brothers, he gave his life for the protection of your world. He will be remembered and honored. He died alone amidst a sea of enemies. Master Balile recovered his body a few hours ago. What did he say to you?"
"He told me to do my duty, and to remember that the Emperor watches us."
The sergeant stepped up, towering over Torno, but his voice was gentle as it could be with its metallic, clipped tone. "Wise words. Do not forget them again, nor the warrior that spoke them to you."
"I won't, Sergeant."
"You can never be Astartes, but you can still be a good soldier. Remember what you—" Offrael stopped and straightened, head cocked to one side. Torno felt a buzzing across his skin, the Space Marine's comm activating. The sergeant turned towards the east, his pale yellow eyes shifting to a bright red. Torno felt nervous at the sudden change. The Space Marine's size had been intimidating from the moment he had walked over, but now there was something else about his demeanor that caused Torno to shrink away. Offrael's posture, the tilt of his head, the balling of his fists, all pointed towards a sudden unleashing of energy, like the rev of an engine or the whine of a power cell being slipped into a las gun. "Return to your squad, trooper," said Offrael. His tone was businesslike, abrupt. "Bellum instantium, ready your weapons. The orcs are coming." The defense line was in tumult. Sergeants shouted, troopers ran back and forth, ammunition boxes were broken open, and weapons given final checks. All through the Free Militia, one question was being asked: where were the orcs? The Dark Angels had seen something with their infrasight, and were convinced an orc force was moving up the ridge. Torno and the others peered into the dark, but could see nothing.
"Hush up,"
Case told them.
"Perhaps we can hear something. Orcs aren't the quietest, are they?"
The squad fell into silence, and Torno strained to hear anything. The only sound was the wind across the rocks. A rocket screamed out from the Devastators to the left. It exploded about 400 meters down the ridge. In the flash of light, Torno saw bodies being flung into the air and a mob of bestial faces. "There!" he shouted. He leveled his lasgun in the direction of the blast and opened fire, sending a hail of blue lasbolts into the night. The others joined him, shooting at shadows, until Case bellowed at them to cease fire.
"Save your power packs," said the sergeant. "Wait until you see something before you shoot."
The Devastators were unleashing the full fury of their weapons. Missiles streaked into the gloom, while the squad's two heavy bolters split the air with thudding bursts, rounds cutting the night with flickering propellant trails.
"To the right,"
said Hanauman. Torno switched his view and laid his lasgun on the top of the barricade. The light of two moons broke through open patches in the cloud, and a little way down the ridge he saw hunched bodies picking their way through the rocks. He sighted on one of the dark shapes and pulled the trigger. He saw the bolt of laser energy flash down the slope and hit, but the orc did not fall. The sparkle of muzzle flare split the night. An instant later, bullets were rattling against the crate wall. Torno flinched, ducking back into cover. He felt a hand grab the scruff of his jerkin. Sergeant Case hauled him back to the firing position.
"Hiding ain't gonna make them go away, is it?" said the sergeant. "You want to stay safe? Shoot the bastards!"
All along the line, squads were firing. A couple of brave souls ventured down the ridge line and hurled illumination flares. The patches of guttering red light revealed even more orcs. The two troopers who had made the foray were cut down in a hail of fire as they sprinted back towards the defenses. Come on, Torno whispered to himself. The orcs were using the undulating ground to work around to the squad's right.
"Sergeant, they're getting too close," said Kauninen. "We should pull back." "No chance, trooper," replied Kays. "Venoman, get that flamer over to the right. Torch that stand of bushes. Give cover in fire."
Trooper Venoman was propelled out of the emplacement by Kays's shove. Torno added his lasfire to the rest of the squads, firing past the slowly advancing flamer man. When he was just about in range, Venoman opened fire, emptying the tank of his weapon. The dried branches of the bushes erupted as yellow fire bathed the slope. Orcs thrashed in the inferno. Some fell, many retreated, patting frantically at burning clothes and patches of lighted fuel sticking to their bodies. The burning bushes gave the squad more light to see by, and Torno was able to pick his targets more clearly. He shot an orc in the arm as it lumbered from behind one boulder to the next. The hit caused it to drop its pistol. Stumbling back into the open to retrieve the weapon, the alien was met by another blast from Torno's lasgun. The shot hit the orc square in the chest. Glaring back at the troopers, the orc snatched up its pistol and fired back, oblivious to the smoking hole in its padded armor. Torno gritted his teeth as more bullets whirred past, missed his next shot, but scored another hit with the following one. Finally, the orc went down, its leg wounded. Torno shook his head in disbelief as he saw the orc dragging itself away through the long grass. He fired twice more, a growl in his throat, until the orc stopped moving. Lauso shouted in pain and stumbled back from the barricade, blood streaming from his left shoulder. Torno turned to help him, but was pushed back to the wall by Kays.
"Keep shooting! I'll sort him out,"
said the sergeant. The next few minutes blurred into a harrowing experience of feral faces lit by las bolts and dancing flames. The crack and whistle of bullets flying around, answered by the zip of the las guns. At one point the orcs came close enough to throw stick grenades into the emplacement to the squad's right. Torno watched in horror as troopers were flung across the barricade by the detonations.
"Direct your fire to the south!"
Lieutenant Lorsa strode along behind the defense line, waving his chainsword at the orcs, his command squad tailing him. The bark of autocannons added to the cacophony, and tracer shells tore through the blackness from higher up the slope.
"Look at that!"
said Kauninen. The trooper pointed north. The Dark Angels assault squad that had been left to guard the ridge leapt forwards, jump-pack jets burning with bright blue flame. Plasma flickered from a couple of pistols as they descended on a group of orcs a few dozen meters from the line. Torno watched the ensuing fight as he ejected the spent power pack from his lasgun and fumbled home a fresh charge. The trooper winced as he saw pistols blazing, blades and chain blades swinging. It looked a complete mess, but the assault marines carved into the larger body of orcs with purpose, seeking out their towering leader. The mob of greenskins swirled around them, hacking and firing.
"Don't worry about them, lad."
Torno looked over his shoulder and found Staff Sergeant Maikon crouched in the emplacement. The command squad veteran pointed south.
"Worry about them."
Following up their grenade attack, the orcs had swarmed from cover and were trying to get into the emplacement. The few survivors of the squad within desperately swung their lasguns like clubs, battering at the orcs as they clambered over the barricade. 2 of them fell to the surging greenskins. The other 2 turned and ran, dropping their lasguns in their haste to get away. No sooner had the orcs poured over the wall of boxes and dirt-filled sacks than they were engulfed in a wall of fire from both sides. Torno added his own shots to the volleys. Cramped by the emplacement's walls, the orcs were a hard target to miss, even if only a few of Torno's shots did any serious damage. Torno ducked involuntarily as a missile streaked over his head. It exploded in the heart of the onrushing orcs, scything down 6 with shrapnel. Heavy bolt rounds whickered through the air a few meters from the Piscinans, cutting down the surviving greenskins. Another missile streaked along the ridge from the Space Marine Devastators, passing almost within reach of Torno, before it detonated 20 meters further on, blowing apart even more orcs.
"Emperor's fury! I thought they were going to hit us!"
gasped Case, slumping back against the barricade, eyes fearful.
"Show a little faith, Sergeant,"
said Mycon. The staff sergeant stood up and looked south.
"Looks like that attack has been dealt with."
Torno scanned the ridge side to the right. There were a few orcs still alive, skulking back down the slope, some limping along. He fired a few more shots at them to hurry the orcs on their way.
"And don't come back!"
Liskarin shouted after the retreating greenskins.
"We got more where that came from!"
Torno laughed with relief. His first proper battle with orcs, and he had survived. His mood swiftly changed, though.
"Sergeant Mycon, redress the squads," said Lieutenant Lawsaw. "Astartes report more infantry coming, this time with vehicle support. Rasmussen, run with these coordinates to the mortar crews and tell them to lay on a heavy bomb."
The lieutenant showed none of his earlier indifference. His eyes gleamed in the glow of the fires. Torno thought Lawsaw looked like he was enjoying himself. Truly, officers were a different species. It wasn't long before the troopers could hear the deep growl of orc engines. The smoke from the guttering fires was tainted with the oily stench of exhaust fumes. Motors revved in the darkness, a mechanical war cry, every bit as unnerving as the howls of the orcs that had come before. Torno looked at his lasgun and pictured the little damage it had done to the orcs. Against anything tougher, it was useless. "Sergeant, should we move a bit closer to the heavy weapons squads?" he suggested. "You know, to give them some protection."
"Nice try, Tavalinen," laughed Case. "We're staying right here. My advice is to shoot at the green bits."
There was a ripple of flashes several hundred meters down the ridge. Half a second later, Torno heard the deep retorts of big guns. Above, shells whined as they plunged downwards. "Incoming!" Torno bellowed, hurling himself to the base of the barricade. The troopers hit the ground a moment after, as the two shells exploded some way behind the defensive line. From his prone position, Torno found himself looking into the dead eyes of Lauso. The shadows from the dying light of the fire made the trooper's face appear to move, grimacing at his fate. Torno shuddered and looked away.
"Get up!"
said Sergeant Case, kicking the men back to their feet. As he set his lasgun back on the barricade, Torno saw more flashes of field guns in the distance, perhaps a kilometer northwards up the line. The orcs weren't holding back, that was for sure. This time the shells fell around the Devastators. The Space Marines ignored the dirt and flame exploding around them, and continued to fire, picking out targets only they could see.
"Look lively!"
the call came from Staff Sergeant Mycon.
"Maintain fire discipline! Hold the line!"
Mycon gestured for Case to join him. Torno kept one eye down the ridge as he listened in on what was said.
"The lieutenant's just received word from Colonel Grouts," Mycon said. "The orcs are trying to push out of Cadalus Harbor to link up. Although the whole line has been attacked, it looks like the greatest numbers are here. The colonel thinks the orcs are making a bid for the relay station. Grouts is sending an armored column. It'll be here just after dawn. We have to hold, no matter the cost." "Why don't we fall back and protect the relay station?" asked Case.
"Better defensive position here, Saul," said Mycon.
"We fight and die on Koth Ridge."
Case nodded and rejoined the squad as Mycon walked on to talk to the other sergeants.
"Looks like the worst of it will be coming our way,"
he told them.
"This is it, boys. This is where you get to defend your homes."
Torno remembered what the colonel had told Lawsaw. If the orcs linked up, the Space Marines would bombard Cadalus rather than let it fall into enemy hands. He looked at the Space Marines along the ridge, now firing their bolters as well as their heavy weapons. and wondered if they would be withdrawn before that happened. He dismissed the question. If what Sergeant Offrael had said was true, the Orcs would only break through when the last Space Marine on the ridge was dead. It gave cold comfort to Torno. He realized that he was far more likely to die before the last of the Astartes.
"Pay attention!"
snarled Kays, cuffing Torno round the back of his head.
"Targets to the front!"
Snapping back to the immediate threat to his continued survival, Torno sighted down his lasgun. The roar of engines was everywhere, to the left and right. He saw Orcs on massive bikes hurtling up the ridge, straight at him. He fired vainly along with the others, most of their lasbolts missing the fast-moving bikers or harmlessly striking the heavy machines. A few lucky shots hit one rider, sending him crashing from his ride, the half-tracked bike careening on for a few meters before toppling into a crack in the volcanic rock. Slightly ahead of them, the assault marines were bounding back up the ridge. The bikers opened fire, unleashing a storm of bullets, tracer rounds, and shells from their mishmash of cannons and guns. Torno had difficulty seeing what happened. He saw one of the Space Marines land badly, his leg wounded mid-jump. The Astartes toppled to one side, overbalanced by his jump pack. More rounds crashed into the squad as the Space Marines formed up around their fallen battle brother. Torno opened fire at the bikes closing in on the assault marines, his finger tapping the trigger over and over, sending a hail of lasbolts into the Orcs. The flashes of energy zipping down the hillside lit the entire ridge, searing blurred lines across Torno's vision. Mortar bombs erupted. Las-cannon blasts burned through the dark to ignite fuel tanks. Autocannon shells screamed, and heavy bolters thundered. Torno could barely hear the words of those around him as they shouted in fright or hurled abuse at the onrushing greenskins. He realized he was shouting too, a meaningless torrent of insults and curses. Two remaining bikers slammed their machines directly into the assault marines. The Orcs' guns were still blazing as they hacked wildly with fearsome blades. One Space Marine was hurled from his feet by the impact, but the bike fared little better, flipping and tumbling across the rock from the crash. The Space Marine slowly rose to his feet. The Orc biker did not. For all the fury of the troopers' fire, the Orcs were still advancing, no more than 100 meters away. More shells exploded around the Piscinans, and bullets thudded into the barricades. Orc walkers, 4 armed dreadnoughts that made even the largest greenskins look small, stomped alongside the infantry, hurling rockets and flares of explosive energy. A Space Marine land speeder darted out of the night, skimming just above the ground. The rip of its assault cannon cut through the other noises of war, the speeder illuminated by several seconds of fire. A swathe of Orcs fell to the attack run, gunned down by hundreds of rounds. The gunner strafed left and right with his heavy bolter, firing short bursts, every salvo ripping apart an Orc warrior. It was a chaos of flashing light and deafening sound. Torno tried to block it all out. He exchanged his charge pack again and kept firing, pouring shot after shot into the greenskins. Maybe 1 in 3 found his intended target. Of those, few stopped the Orc they hit. Slowed by the biker attack, the assault marines were in danger of being swamped by the tide of green aliens pouring up the ridge. Torno did what little he could, firing endlessly into the mass of Orcs closing with the Space Marines.
"By the Holy Throne!"
Kauninen gasped next to Torno. The other trooper was looking further north. Torno dragged his eyes away from the enemy to see what had prompted such a reaction. A lone figure clad in power armor and blue robes strode purposefully towards the Orcs. In one hand he fired a bolt pistol with metronomic repetition. In the other he carried an ornately carved staff, tipped with a winged skull decoration. A nimbus of power surrounded the Space Marine, a swirling aura of black and red. White spears of energy danced from the staff as the librarian pointed it at an orc buggy racing in his direction. Lightning leapt, arcing across the gap, to engulf the vehicle, crawling over the machine and its crew. Something caught fire, and a moment later the buggy was a ball of flame rolling back down the ridge. The librarian advanced further, bolts of energy shrieking from his staff, scouring the orcs from moss-covered ruins. Torno had little time to wonder at the terrifying powers he was witnessing. The orcs had reached the Devastators, and a vicious melee was unfolding. With his power fist glowing, Sergeant Offrail was leading the defense, smashing down any greenskin that tried to clamber over the barricade. Others in the squad gunned down the orcs with their bolters and slashed at them with combat knives. For all that the orc dead were piling up by the Dark Angel's barricade, there were too many to be held back. One or two greenskins managed to get inside the emplacement, while others were swamping the Space Marines to either side. The sight of the beset Space Marines filled Torno with panic. If the Astartes fell, what chance did the rest of them have? He glanced around. There was a lull in the fighting close at hand. The heavy weapons not far behind him had taken a heavy toll, and the orcs were funneling northwards, away from their deadly fire. If ever there was a time to get out alive, this was it. A tap on Torno's shoulder attracted his attention. It was Dowrin. He flicked a glance behind Torno. The trooper turned and saw Sergeant Kayes, face down, sprawled in the dirt, half his head missing.
"Come on! We've done the best we can,"
said Dowrin. Torno quickly looked around. Lieutenant Lawsaw was back in his command tent, talking on the Voxcaster. There was no sign of Mycon. The defense trooper took in the other squads around him, many of them numbering only a handful of survivors. He looked back at the Devastators, punching and hacking at the middle of a growing number of orcs. When they fell, the greenskins would be able to sweep along the line and break out westwards. Any line of retreat would be cut off. He saw Sergeant Offrail punching his power fist through the skull of an orc. Desperation filled Torno. He wanted to run so badly, to get back to Cadalus Harbor and see his father again. He had been an idiot to join up. But he had joined up. He had sworn oaths on big books full of words he did not understand. But that promise he understood well enough. It was a promise to keep his father and grandfather safe. A promise just the same as the Space Marines had made, to lay down his life in defense of the Imperium. "We have to do our duty," he said, his voice flat, as if spoken by someone else.
"What?" said Dowrin. "Are you touched?"
Something inside Torno snapped. "The Emperor is watching us!" he screamed. "He is judging us right now!" Torno snatched the bayonet from his belt and broke into a run, vaulting over the barricade. His fingers fumbled with the blade as he sprinted, but he slotted the bayonet onto its lug at the fourth attempt. He heard panting and realized it was him, but there was someone else with him. He glanced over his shoulder and saw Lesko and Kauninen. A few meters behind them, the others followed, Dowrin included. "No running away this time, eh?" gasped Lesko. Torno gritted his teeth and pumped his arms and legs, charging headlong at the orcs fighting the Space Marines. He focused his attention on the aliens, picturing what would happen to his family in Cadalus Harbor if the orcs won this battle. "For Cadalus! For Piscina!" The words bellowed from his mouth unbidden, but his next shout he knew was his, boiling up from the guilt and the horror and the fear that swirled in the pit of his stomach. It was the only thing he could say that made any sense of what he was doing. "For the Emperor!" Some of the orcs turned to face the onrushing troopers, startled by the sudden attack. Terror gripped Torno as he looked at their horrid, fanged faces, corded muscles, and beady, fury-filled red eyes. Some of them looked like they were laughing. Torno's dread fueled his rage further, and he sprinted harder, screeching a wordless cry. He speared his bayonet into the chest of the closest orc, his momentum sending the creature crashing backwards. Ripping out the blade, he plunged it again and again and again, screaming all the while. Something smashed into the back of his head, and he slashed out wildly, the tip of his bayonet cutting across an orc's face. Dazed, Torno staggered back a step, and the others rushed past him, each crying out their own anger and fear. He felt blood trickling down the back of his neck, and wondered idly for a moment if he would be in trouble for getting another stain on his uniform. Shaking off his dizziness, he threw himself back into the melee, stabbing and lashing out at anything with green skin, not caring whether his blows landed or not. Daurin collapsed in front of him, a cleaver wedged into his forehead. As the orc struggled to free its weapon from the skull of Torno's friend, the trooper rammed his bayonet into its face, punching through its eye into its brain. He remembered his training and gave his lasgun a twist before wrenching the bayonet free. "What am I doing?" he muttered to himself, the surge of energy that had propelled him to the fight evaporating as the orc's body fell onto Daurin. "Emperor, protect me!" Lundvir fell next, his head blown apart by a pistol shot under his chin. Torno acted on reflex, bringing up his rifle to stop a blade that would have lopped off his arm. The lasgun buckled under the force of the blow and almost fell from Torno's hands. To his left, Kauninen screamed in pain and slumped sideways, his leg flopping away with a life of its own. Torno fended away another attack, but in doing so tripped over Lundvir's corpse. Winded by the fall, Torno stared up numbly as a greenskin battered its way past Lawson and loomed over him. He pointed his lasgun at the alien's leering face and pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. Grunting, the orc kicked away Torno's weapon and pointed a pistol at the trooper's chest. In a moment, Torno could see everything with startling clarity. The drool dripping from the orc's fangs, the strange glyph carved into the metal casing of the bulky pistol, the dirty claw of the finger tightening on the trigger. Something towering and dark blocked Torno's view. He saw a blaze of blue energy and heard crackling noises. Blood splashed onto his boots. The headless body of an orc slumped into the dirt. Sergeant Offrael stepped away, tossing aside the remnants of the orc's head with his power fist. Torno saw blood spitting and steaming from the energy-wreathed glove. The red eyes glowing in the faceless mask of the Space Marine sergeant's helmet were more frightening than anything Torno had seen in the orcs. He lay rigid with fear, paralyzed by his close call with death.
"On your feet,"
said the Space Marine. Offrael turned and caught a whirring chain blade on the side of his power fist. His bolt pistol barked once, and the orc's chest disappeared in a bloody explosion. "I have no weapon, sir," Torno said, his voice hoarse and weak. Torno winced as an orc blade crashed against Offrael's shoulder pad. The Space Marine turned with the blow and smashed his helmet into the alien's face as it stumbled forwards. Fingers stretched, the sergeant plunged his power glove into the creature's gut. Fat and blood steamed as Offrael ripped out the orc's innards.
"Take this," said the sergeant, holding out his bolt pistol. 5 rounds left. Make every bolt count."
Torno pushed himself to his feet and grabbed the weapon. He had to snatch it with both hands, the weight too much for one arm. "Thank you, sir," he said, but Offrael had already turned to other matters and was wading into the orcs outside the emplacement, his power fist crushing and smashing with relentless ferocity. Torno tentatively raised the bolt pistol, arms quivering. He saw an orc stepping in behind one of the Space Marines, a jagged blade ready to strike, and pulled the trigger with a wince. There was a kick from the weapon as the bolt's firing charge sent the projectile out of the barrel, but nothing more than the autoguns he had fired in training. A split second later, the bolt no more than 2 or 3 meters away, the internal propellant kicked in with a crack that set Torno's teeth on edge, its brief flare making him squint. Straight and true, the accelerating bolt hit the orc, just below the left shoulder blade. Skin and flesh buckled as the projectile punched in. A moment later, the mass-reactive warhead detonated, ripping a hole the size of Torno's head in the orc's back, splitting the shoulder blade from one end to the other. The orc dropped sideways and smashed face first into the dirt. Torno laughed. "Take that, you green bastard!" 4 shots left, he reminded himself. Being Astartes, make every shot count. The brutal hack and slash moved a few meters further down the slope, as the Space Marines countered the orc charge and pushed back. Still holding the pistol in both hands, he swung to his right, catching movement in the corner of his eye. A couple of orcs had broken away from the press of fighting and were heading straight for him. Aim wobbling with fear and the weight of the bolt pistol, Torno fired again. The bolt hit the orc in the gut with another spray of blood and tissue, but the alien kept advancing. It returned fire, spraying bullets just past Torno, one of the rounds ripping a burning wound across his shoulder. The trooper fired again, ignoring the sudden pain, holding his breath, every muscle in his body clenched with fear. The bolt took the orc clean between the eyes, blowing its head apart. Its companion lumbered into a run, ripping a stick grenade from its belt. Even as it hooked the grenade's ring over a tusk to pull it free, a salvo of 3 bolts screamed in from Torno's left, forming a neat triangle of detonations in the orc's chest. Torno glanced across and saw one of the Devastator Marines, 1 foot up on the remnants of the barricade, smoke drifting from the muzzle of his bolter. The Space Marine raised his weapon in salute and turned back to the others fighting down the slope. Someone else staggered out of the darkness. Torno did not recognize him at first, half his face swathed with blood from a cut across his forehead. The moustaches gave it away as the man limped into the light of the guttering fires. "Sergeant Mycon!" The staff sergeant almost fell against Torno, one arm draping across the trooper's shoulders.
"Got yourself a pretty little pistol there, lad," said Mycon. "Saw what you did just now. You should be proud. I think you've done enough for now."
"I still have 2 rounds left, Sergeant," protested Torno.
"Save 'em for later," said Mycon. "Let's get you looked at."
Now that the sergeant mentioned Torno's injuries, he became aware of the throbbing pain in his head and the harsh cut across his arm. Letting one arm drop with the weight of the bolt pistol, he reached up to the back of his head with the other. He took a sharp intake of breath at his own touch. He could feel pieces of bone moving around in the wetness of the blood. He felt faint, and Mycon shifted his weight, helping the trooper to stay on his feet. "How bad is it, Sergeant?" Torno asked. "Am I going to die?"
"I reckon you will need to wear a hat to catch the lady's eyes, because you're gonna have the Emperor's own bald spot to cover up. But I reckon you'll be all right."
Torno was feeling quite nauseated now. He swallowed hard to stop himself from throwing up. "I'd like to sit down, Sergeant, but we should get back to the fighting."
"You need to pay more attention, lad."
Mycon helped Torno over to a rock and lowered him down gently to rest against it. From here, Torno could see the glow of dawn in the far distance. The ground was trembling under his backside, and he wondered if he was imagining it. But the smell of fumes and the rumbling of engines were unmistakable. Lolling his head to the north, he saw grey-painted tanks cresting the ridge, their main guns booming. Shells ripped through the advancing orcs, while las cannons and heavy bolters spat death in the pre-dawn twilight. Transports were disgorging dozens of free militia onto Koth Ridge. Everywhere Torno looked, the orcs were falling back from the fury of the Piscinan counterattack. He wondered why he hadn't noticed them before. He had been quite busy, he realized. "Have we won, Sergeant?" he asked.
"Yes, trooper. We've won the battle."
The staff sergeant looked down the ridge, and Torno followed his gaze. All along the ridgeline, the surviving defense troopers were slumping to the ground in exhaustion, patting each other on the back, drinking from canteens, or tending to the many corpses that littered the slope. A transport slewed to a halt not far from Torno, and the upper hatch popped open. Colonel Groutz emerged and surveyed the scene with a pair of magnoculars. Satisfied with what he saw, he hung the magnoculars around his neck and looked down at the troopers gathering around.
"A glorious fight, men," the colonel said. "You have the greatest thanks from Imperial Commander Susan. I am sure that each of you will be praised and rewarded highly for your efforts here and over the last few days. Though we cannot be complacent, it is fair to say that the Orc threat to Piscina has been defeated. The Dark Angels will be here soon to help us clear out the rest. Time for a couple of days' recuperation for you all. Well done for winning the war."
The transport moved on, heading after the line of tanks. Ahead of them, the Space Marines were pushing forwards, harrying the Orcs as they fled from the armored vehicles. "You know who really won this war?" Torno said. Mycon nodded and pulled his canteen from his belt. He raised it in toast to the dark green armored figures continuing their relentless fight. "Emperor, bless the Astartes," murmured Torno. The swish of the fan overhead was the only sound Torno could hear. He lay with his eyes closed, tucked up tight in the blanket, the infirmary bed solid and supportive beneath him. After the nightmare of Koth Ridge, the quiet and solitude were a blessing from the Emperor himself, almost literally, as he was being tended to by Sisters of the Order Hospitaller. Footsteps slapped on the tiled floor, their pace measured, the gap too long for a normal man's tread, the footsteps of a Space Marine. Torno opened his eyes and sat up. Sergeant Offrail ducked his bulky frame through the doorway. He was dressed in a heavy, sleeveless robe of dark green, but out of his armor he was no less impressive, a mass of tanned flesh, muscle, and cord-like veins. He had a surprisingly young-looking face, square-jawed with close-cropped blonde hair and penetrating green eyes. The Space Marine strode up the ward, the curious buzz of the other patients surrounding him. Torno sighed. "I knew it was too good to be true," he said to Offrail, pushing back the blanket to sit up. "I have to go back to the fighting, don't I?" "One day," replied the Space Marine, pulling the blanket back into place. "Orcs are notorious for being difficult to eradicate. The Defense Force will have more to do than ceremonial parades for years to come, I am sure. That is not why I am here." "Oh?" The Space Marine looked a little awkward as he reached out and opened his fist. In his palm lay a small chunk of something. It was a few centimeters across, of a light gray material, blackened on one side. "This is for you," said Offrail. He passed the object to Torno, who took it gingerly. "What is it?" asked the trooper. "I told Master Balile of what happened during the second defense of Koth Ridge. He was moved by your actions and felt it was important that the Dark Angels recognize your bravery and your dedication. We have no military title or medal suitable for non-Astartes, but there is a term we have for men who have served the chapter well. You may call yourself a son of Caliban." "Thank you," said Torno, taken aback, but still confused. "And this is?" Offrail smiled, but it was a sad smile. "A son of Caliban gets no physical reward, but I thought that you might like this." The Astartes closed Torno's hand around the object, the action surprisingly delicate for his massive fingers. It is a piece of Sergeant Naaman's armor. I see that, in you, his example to us all lived on. Mount it in gold, put it on a shelf, lock it in a vault. It is yours to do with as you wish. Simply remember what it is, and the cost it carries." Torno had to blink back tears, and his voice was almost a sob as he thought of the Space Marine who had spoken to him once to ask his name, and amongst many others, given his life for every person on Piscina. Do your duty, and fight as if the Emperor himself watches you. Chapter 9. The Tale of Balile. Aftermath. Storm clouds swathed the heights of Cadalus, fierce rain lashing down upon the rocks, a gale bending the stunted trees. Rivulets of water gushed between the rocks of Barrack Gorge, sending broken branches and small rocks tumbling down the defile. The downpour was a steady drum on the hull of the Rhino as it slewed to a stop in the mud. Balile took his storm bolter from the weapons rack as the ramp lowered. He followed his command squad out into the gorge, booted feet sinking into the mire, his robe spattered with splashing mud as the other Dark Angel squads formed up around their commander. "Enemy signals confined to the power station, Brother Captain," Hephaestus reported from the gunship overhead. A flash of lightning broke the gloom, followed quickly by a crack of thunder. "Unable to determine number, interference from the geothermal station blocking surveyor sweeps. Impossible to engage at the current time. Atmospheric conditions worsening." "Confirm, brother," replied Balile. "Return to Northport. There is no advantage in risking our last Thunderhawk here." "Acknowledge. Returning to Northport." The Space Marine squads fanned out across the gorge, taking up positions amongst the rocks and ruins, weapons trained on the power station ahead. A Predator trundled between the boulders, turret playing left and right as the gunners searched for the enemy. Balile magnified his auto-senses and scanned the mine head and station, looking for the orcs. Here and there a thermal signature registered, but there were no clear targets. "Bellum vigilus et decorus operandi." Balile advanced slowly, waving the 3 tactical squads forwards, covered by the guns of the Devastators and Predator. The water sluicing down the gully had piled bodies against the rocks. Human and alien, heaped together without distinction. Balile spared the mangled corpses the slightest glance as he strode carefully amongst the debris of battle. The Dark Angels had advanced to within 200 meters of the geothermal station when the orcs opened fire. Energy blasts from looted las cannons speared down the gorge, while a hail of bullets rattled from stone and plascrete. One las cannon shot scored a welt across the hull of the Predator, which returned fire immediately, lancing the station with its own las cannons, its heavy bolters erupting with a furious salvo. The Devastators added their own fusillade to the fire, bolts and plasma blasts streaking through the rain. "Secure the perimeter! Full charge!" roared Balile, breaking into a run. The commander and his squad pounded up the slope, sparing no time to fire. He hurdled the remnants of a barricade that had been built by the Free Militia, crushing a body as he landed. Cowed by the ferocious supporting fire, the orcs were driven into cover, rattling off sporadic and ineffectual bursts as the Dark Angel swiftly closed across the open ground. Slowing as he neared the sprawling mass of generators and transformers, Balile spied a group of orcs on a gantry above him. He stopped and brought up his storm bolter, its targeter linking to his auto-senses as he placed his finger on the trigger. 7 target reticules sprang into view a moment before he opened fire. The bolts ripped through the thin wall of corrugated metal protecting the greenskins, as fire from the rest of his squad rattled between the steel beams and punched through rockcrete bricks. Ruined orc bodies toppled from the walkway onto the ferrocrete apron. To the left and right, the sound of more bolter fire echoed from the blocky substations. The comm crackled with reports from the squad leaders. An explosion just ahead drew Belial's attention. By its pitch, he identified it as the detonation of an orc grenade. He broke into a loping run, drawing his power sword.
"Be alert for mines and traps, brothers," came a warning from Sergeant LeMail. "Danger minimal."
Belial ran straight into a mob of orcs, attempting to outflank the squads to his left by cutting between two arcing generator coils. He fell upon them with a roar, storm bolter spewing rounds. Startled, the orcs turned to face the company commander, their weapons spraying bullets wildly around him. A plasma blast incinerated one of the greenskins in a flash of pale blue energy, a moment before Belial was amongst them, power sword hacking and slashing. He dashed in the skull of a greenskin with the butt of his storm bolter, and chopped the leg from another with his glowing blade. Something crashed against his backpack, and he turned to confront an orc raising a double-handed cleaver for another blow. Charon's four staffs smashed into the greenskin's chest with an eruption of psychic energy. The orc flew backwards into an energy relay, sparks exploding from its juddering body. With the perimeter breached, the Dark Angels pressed on to the central buildings, but met little resistance. The few orcs they encountered were poorly armed and easily overcome. Within 5 minutes of the assault beginning, the Barrack Gorge geothermal station was in the hands of the Dark Angels. While the other squads conducted a secondary sweep to ensure all enemies had been located, Belial led his command squad out of the power plant. With the fighting over, he had time to analyze what had happened here. Amongst the many dead free militia, he saw knots of dark green armor. "Check on our fallen brothers, Nestor," he said. "It has been 3 days, but there may still be survivors." The apothecary headed off as Belial continued to appraise the bloody evidence of the first battle.
"A token garrison, nothing more,"
said Charon. He pointed to a group of orc bodies, far more heavily armored than the others.
"These have the look of a warlord's bodyguard. No such corpses were found at Koth Ridge."
"The second warlord has escaped," said Belial, "for the moment. The teleporter site is still watched by our forces. Even if one has escaped, the beast is still trapped in Cadalus Harbor." Charon seemed distracted. He gazed along the line of defenses, eyes narrow, a glow emanating from the cables of his psychic hood. Without word, he set off at a run, heading to the western side of the gorge. Belial headed after him. "What is it, brother?" Belial asked, as the librarian came to a stop amongst a pile of dead free militia.
"Here,"
he said, pointing at a black-armored corpse. It was Boreas. "He shall be remembered," said Belial, kneeling beside the chaplain.
"You misunderstand me, brother," said Charon. "Brother Nestor, we have a survivor."
Belial looked more closely. Boreas's skin was deathly white, a ragged gash across the side of his head, his armor torn and crumpled in many places. Switching on his thermal sight, the commander saw the tiniest vestiges of warmth moving along the Space Marine's blood vessels. He stood up as Nestor approached. "He is in the grip of his sus-an membrane, brother," said Nestor, crouching over the fallen chaplain. "Life signs are minimal, but steady. Cryptobiosis must have happened automatically in response to his injuries. The orcs probably thought he was dead, and thanked the Emperor that they did not deal any further damage." The apothecary spent some time examining Boreas before straightening. "It is best that we leave Brother Boreas in his suspended, metabolic state, while we return him to the unrelenting fury. where we can better resuscitate him. He has extensive external and internal injuries, brother Captain, but some augmetics and surgery should suffice to return him to full duty in the fullness of time."
"Praise the Emperor," said Charon. "We have lost many battle brothers, and it is a blessing to have even one of them returned to us."
"Praise the Emperor indeed, brothers," said Nestor, humor in his tone. "The bodies he created for us are proof, almost, against death itself." Leaving Nestor to detail a squad to remove Boreas, Balile walked back to his rhino. His own injuries ached, perhaps a psychosomatic response to Nestor's words. Alone for the first time in many days, Balile sat in his command chair and removed his helmet. He whispered the verses of a dedication to the Master of Mankind, and a few words of thanks to the Primarch of the Dark Angels. It would be 3 more days before the rest of the chapter returned. 3 days to keep Gazkul contained in the harbor, and a tight watch on the Orc teleporter. They would perhaps be the hardest 3 days of the whole campaign for Balile. Militarily they would be straightforward, but with the Orcs all but defeated, there would soon come the time when his conduct would be examined by Grandmaster Azrael. Charon had spoken words of encouragement, but Balile knew that he had made some bad decisions. The best he hoped for was an acknowledgement of the unique difficulties the Dark Angels had faced on Cadalus. He should have listened to Sergeant Neyman's concerns earlier. Had the teleporter been located before the first attack on Koth Ridge, the Orcs would not have posed such a threat. Balile did not naturally indulge in hindsight or second-guessing, but he was keenly aware that he had allowed confidence to become arrogance. He had underestimated the Orc threat, and in refusing to acknowledge the potential dangers, he had cost the lives of Astartes and thousands of Piscenans. It was likely that he would lose command of the Third Company and return to being a brother of the Deathwing. Balile pushed aside these morose thoughts. The judgment of Azrael would wait. For the moment, there were still Orcs on Piscina, and the campaign was not yet done. He activated the comm. "Master Balile to all units. Free militia forces are en route to secure the geothermal station. Embark on transports for immediate return to Cadalus Harbor. Diem Victorum Non. The battle continues, brothers." A strong sea breeze wafted smoke over the city, bringing with it the crack of artillery, the snap of lasfire, and the rattle of bolters. The blackened ruin of the basilica stood proud, its spire hidden by the smog. Much of the city was nothing more than rubble, dust-coated corpses of men and Orcs buried beneath piles of bricks and shattered girders. The rumble of tank engines reverberated along the streets as a column of free militia edged their way through the destruction, flamers scouring the ruins, shells pounding possible enemy hiding places. As Balile had expected, the Orcs were not content to sit and wait for the inevitable. Fighting had been fierce, but the combined might of the Third Company and Free Militia was keeping the Greenskins penned in the area around the docks. And now, the time was fast approaching to crush them. From the lip of the main apron at Northport, he looked up at the vapor trails of Thunderhawks cutting through the cloudy skies. Far above, the Tower of Angels floated in orbit, the whole Dark Angels fleet in attendance. Transporters and gunships were landing around the city, while others headed to Koth Ridge to reinforce the Free Militia. In the evening twilight, what looked to be shooting stars glittered over the East Barrens, the drop pods of the 6th Company descending on the East Barrens. A thunderhawk bearing the livery of Grandmaster Azrael dropped through the cloud, diving sharply for the starport. Balile felt some trepidation as it landed on pillars of plasma fire. The wheeze of servos sounded in his autosenses as revered Venerari stepped up next to him.
Your judgment on yourself will be harsher than that of others,
said the dreadnought. Balile said nothing as the Thunderhawk touched down. His armor picked up the wash of heat from the gunship's engines, and he could hear creaks of cooling metal. With the hiss of hydraulics, the ramp lowered. Beyond the gunship, transporters were dropping down onto the other parts of the docks, carrying Land Raider heavy tanks, Vindicator assault guns, and other treasures of the Dark Angel's arsenal. The full force of the chapter was being brought to bear. Grandmaster Azrael, Keeper of the Truth, was the first to disembark. The Supreme Commander of the Dark Angels wore ornate armor, the insignia of the chapter and his personal heraldry inlaid with precious gems and rare metals. A small entourage accompanied him down the ramp. Brother Bethor carrying the sacred standard of retribution, Space Marines in the livery of librarians and interrogator chaplains and tech marines, half-machine servitors, and numerous other functionaries garbed in the robes of chapter serfs. A cowled figure no more than a meter tall followed close on Azrael's heels, carrying the ornately winged lion helm of the Grandmaster, a watcher in the dark, one of the strange creatures that shared the Tower of Angels with the chapter. Azrael's expression was stern, his dark hair close-cropped, deep-set eyes shadowed in the evening sun. Balile detected the buzz of the interpersonal comm, and a moment later Charon strode out across the Plascrete to welcome the Grandmaster. Balile watched patiently as the two held a long conversation. He noticed Azrael's eyes flicking in his direction on occasion, but could tell nothing of the Grandmaster's thoughts. Eventually, the two of them parted, and Azrael headed in Belial's direction. The company master stepped forwards to meet his superior. "The blessing of the lion upon you, Grandmaster," said Balile, sinking to one knee before Azrael. "I am grateful for your presence."
Non desperat countenanti exempla est bellis fortis extremis, mon frater,
replied Azrael, gesturing for Balile to stand.
I know that you have misgivings about calling to me for aid, brother. Put them from your mind, for there is no shame in what you have done. It takes strength to stand alone against the dark forces of the galaxy. It takes greater strength to admit the need for help.
Azrael laid a hand upon Belial's shoulder and smiled, a simple gesture that did more to alleviate Belial's concerns than any amount of spoken praise.
You have done your duty, Azrael continued, to me, to your chapter, to the lion, and to the Emperor. By your actions, Piscina 4 remains safe from the orcs, and through that action the world of Piscina 5 stays free of taint. Future generations of Dark Angels will give thanks to you and your warriors for what their sacrifice has preserved here.
"I am grateful for your words, Grandmaster," said Balile. "There are many that deserve praise more than I, none more so than Sergeant Naaman of the 10th Company." Azrael nodded.
"Many will be the names recorded in honor for this campaign," said the Supreme Commander.
He looked towards the war-torn city.
"Others may be added to that list before we are finished. You have brought the beast of Armageddon to battle. Now we must finish the task."
"Yes, it is time to unleash a storm of vengeance against these foul aliens," said Balile. His fist crashed against his chest in salute. "What are your orders, Grandmaster?" Epilogue. The sound of shells was growing louder and louder. An explosion ripped the roof from a storage shed at the end of the street, burying a mob of orcs under a heap of tiles and bricks. Ghazghkull shook his head in disappointment. He guessed the Humis had retaken the big laser cannon by now. It would only be a matter of time before their ships started blowing up his army from space. After that, they'd start looking for Nazdreg's hulk. Humis would figure that out quick enough, he was sure of it.
"Oi, Makari! Grab me banner!"
The Gretchen appeared as if by magic and plucked the huge flag free from the mound of rubble it had been driven into.
"We's going for a bit of a walk."
Ghazghkull headed back into the shell of an empty warehouse, the clanking of his armor echoing from the walls. Makari scurried behind, hauling the giant banner with him.
"We's gonna give the Humis some more boot leather, boss?"
asked the Gretchen. Ghazghkull nodded.
"We'll give the Humis plenty of boot leather, but there's no need to rush things."
The warlord unhooked an unlikely-looking device from his armor. The core of it seemed to be a battered wheel hub, coiled about with lots of colored wires, with a red button in the middle.
"What you got there, boss?"
asked Makari.
"Grab hold,"
said Ghazghkull, holding out the device.
"It's a teleporter thingy. When I push this button, we's gonna go back to Nazdreg's Hulk."
"What about the rest of the boys? We ain't running away, is we?"
"Nah, this ain't running away. This is strategy. Running away's only for Humis and pointy ears. We's just leaving for a bit. The rest of the boys is having fun. We'll let 'em keep the Humis busy while we do something strategic."
Ghazghkull bashed his fist against the button on the teleporter device. Green lights glowed into life around the central hub, and the thing began to shake in the warlord's grip. Sparks sputtered along the wires, and the warlord smelt burning plastic.
"Is it meant to do that, boss? Is it meant—"
The warehouse disappeared, and Ghazghkull found himself back in the warp for a moment. Like last time, there were all sorts of strange noises and faces leering at the warlord out of the soupy green miasma. He thought he could hear the guffaws and shouts of Gork, or possibly Mork. Then they were back in the big room of Nazdreg's hulk. With a puff of smoke, the teleporter device stopped its shaking. Bits of molten metal dropped onto the floor. The hall was almost empty, but the litter of the teeming horde that had been waiting a couple of days before covered the metal floor. Still in his ornate mega armor, Nazdreg was standing at one end of the hall, talking to his knobs. He looked up as Ghazghkull appeared in a flash of green light.
"I wondered if that thing would work,"
Nazdreg called out.
"Good to see you again."
Ghazghkull strode up the hall and pushed his way through the Bad Moon leaders.
"This teleporter stuff is all right, Nazdreg,"
said Ghazghkull, handing the fried piece of equipment to his fellow warlord.
"I dunno," replied Nazdreg. "It's a pain to get the power for it." "Just some little problems that can be worked out," said Ghazghkull. "Makes me teeth feel funny." "Speaking of teeth, this little trip has been most good in the loot stakes," said Nazdreg. "Picked up all kinds of great gear from the Humis, plenty of dakka and teeth." "I didn't do too bad myself," said Ghazghkull. "Listen, If you don't want to keep the teleporter, I will take it off your hands. For some extra teeth? Course for some extra teeth. We had a deal, didn't we? If the price is right, the teleporter is yours. What do you want with it?
Gaskell's mind went back many years, to a world of towering cities and choking wastes. A world that had almost been his, but for one stupid, brave, remarkable Humie. This time, he wouldn't go easy on them.
I never did want this place anyways. This was just practice for the big one. I've got a score to settle.
That was The Purging of Cadillus, written by Gav Thorpe, read by Andrew Wincott. This recording is copyrighted to Games Workshop 2023.